Chapter 416, Reshaping the Giant Dragon's Glory. Today is the day. Yuan City has 9 people on the Dragon Gate ranking. Is that a lot? It's not too many. If Red Shadow had a few more real battles, like using the Eye of Reincarnation for a counter-offensive in a legendary battle, it wouldn't be impossible for her to top the Dragon Gate ranking. As the evaluation experts from the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce have said, the Battle of the Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation was too brief, and based solely on this battle, it's impossible to assess the true level of Shadow Lord Red Shadow. Their vision is accurate. They probably already recognized Red Shadow's identity as the ghost leader of the underworld. However, what the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce certainly didn't expect was that Red Shadow only used a small fraction of her strength during the challenge of the Water Dragon's Lament illusionary killing formation. The Eye of Reincarnation is the core of Red Shadow's entire combat system. Duo Lai, Yuta, and Lu Lu had indeed utilized their full combat power when they first entered the ranking, but at that time, they were either at the 3rd order peak or just at the initial stage of 4th order, nowhere near the peak level required for the rankings. Using this period's Dragon Gate ranking as a standard, Rakshasa, Yuta, June, Sophia, Lian Yu, 17, and others all have the capability to rank in the top 3, or even first. Deadbone and Duo Lai, the 2 division generals at the 4th order limit of the Extreme Realm back in the day, need even less to be said about. If Yuan City were to strive for the rankings with all their might, they might even create the remarkable feat of monopolizing the top 10 spots on the list. But there's no point in doing so. Yuan would not be so arrogant as to think that there are few opponents worth fighting below the legendary realm. One must not underestimate the people of the world. He had long heard that in some top-level territories, exceptionally talented young leader lords are cultivated with the most lavish schemes, and these elite fighters are trained all the way to the legendary realm before they make their debut. Never having stepped out of their territory, they naturally wouldn't be included in the Dragon Gate ranking. Indeed, fighters from top-level territories have historically been scarce on the Dragon Gate ranking. Only a few have chosen the path of sword testing, emerging at the limit of the 4th order to challenge various fighters on the Dragon Gate ranking and forging an unbeatable heart. Such young fighters often break through to the legendary realm and remove their names from the ranking not long after entering the top 10. In the last few periods, there have been more strong fighters from top-level territories. Heavenly Splendor City, Evening Elephant City, Hanyu City, etc. The top 10 rankings include someone from the Lord of Hanyu City. However, Hanyu City's qualifications and heritage are quite shallow and strictly speaking, it doesn't qualify as a top-level territory. It's just that the Lord of Hanyu City made a name for the territory on his own. The public combat records of these strong fighters from top-level territories are all from exercises or assessments in various advanced academies, without exception. Otherwise, at least half of the top-level territory fighters on the ranking would need to be removed. Because top-level territories are home to many legendary fighters and their own territories face no crisis, there's naturally no chance for invincible 4th order fighters to act. Ordinary territories, whether it's outward expansion, territory defense, subduing monster powers, cleansing polluted regions or taking on secret realm challenges, defending the Great War Zone, and so on, all feature the most important generals of the territory. If these generals are strong enough, they will naturally be included in the Dragon Gate ranking. Here in Yuan City, if it weren't so secluded, just based on the Yuan City defense battle alone, many from the Yuan division would have had to be included in the ranking. In fact, even though the Tai-Shan Alliance issued directives on building cultivation academies, blossoming in culture, martial arts, and skills, many top-level territories still wouldn't send out their legendary seeds and top-tier 4th order talents. It's not that their territories lack talent. They find it sufficient to send a few somewhat decent 4th order leader-level talents to take office in response to the policy. Even though Lake Haven City has significantly improved the treatment for academy instructors, a top-level lord, the Lord of Hanyu City might care, but the likes of Nanshan, Heavenly Splendor, or even Biting, well-established top-level lords, would not be concerned about such things. These territories have so many minds they're uncountable. They're in no short supply of secret techniques, resources, and even if they're lacking some top-tier resource, Lake Haven City wouldn't be able to provide it. Strong people like Red Shadow are actually instructors at Lake Haven Academy, invited with considerable effort. Of course, there are also strong people who are already division generals at academies. The 3rd Advanced Academy in the main city by Lake Haven Lake, Tianhua Academy, was established with investment from Lord Tianhua, and many of its teaching staff are also provided by Lord Tianhua himself. Just like this period's Dragon Gate ranking, 4 of Lord Tianhua's division generals are on the list, which is quite telling. Speaking of which, Mu Yuan stroked his chin. In the future, when Tianyuan City isn't short on money, we could also invest in building a cultivation academy. It's not just about receiving some alliance benefits, but mainly about benefiting the public, right? The current advanced academies within the alliance are still few. The Twilight Dominion has them only in Panstone, Red Maple, and Lake Haven cities. There are, however, a considerable number of primary academies, with accompanying ones in each city-level official territory. Some group territories and independent territories also have primary academies. If Tianyuan City were to invest in an advanced academy, making a name for itself would be easy. When the time comes, just drop a dozen strong figures onto the Dragon Gate ranking. But for now, Tianyuan City is too small, lacks the necessary financial strength, and doesn't have the teaching staff, so let's not fail the students. Beyond teaching combat skills, breakthrough insights, and methods for creating new skills, an advanced academy must also have alchemy, potion, medical, planting, forging departments, and more. The strength of the academy's teaching staff also attracts these instructors and tutors. Instructors and tutors teach skills to the students. At the same time, instructor mentors could consult with higher-ranking experts to learn and enhance their own skills. Mu Yuan valued these special skills the most. Having a teacher versus not having a teacher means learning in 2 completely different ways. The teaching materials and resources at Lake Haven Academy were also much more abundant. Of course, for the vast majority of professionals, lords especially, what attracted them the most was the Legendary Realm lecture, which described and imparted the breakthrough experiences of the Legendary Realm. How to maintain one's condition at the peak of extreme sublimation. What are the difficulties and dangers in breaking through the heaven mode of legend? How to illuminate the light of will through refinement. The major points from the beginner to the tomb in the creation of a domain. And so on. It's not certain whether the Legendary Realm experts would impart everything they knew, but even just sharing a little was extremely beneficial to the majority of those at the 4th order peak. Even for his Tianyuan territory. It was very useful. The experience in breaking through to the Legendary Realm in the Tianyuan territory was not rich. Undead, Duo Lai, Ilo, Lu Lu, and Tree Demon Granny easily broke through because their innate talents were exceptional. When they broke through, they had a tiny margin for error. However, it might not be so easy for other strong individuals in the Tianyuan territory to break through in the future. There are disparities between people, sometimes even greater than the disparity between people and dogs. Undead, Duo Lai and the like were strong not just because their life frameworks were high enough. Simply put, they had high race value and individual values. Some of the less outstanding 4th order strongmen, while having good race values, might not have as prominent individual values. Now, some T3 and T4 level juniors in the Tianyuan territory have successively reached the stage of 4th order peak. Benefiting from the major baptisms twice, they have risen rapidly in levels. However, these juniors are lacking in other aspects. Creating a domain, illuminating the light of will still seems like a distant dream with no sign of fruition. With the epic level of his subordinates and the unstinting nurturing efforts of Lord Shepherd, he believed that these juniors would eventually possess all 3 key elements. But eventually could mean a year or 2, or it could be 8 or 10 years. If they could achieve success earlier, they should do so as soon as possible. Even for Tianyuan territory's T1 tier division General Yuta, who had already entered the epic 3 stars stage, the domain remained elusive. This just goes to show that the gap between individuals is indeed vast. Yuta was severely lacking in certain areas, and it was a headache for Mu Yuan. Perhaps, I could find some ideas from the academies in Panchi City and Tian City. The life of deployment for the Tianyuan division generals had begun. Master Li Erniu and an epic 1-star saint of Holy Light worked in Panchi City. The Red Quartet worked in Tian City. Since there was closer trade between Panchi City and the Iron Mountain Kingdom established by the dwarves, the academy in Panchi City invited a dwarf master to give lectures. Master Li would likely learn a great deal. As for the Saint of Holy Light, Tina, her presence was purely Mu Yuan's support for Panchi City. The healthcare system in Panchi City was not robust, and Tina could play a significant role there. Meanwhile, many of the Tianyuan territory's operations would center around Panchi City and radiate outward. Mu Yuan often kept up with the situation of Hong Yi and others. His life hadn't changed much, tinkering with the spirit network, studying skills, reviewing documents, defending against monster power. Just these matters. The difference was that after the name of Tian Yuan spread once again, many academic leaders sought him out through intermediaries, desiring to invite the strong from Tian Yuan city to work in various locations. Mu Yuan did not reject all of them. Having more social connections was always not a bad thing. However, he was not indiscriminate in his acceptance. He couldn't possibly send out powerhouses of the Dragon Gate ranking level, at most a few lowly 3rd or 4th order juniors to take positions at beginner academies. How could such a young territory as Tian Yuan City have so many strong individuals? The lords who were rejected voiced their understanding. Next, we can use the academic channels to purchase some legendary realm breakthrough materials and continue cultivating legendary powerhouses. Purchasing a bit here and there, reluctantly meeting the breakthrough needs of the Tian Yuan division generals. Once the legendary realm broke through double-digit numbers, Mu Yuan could begin making arrangements for some division generals to take positions in the Great War Zone led by the Lord of Hanyu City, as well as in the Logistics Development Department. In fact, he could currently arrange for division generals to go to the Great War Zone and Logistics Department. The Lord of Hanyu City, Elder Qin would even welcome them. But for Mu Yuan, 4th Order division generals could add significant value by going to high-level academies. If they went to the Great War Zone or Logistics Department, they would only be contributing minimally and accumulating some combat achievements. Since his own division generals were not in a rush to break through, of course, there was no need for them to go in their current 4th Order state. Sending out division generals did not conflict with dealing with the Black Crow clan and Orokai clan. Both were proceeding simultaneously. Multitasking and flourishing in multiple places were essential capabilities of a powerful territory. To the north of Tian Yuan City, thousands of kilometers away, in a mining area deep in the back mountains. Boom! A rumble shook the earth and kicked up clouds of dust. Amidst the billowing dust, the majestic dragon's might spread, and a deafening dragon roar resonated. Immediately after, a massive shadow with wings spanning over 40 meters tore through the clouds, its mouth releasing a thick, pillar-like breath of ice. The frosty breath spread across the land, encasing the ground in thick ridges of ice, and the temperature between heaven and earth plummeted rapidly. But there was something different from before. Wherever the frost spread, desolation followed. Grasses and trees withered, the earth dried up. Amid the frost was an even more terrifying power of decay. At the same time, within the power of death, there was also the soul-freezing coldness. Roar! Sario's eyes blazed as he stared at the distant figure. This is the dragon's new ability, Roar. An epic 3 stars evolution awakening skill. When will the glory of the undead dragon be reshaped? Today is the day. Today, Sario would defeat the mighty Yuta and use this victory as proof to embark on an expedition to the great domain of the undead with boss Dead Bone. The plan was set. Yuta, of the epic 3 stars stage, it too. Yuta, at the peak of 4 order, limit not yet full, it too. Yuta possessed the divine skill known as physical shackles, and Sario's newly awakened skill was also a divine skill. Dirge of Frost and Death. Description: when the frost giant dragon Sario uses this skill, it can imbue all of its frost powers with the concept of decay, and all its death powers with the concept of frost chill. Sario did not evolve today. It evolved 3 days ago. It specifically sought out Bone 2 and others to spar and learn, even consulting the Lord on how to wield the new powers. The purpose was to recreate the dragon's glory. Sario was honor-bound. Frost rolled in waves, with an invisible yet colossal force of decay surging from all directions. Where there was ice, there was death. Death came in droves. Such a force of death again birthed the concept of frost chill, and for a moment, the entire world seemed to solidify into frost. The ground was pristine white. Space and time seemed about to freeze through. This was the power of the snowball effect that Sario had researched. Frost births decay, decay births frost, an unending cycle of frost and decay. With the current mastery of his skills, Sario's Dirge of Frost and Death could only snowball 3 times, holding the power of a single strike. But one strike was enough. Wasn't it true that Yuta exhibited its fearsome might by condensing all its power into a single strike? Bring it on! Yuta bellowed, his eyes sparkling with divine light. He had already felt the chill penetrate his body. The frost chill was freezing his soul, and death was decaying his flesh. He was unbearably excited. This was the true fight of a brave warrior. No sooner had he spoken than 3 chains within him burst apart with a bang. Visible to the naked eye, red flames erupted like raging fire. But, despite the wild and vast billowing of these flames, they could neither disperse nor halt the omnipresent and continuously spreading decay and frost chill. This was the power of concepts. Seeing this, Yuta became even more inflamed with the will to fight. A pitch-black combat will armament instantly enveloped his body. The erosion of decay and frost chill vanished in an instant. Yuta disappeared from his original spot. A ring of sonic booms spread out, then condensed and hung in mid-air. The frozen land crackled and shattered as if ice rock had been penetrated, leaving a circular hole several tens of meters in diameter. At the end of the hole was Serio, who had just finished exhaling and was now admiring the fruits of his labor. Its soul flame suddenly skipped a beat. Yuta's familiar figure had appeared in front of its head without notice. His fist clenched, carrying the roaring flames as it thrust forward. Just like the last time, and the time before that, and the times before those. Wait, hold on, roar. Lighten up. That day, the miners working in the mines all heard the resounding dragon roar echo through the skies. True to the northern mine's protective deity, Lord Serio, always so spirited. With Lord Serio present, the safety of their mine was surely nothing to worry about. Chapter 417, Legend of Taishian, Dead Bone Builds Nest. Lake Haven Lake's main city. Lake Haven Academy, Teachers' Meeting Room. Instructors and powerful figures from various cities and territories gradually arrived. The recruitment of instructors had basically concluded, and Lake Haven Academy, Great Lake Academy, and other advanced academies were about to commence their teachings. I heard the school's enrollment ended 2 weeks ago. That's right, a batch of students with outstanding talents have already moved into the academy dorms one after another. I've got reliable information that among our new students, there are 3 who have obtained top-tier epic profession titles. An instructor with insider knowledge whispered to an acquaintance beside him. Suddenly, 6 or 7 low hisses of breath could be heard around. The instructor spoke quietly, but most of those present were 4th-order strong men, and only a few were professional tutors specially recruited for certain skills and had not reached the 4th order. How could they not hear these whispers? It seemed the rumors were true. Among the billion or so ordinary people who entered the eternal continent with the world fusion, indeed, some had obtained epic professions and ascended to the skies. Just thinking about it filled one with envy. One instructor felt even more envious and jealous, thinking about how he had called in favors and spent a great deal of money to merge with a heritage stone, only to achieve a mere excellence 1-star tier. Who exactly are these 3 epic prodigies? I really want to know, too. Oh, I mean no offense, I'm just curious to make the acquaintance of these geniuses. I definitely don't have thoughts of taking them on as disciples ahead of time. Stupid ergo, if you're thinking it, fine, but why say it out loud? The instructor who had just spoken shook his head and said, who these 3 prodigies are specifically, I'm not sure. I guess, apart from the principal, there probably aren't many people in the entire school who know the identities of these 3. However, given the strength of an epic profession, as soon as these new students begin their studies and cultivation, it probably won't take long for these 3 to stand out with an incredibly dazzling aura, just like the difference between the bright moon and fireflies. I guess when the time comes, the instructors for these 3 will surely be the top-ranking and first-ranking instructors. Us common instructors will at most teach the second-best prodigies. That makes sense. The chance to bond with an epic genius was slipping away right before their eyes. The surrounding instructors sighed helplessly but harbored no sense of dissent. After all, the top-ranking and special-ranking instructors were truly powerful, extraordinarily so. Let's not talk about the special-ranking instructors, each one was a monster at the top of the leaderboard, and there were only 3 of them in total. The first-ranking instructors also possessed exceptional strengths and unique skills. Take the first-ranking instructor, Irene, for example. Some people were envious that she had been granted a first-ranking title. Some also went to seek out Lady Irene for a discussion, exchange, or sparring. Lady Irene never refused a visitor. Those who engaged in academic exchange with Lady Irene, commonly called debates, were argued into speechlessness, leading them to question their lives. They were even pointed out during the exchanges the 1, 2, or 3 improper aspects of their skill usage. Those who sparred with Lady Irene didn't end up in a humiliating defeat. However, during the fight, Irene would use her signature combination attacks, which was quite a blow to the opponent. It was as if she saw no secrets in all skills and abilities. If such an outstanding figure still didn't qualify to be a first-ranking instructor, wouldn't that mean they weren't even fit to be 6th or 7th ranking instructors? Thinking this, an instructor spoke up, we can indeed only teach the second best prodigies. If we were to teach those epic geniuses, I'm afraid we wouldn't last long before being completely overwhelmed. True, you see how many people Lady Irene has already left in awe. Humph! An instructor disdainfully said, just students of the epic rank, after all. Geniuses may be geniuses, but there's no need to put them on a pedestal. In this meeting room alone, I reckon there are more than 3 individuals at the epic rank. Not to mention, the epic instructors in this meeting room are not far from reaching the legendary realm, while those 3 epic students are still green hands far from realizing their potential. It sounded like there was some sense to the words, but with a faint whiff of sour grapes. An instructor retorted, you can't say that. If these 3 talents are epic, it means they have been favored by heaven and earth, and such people often encounter many serendipities, with limitless future potential. Another instructor countered that argument, but rank is just rank, there are not a few epic lives in history who failed to break through to the legendary realm. Both parties stood their ground. Suddenly, they sensed something and stopped talking, sitting up straight and proper. The leader had arrived, and the meeting was about to start. After a brief speech by the host, the principal of Lake Haven Academy, who was also the lord of the main city of Lake Haven Lake and the person in charge of Tian City's defense system, the lord of Tian City, took the stage to speak. The lord of Tian City delivered a speech for the opening of the academy and discussed a few points regarding the arrangements for upcoming work tasks. His words were concise and forceful. After speaking, the lord of Tian City didn't leave immediately. He said, I know many of you came to the academy to seek more information about the legendary realm. I won't beat around the bush, today, I'll talk to you all about it. The lord of Tian City talked about some key points for breaking through the legendary realm, cultivation within the legendary realm, and so on. The audience was excited and greatly benefited. The lord of Tian City was generous. Coming to Lake Haven Academy was the right decision, I'll need to brag about this to my brothers when I get back. At the scene, an instructor asked, Lord Mayor, I heard that upon reaching the legendary realm, one can use various methods to purify and elevate their bloodline, allowing themselves to step into the epic rank. Is this statement true? Many people widened their eyes. Clearly, for most of those present, such a statement was unheard of, not to mention whether it was right or wrong. The Lord of Tian City spoke, true, but not quite. He paused and said, generally speaking, when we step into the second legendary realm, the soul realm, by resonating the soul with the body, indeed, there is a possibility to achieve pure bloodline. However, to do that, 3 conditions must be met. The first is the correct method, the second, the necessary treasures, and the third is sufficient time. Purifying one's bloodline is a process that is somewhat dangerous and extremely costly both in terms of money and time. Especially time. Turning oneself from excellence at the 3-star stage to epic requires an incredibly long period. But even so, with a stable path to epic, regardless of the time and expense involved, most in the legendary realm would probably not hesitate. The Lord of Tian City continued, even so, the pure bloodline has its limits. You must know that there are differences between epics as well. The power of an epic life lies in all aspects, a robust physique, refined spirit, vast energy, and it possesses unique skills. Or should say, epic skills. That non-epics could never awaken. And a few of the top-tier epics not only wield epic skills that are far stronger than other epics, but they could also have a second epic ability. The Lord Mayor left unsaid that the very top epics were even able to touch upon and make use of a trace of the power of concepts as soon as they entered the legendary realm. But that need not be mentioned. After all, he, the Lord of Tian City, had not yet managed to grasp even a shred of the power of concepts. He suddenly gestured, and the wall on the side of the conference hall gradually became transparent, resembling floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside the window lay the vast, rippling Lake Haven Lake. He said, in Lake Haven Lake not far from where we are, lives one of the top-tier epic beings, just half a step away from the legendary status. An epic that's closer to becoming a legend. Its history predates not only Tian City but even the Taishan Alliance, and it has also formed a contract with our city. It is the guardian deity of the entire Lake Haven region. The heavenly water white dragon, Dragon Venerable. If you stay long enough at this academy, you might also have the chance to meet the Dragon Venerable. Countless people looked towards the tranquil and serene Lake Haven Lake outside the window. It almost seemed as if they could see a majestic white dragon majestically traversing the lake, commanding wind and rain with extraordinary valor. Some suddenly thought that the calmness of the vast Lake Haven Lake, always free of wind and disaster, might be due to the protection of the dragon venerable. Someone asked, Lord Mayor, then, what about legendary lives? They exist too, right? Do we have any legends in our Taishan alliance? Yes. The Lord of Tian's city's straightforward answer surprised many. Epic lives also vary in rank and stature. If the Dragon Venerable, as a top-tier epic, is the guardian deity of the entire Lake Haven region, then what about the legends? They waited eagerly for the answer from the Lord Mayor. The Lord of Tian's city then asked, the Nirvana secret realm, many of you have heard of it, right? Yes, inside it lies the Nirvana Tower. It is said that one can obtain one or several inheritance skills just by passing through the trials of the Nirvana Tower. If one meets certain special conditions, one can even receive a baptism that raises one's life status during the inheritance. Rumor has it that a challenger who passed the trials of the Nirvana Tower emerged as an epic. Could it be that? Certain people inhaled sharply. The Lord of Tian's city didn't withhold the information anymore, it's just as you're thinking. Inside the Nirvana secret realm resides a great legendary being. This is not a secret, the vast majority of those in the legendary realm already know. However, while many know of the existence of the legend within the Nirvana secret realm, very few actually get to meet the legend. Meeting a legend depends on fate. If the legend doesn't wish to be seen, no matter how excellent your trial performance is, it's useless. After all, excellence is relative to us humans. In the eyes of the revered and mighty legendary beings, our so-called excellence is but a fleeting cloud. Of course, there is also this possibility that some people might have already seen a legend and been favored by it, only they just don't realize that the being they've seen is the legendary life from the tales. Legends are ultimately too far removed. As distant as a story. Audible, yet forever unseen. Still, many people yearned, could it be that I have already met a legend? I have been to the Nirvana secret realm too. What exactly is a legend like? Legends stride across the land. Black mist like columns of soldiers, guarding as it advances. This is the place where the 9 paths of undead ley lines converge, and this area also has several rich mines of dark elements, making it very suitable for integrating the necrotic holy mountain. Of course, these abundant conditions alone are still not enough for the dead bone. One more critical prerequisite is missing. Its eye flames flickering, its gaze piercing through space and lighting up the underground of this desolate land. Beneath the surface lay a cavernous space, thick with undead energy. There is no rule that says a mountain must be built on the surface. Undead creatures have an affinity for dwelling within graves, which are often buried underground. Deadbone came to the conclusion, it's perfectly suitable for the Wraith Sacred Mountain to be situated underground. It had already scouted the surroundings, swept back and forth over a dozen times, and learned from the Lord by preparing dozens of contingency plans. The safety probability has reached 99.8%, which is rather secure. Settle. The Wraith Sacred Mountain appeared above Deadbone's head and fused into the earth within moments, drawing the essence of the world to strengthen itself. The surrounding mountains began to change. There was no deafening roar, no magnificent phenomena, only a silent transformation. The peaks grew somewhat taller, and more white bones spread over them. In some places, the massive skeletons of giant dragons could be vaguely seen. Meanwhile, deep underground the expansive mountain chain, a vast area filled with undead energy, an inverted mountain peak slowly emerged. This towering and bizarre peak seemed to be constructed from countless white bones. It hung upside down, yet the numerous undead living on it were unaffected, as if the entire necrotic mountain peak still stood upon the earth. Alert, your Wraith Sacred Mountain is expanding. Alert, your Wraith Sacred Mountain is being transformed. Within Deadbone's field of view, the territory represented by the Wraith Sacred Mountain continued to spread. 3 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. The colossal territory encompassed the surrounding peaks. When Deadbone switched to a hero's perspective, it could oversee the entire region without obstruction. As the Wraith Sacred Mountain's size surged, Deadbone also set about transforming it. The main focus of its modifications was underground. The shallow underground. Rumble rumble. The soft sounds of the earth turning over marked the birth of one grave mound after another, each brimming with boundless undead energy. The undead that dwelled within would benefit immensely. This transformation was modeled after the skeleton cemetery. Then, Deadbone reached out its hand, and countless streams of undead energy converged to form mighty rivers. The dark rivers gathered at the heart of this region, accumulating to create a vast underground black lake. Around the Black Lake, shadow mines twinkled with faint light, punctuating the area. Skeleton soldiers emerged from the Black Lake, their clattering footsteps echoing as they moved outwards. Afterwards, Dead Bone crouched down, its palm extending bony spires into the earth. The bones spread under the ground unceasingly, and within moments, a forest of bones, constructed from white bones, filled the underground expanse of the territory. The forest of bones could also burst from the ground at any moment, transforming into lethal weapons that covered a colossal area with a radius of 30 kilometers. And this was the power Dead Bone effortlessly wielded by virtue of the sacred mountain's volume. Dead Bone took a brief rest, then continued to deploy layers of defensive measures by utilizing the transformation opportunity. The wasteland of decay, the purgatory between, the land of rebirth, and so on, formed in succession. In the most central main peak of necrotic Holy Mountain, an earth-shattering transformation took place, where hundreds and thousands of miracle buildings rose from the ground, and countless white bones combined mid-air to form one mighty giant beast of death remains after another. Such evolution and transformation lasted a full 2.5 days before finally coming to an end. Even Dead Bone metaphorically wiped the non-existent sweat from its brow. At this time, standing upon this land, Dead Bone possessed a power far beyond its normal state, incredibly immense. Even if it were to leave this place, it could still use the Wraith Sacred Mountain skill to summon the mountain's projection and wield power far surpassing that of before. At the same time, in Tianyuan territory, ding! An alert rang in Mu Yuan's ears. Simultaneously, the Invisible Lord's power also abruptly surged and expanded. Chapter 418. The Undead Campaign, Orokai raises an army. At that moment, Mu Yuan was practicing the use of territorial power. Territorial power had functions such as suppression, forceful control of the power of heaven and earth, amplification, and so on, and all of these functions were extremely powerful. Even though his Tianyuan territory had legendary generals, an epic mage tower, and many powerful moves, the territorial power was still the biggest and strongest ability. After all, territorial power could be offensive or supportive and could work in conjunction with other moves to have a wonderful catalytic effect. Lord Shepherd's mastery of territorial power, however, could not be said to be proficient. It was not just him, the other lords were the same. Discover exclusive tales on Empire. The amount of territorial power was small, the recovery slow, and it could not be replenished by other means, which meant that Mu Yuan had to be extremely conservative when practicing it. He simulated it in his mind dozens or hundreds of times before he barely turned the territorial power faucet slightly, releasing a trickle of power to try and wield it. Like last time, when I used territorial power to control the 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon, there's no need to amplify myself, I just need to envelop and control this large-scale magic with Lord's power. That way, I could at least save 1/3 of the consumption, he thought. At the same time, if I use territorial power to amplify myself and apply capabilities like over-limit swallowing and physical shackles, then I could withstand a higher, far above the normal limits extreme, Mu Yuan pondered. Suddenly, a vast force emerged from the far end of the sky, and the territorial power of Tianyuan territory surged, exploding in growth in an instant. What's happening? Mu Yuan wondered. Has Dead Bone already constructed the Holy Mountain into a true territory? Mu Yuan checked the panel notifications and felt the connection in the depths of the beyond. Outside the domain of 10 Directions Island, the connection was very strong, very close. He switched his viewpoint and saw thick black fog swirling around the mountain peaks, with desolate land stretching for thousands of miles, the heavens obscured from sight. But such barren land was fertile soil for the undead, rich with the nutrients of death. Mu Yuan's gaze shuttled across the entire Death Remains territory, from the southern end to the northern border, from high above to deep below. A territory radius of over 30 kilometers. Of course, the majority of areas within the radius were barren zones, and the core area of Wraith Sacred Mountain was concentrated in just a few square kilometers, with almost all the structures located there. The defense system Dead Bone built, Bone Forest, Black Lake, and so on, covered a wider range, but still did not encompass the entire territory. Territory is territory, which is not the same as the area developed as domain land. The whole of Tianyuan City occupied just a corner of the existing territory. And the entire territory of Tianyuan City was approximately a radius of 6 or 7 kilometers. Compared to the entire Wraith Sacred Mountain, the difference is simply. No wonder, the total amount of territorial power has almost gone up 2 or 3 times. In fact, the size of Tianyuan territory wasn't small, it was already several times the size of an ordinary level 5 territory, almost on par with a great territory. No, it was even larger than an ordinary level 7 large city level domain. The 4 armies' semi-mystic realm building areas, any of them were more expansive than the native area of Tianyuan territory. The area of Dragon Mound fertile land was also considerable. Yet it still couldn't compare to the Wraith Sacred Mountain which had integrated into the Eternal World. That's normal. After all, Dead Bone has become a legendary life form, a young legendary is still a legendary, Yuan thought. Compared to a young legendary, let alone a level 5 territory, even a level 7 large city level domain was insignificant. Dead Bone's expedition in the outer realms had already begun. There, the land was buried with bones, and the death energy between heaven and earth was extraordinarily dense. Under such favorable conditions, Dead Bone only needed to use the undead army technique slightly to revive wave after wave of capable undead. The newly revived undead were basically puppet-like, soulless beings. However, under the influence of necrotic plague breath, as long as Dead Bone existed, these undead beings could exist eternally. They would not return to the underworld, their strength soaked in the plague breath, could slowly and continuously improve. They could gain enlightenment. They even had a small chance of evolving from a normal rank to a rare rank, from rare rank to excellence. Dead Bone's slaying conversion ability was used sparingly. In the outer realms of the land of the undead, hidden were some intelligent undead, who immediately submitted upon seeing Dead Bone, giving it hardly any chance to take action itself. And as for monsters, according to Dead Bone's reconnaissance along the way, the monsters within tens of thousands of kilometers of the surrounding area are particularly scarce, Yuan noted. The scarcity of monsters means there aren't many undead either, making the whole region seem withered. However, farther north, the red mist becomes visibly denser to the naked eye, the number of monsters gradually increases, and there are some wandering powerful creatures, including legendary creatures, he observed. These gradually became fodder for Dead Bone, part of the necrotic plague breath. They existed eternally. Just during Dead Bone's reconnaissance period, it had enlisted 21 third order and 4 order intelligent undead, and also slain and converted 4 legendary realm creatures. Now, Dead Bone's army had 9 legends. 6 converted undead, 3 native undead of the Holy Mountain. Previously, Dead Bone didn't convert ordinary undead on a large scale, but now that Death Remains Sacred Mountain was established, the undead army formally set out. Even if Dead Bone adopted a cautious strategy, starting with nest building in places far from the Holy Mountain and establishing strongholds before advancing from these overt bases, the conversion rate was still extremely fast. In terms of combat tactics, Dead Bone changed its previous cautious style. Instead of commanding personally, it simply let the undead surge forth. The slain enemies, a few converted into undead beings, merged into the black tide. Enemies not yet transformed, as the power of the calamity spread, also turned into undead beings and gradually awakened. And naturally, the undead beings that had died in battle also rose shortly after. The black tide swiftly expanded. Boom! In the black great domain, a black undead tide collided thunderously with a dark brown monster tide. Creatures from both sides intermingled, indistinguishable from one another. The monsters were fierce, violent, bloodthirsty. The undead were also fierce, violent, recklessly brave, not fearing injury. In the blink of an eye, severed limbs and fragments flew about, with both tides continuously slaughtering each other, resulting in countless deaths and injuries in a short period of time. If someone looked down from above, they would see that the scale of the black tide and the dark brown tide were roughly equal, or perhaps the former was slightly smaller. Among the two tides there were tens of high-order undead and monsters, with no beings of the legendary realm, and very few intelligent life forms. There were only the simplest, most brutal, direct killings. However, as they killed, the black tide did not retreat, achieving a better exchange rate than the brown monster tide. Yet, if it were only so, the undead tide could only barely come out ahead in this clash with the monster tide. Suddenly, a high-order monster that had been chopped down began to rot, whiter bones grew from its severed limbs and connected them. Underneath the curling flesh, sharp, gruesome bone spurs also grew. In an instant, this high-order monster completely transformed into an even larger, skeletal undead being than before. With a roar, it lunged at the other monsters. As one undead being after another came into existence, the initially deadlocked battle slowly began to tilt. However, if it had only been so, the undead tide could still have only achieved a Pyrrhic victory in this confrontation. Thousands of kilometers away, the dead bone observing the battle nodded slightly. With a flick of its finger. Continue reading at Empire. The power of the Wither King bone spread out. It was thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield and even it could not rush over in a short time. However, these undead beings were its creations, its progeny. Its creations possessed a faint power of witherness. This is a concept. This is a law. It can disregard all spatial distances. In an instant, the undead tide fought with more than several times their previous bravery, especially the skeletal beings among them. Their bones became incredibly hard, and wherever their bone edges swept across, monsters gradually withered and wilted away. This was only the beginning. Previously laid plans within some undead beings by dead bone also began to activate. Within the tide, dozens of powerful undead roared, thick black mist surged from within them and rapidly spread to the surrounding world. The black mist drifted, and the gloomy wind howled. In half-broken skulls, extinguished soul flames reignited, and damaged bodies kept reassembling. In the blink of an eye, one after another shattered undead being returned from the underworld. Even dead monsters began to revive and charge from behind the monster tide, turning into undead. Black gradually swallowed up brown. Half an hour later, the brown was no more, the entire monster tide had been completely slaughtered. By then, from a high altitude, one could see that the black undead tide compared to before had grown larger. Several days later, in Yuan City, in the guest hall, Milena of the Natural Garden, a legend, had arrived along with the King of Frost from Giant Stone Ridge, one after the other. Milena looked towards the King of Frost. Congratulations on adding another legend to your ranks. The King of Frost sat on a huge stone chair custom made for his size, smiling contently. Ah, it's nothing, compared to your natural garden, our youngsters from Giant Stone Ridge still have a long way to go. I imagine, your natural garden is almost ready for the breakthrough of a third legendary realm being, right? Milena waved her hand dismissively. It's not that simple, our new legend was only possible thanks to Yuan City, otherwise, we would still be hiding in the secret realm. However, her natural garden indeed had a legendary seed preparing for a breakthrough. The chances were not slim. It was indeed thanks to Yuan City opening the situation and providing a channel to purchase some of the essentials for breakthroughs. It was also because the younger generation of her natural garden was outstanding enough. The natural garden split into two parts, with two legends leading a group of their people to the Federation of all nations to open up new homelands. A large portion of the high-end combat power had left. But most of the outgoing clan members were older powerhouses. In other words, many young powerhouses stayed in the 10 Directions Island domain, holding greater potential. Several four-order prodigies destined for legend remained behind. The one with the highest talents had already broken through successfully a month ago. As for the others, Milena had a certain amount of confidence in them. With sufficient support from treasured items, it was not impossible for them to step into the legendary realm. Their natural garden also possessed some heritage items that could increase the likelihood of breakthroughs. However, there was also a chance of failure. Some might need to attempt a second time. Regardless, her natural garden needed to acquire more assistance items, which also meant that they needed to open more mines, to establish more channels of revenue. The giants had similar needs. Therefore, they sought an audience with Yuan City, to hear the city lord's opinion. Yuan entered the guest hall, and after listening to the two's purpose, he pondered for a moment. There certainly were many more mines. The resources they now controlled were still less than half of what Fang of the Jackal Wolf and Blood Snake Encase had owned before. Both clans wanted to continue expanding to increase their income. They're getting a bit ahead of themselves, though. However, Yuan could understand. The two clans had been impoverished for too long, and they had to seize this hard-earned opportunity. He said, but the remaining mines are either barren or far from the sphere of influence of our three parties. With the Blood Snake Encase still existing to the south and the Orokai and Black Crow clans watching from the north, I think the risks outweigh the benefits. Milena said, of course, we're aware of that. What we mean is to first conduct reconnaissance, draft plans, and only commence expansion once the third and fourth legendary realm beings have emerged among our three sides. What she meant was that Yuan City would give birth to the fourth legendary being. The Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge would each produce their third legendary being. In this way, the power in the hands of the three parties would be quite sufficient to arrange flexible layouts and arrangements. Yuan thought for a moment, that could work. Of course, this is just an idea for now, the specifics will depend on your plans. Milena was mid-sentence when she suddenly stopped, taken aback. Could it work? This wasn't right, this wasn't the Tianyuan City Lord. Given the personality of the Tianyuan City Lord, shouldn't he have rejected it outright? She hadn't expected to convince the Tianyuan City Lord today, knowing it would have to be taken step by step, with plenty of time to spare. Today was only about presenting an idea. But the Tianyuan City Lord agreed to the plan? This. Now she didn't know how to continue. Yuan didn't actually agree with Milena's plan. He just felt that when the Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge produced their third legendary realm beings, Tianyuan City would also have sufficient power to launch an expedition. At the same time, at the heart of the 10 Directions Island domain, under the Black Colossal Peak Observation Base, the person in charge, the Battle Armor General, had been posted here for a while. His task was solely to protect this outpost and monitor whether new hearts of corruption appeared. However, as a venerable power who had awakened his self-awareness over a decade ago, the Battle Armor General had plenty of initiative. He had long started investigating his surroundings. When Tianyuan needed it, the information he gathered could be offered to them and earn some goodwill. This too was part of his lord's mission. And in investigating, he didn't have many people under him, but they were quite elite. This region used to be the territory of the Overlord Power, Fang of the Jackal Wolf. It seems they have retracted and have been absent for some time, the Battle Armor General pondered, not surprised. Monsters with intelligence become timid. But as he looked at the information gathered by his subordinates, his expression gradually grew solemn. This island domain isn't large, but there are far more than 1 or 2 Overlord powers. The 2 Northerners, Black Crow Clan, and Orokai Clan, seem stronger. The strength of Overlord powers varies widely. Even among regional overlords. Those with 2 or 3 legendary realm beings anchoring them are regional overlords. Having dozens or even tens of legendary realm beings still makes them regional overlords. From the recent encounters his subordinates had experienced, he felt that the Black Crow Clan and Orokai Clan belonged to the latter. Could Tianyuan City defend against them? Even he could not contend with numerous legendary realm beings, and among these regional overlord powers, there were surely some legends not much weaker than himself. Suddenly, beep beep beep. An alarm sounded within the base. General, a high-energy reaction detected, approaching. Seconds later. Boom. The ground beside the base shattered, throwing up hundreds of meters of dust and turmoil. Amidst the billowing dust, a war machine over 100 meters long emerged from the earth. The huge serpent head loomed over the land, casting a dark shadow in the daylight. The Battle Armor General's gaze sharpened, recognizing the war machine's form and pattern. It was no stranger to him. Rather, seeing this war machine gave him a clearer picture of the Overlord Power Orokai Clan. This is the fallen god force, the minions of the Snake God, the Orokai servants. They've launched an attack. Chapter 419. The Successive Sirens. In front of the observation base, the towering city walls were slightly damaged. The massive giant serpent war machine lay hundreds of meters away from the base's walls. Its body was shattered, nearly severed into 2 pieces. At the very forefront of the giant serpent war machine, there was still a bulky figure half kneeling. It was a legendary troll with deep blue skin, its entire body already cracked open, its eyes as white as bronze bells, filled with confusion, reluctance, and terror. Its life force gushed out like floodwaters breaking through a dam, until it reached zero. Until its death, the legendary troll could not understand why there was a peak heaven and earth realm powerhouse in this small human stronghold. After all, the strongest in Tianyuan City were not at the peak of heaven and earth realm. It died with its eyes open. The Battle Armor General, who had struck down the giant serpent war machine and killed the monster's legendary realm with just 2 moves, was now deeply furrowing his brow. What's going on? Why would our observation base be suddenly attacked? The adjutant spoke. Could it be that the Orokai clan realized the importance of this place, thus launching a sudden attack? The adjutant was referring to the important warning instruments within the observation base. Certain forces of the fallen god, or overlords on the level of Dragon Sleep Valley, naturally knew that Taishian possessed means to forecast and locate the heart of corruption. If the Orokai clan's backers wished to re-establish the heart of corruption in the 10 Directions Island domain, their first action would be to uproot this forward observation base. The Battle Armor General slightly shook his head. Unlikely, if the enemy were aware that this is an observation base, the force of the attack wouldn't have been just one elite squad in a single legendary realm. He paused for a moment, pondering the piecemeal intelligence gathered during this period. These fragmented pieces of information were continuously reorganizing and combining in his mind, slowly forming a clearer picture. The Orokai clan might be launching a formal attack on the Tianyuan territory. They've mistaken our observation base as one of the many outposts of the Tianyuan territory. That is to say, right now, other outposts in the Tianyuan territory are likely also under attack by the monster overlord. If these attack squads are also led by legendary realms, how can the mining outposts that Tianyuan City has established in the wilderness withstand them? The battle armor general analyzed that the monster overlord probably couldn't muster so many legendary realms or such massive attack forces. He concluded there were two possibilities. One was that the attack squads were a mixture of feigned and actual, some led by legendary realms. The other was that the monster overlord concentrated their attack forces on a few spots. The battle armor general turned to his adjutant, sent a warning message to Tianyuan City, along with these possible scenarios. The adjutant had barely taken 2 steps when he was called back. Wait, dispatch several scouts to the 2 nearest mines to check on the situation. He gazed up at the sky. At some point, dark clouds had enveloped the land, obscuring the daylight. The wind blew, carrying the rustling sound of leaves. The battle armor general watched the sand being swept up from the ground. A torrential rain is coming. Drip 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 drip. In Tianyuan City, at a facility under the jurisdiction of the City Lord's Mansion, the Information Transmission Department. The office of the Information Transmission Department was located inside an annex of the City Lord's Mansion. Here, dozens of rare-rank communication artifacts were stored. These communication artifacts came in various shapes and sizes, including mirrors, treasure beads, crystal balls, drawers, paper, and so on. The methods of communication varied as well. What they had in common was that the vast majority of communication artifacts came in pairs, with information flowing solely between the two. At that time, a red indicator light on a storage locker lit up, followed by the sound of drip drip drip. A short-haired, bespectacled girl with a round face stood up with a bang. She rushed to the storage locker in 3 quick steps, glanced at it, and exclaimed, "There's a message, there's a message, it's from Locker 05, a message from the observation base." "Miss He squad leader, Tao, hurry over," she called. A muscular woman carrying a large shield and a delicate-looking girl clerk hurried over. All 3 took out a key. Ding work card. The storage locker opened. Inside was a book-like communication artifact. The short-haired round-faced girl, Orange, carefully lifted the book and flipped it open quickly. A message from the observation base's battle armor general. The base has been attacked by monster forces. There's a 100-meter class war machine, legendary realm. The battle armor general adds a note. The round-faced girl's expression changed several times, yet she maintained an even and steady speaking pace. As she spoke, her squad mate Tao lightly touched her fingertips, causing specks of starlight to flow and turn into the form of a book. The book opened, and its pages began to record the spoken words of the round-faced girl, Orange. Squad leader Miss He was reviewing the message alongside. The message was not long. Reading and recording were completed quickly. Orange said, "According to our evaluation standards, this message is of the first level of importance. We must deliver it directly to the Lord Mayor." She looked at Miss He. As the squad leader of the Information Transmission Department, Miss He had the ability to directly contact the Lord Mayor. They could also run straight to the Lord's office. However, since the City Lord's mansion was expansive, and the Lord Mayor might not necessarily be in the office, directly using the spirit network to contact him was the fastest method. Misha's eyes were somewhat blank. First-level message. What were the standards for a first-level message again? She couldn't remember. But it did not matter, as long as Orange remembered, it was as good as herself remembering. To contact the Lord, right? "Leave it to me," Miss He said. She was about to use the seed of spirit when. Suddenly. Not far away, a storage locker was lit with indicator lights, and an alert tone sounded continuously. "Another message?" Orange quickly glanced over. "Locker number 17, from Mine 04, the one that mainly produces sharp crystals." The 3 of them continued to fetch their keys, swiped them, and the storage locker opened accordingly. Orange took out a communication device that looked like a treasure bead. Miss He carried on transmitting messages using the web of spirit. At this moment, Di. Another alert tone went off, this time much more urgent. Two alert tones overlapped. Locker number 11, from the meditation statue camp. Locker number 21, from the Cat People Tribe's number 9 mining zone. This, why all of a sudden? Under normal circumstances, the messenger area wouldn't receive many messages in an entire day. Orange had even complained that the work was too simple and couldn't shine like others. However, the messenger area's work could also become urgent. And now was such a time. The sound of di was like raindrops hitting the ground, becoming more and more urgent. It was like a rainstorm that was about to pour down. Tianyuan City, the reception hall. Mu Yuan actually received the messages earlier than the messenger area did. As soon as several mining outposts came under attack. That is, when the territory was invaded. The panel's alert tones rang out like bells. But for areas like the observation base, and the mines leased by the Cat People and the Feathermen, he had to wait for the messenger area's staff to convey the information to him. The existence of the messenger area was also a contingency plan. The web of spirit was convenient and fast, but Mu Yuan would not rely on it completely. He looked towards the two legendary realm beings. There seems to be some trouble, the monster overlord probably has launched a real assault. No sooner had he finished speaking than the communication devices carried by the elf Milena and the giant Frost King started to tremble. They channeled their spiritual power into them and their expressions changed slightly. To act at such a time. Our giant ridge has 3 mining camps that have come under attack at roughly the same time. Our natural garden also has 3 mining camps under attack. The situation is still not clear, and I must go back to take charge of the situation. The same goes for me, said the King of Frost. Mu Yuan Kai spoke, then I won't keep you too, be careful of enemy ambushes and contact me immediately if anything happens. Before they left, the elf Milena asked, and the situation at Tianyuan City? Mu Yuan replied, from the information I have so far, all outposts have come under attack, but the strength of the attacking enemies varies. I have already arranged for reinforcements. Seeing the still calm and collected expression of the city lord of Tianyuan, Milena and the King of Frost couldn't help but admire him. Any discerning person could tell that Tianyuan City was the one under the most pressure. Perhaps this was the essence of the city lord of Tianyuan. Mu Yuan's calmness came from confidence. What he didn't say out loud was that not only the Orokai clan and the Black Crow clan had started their assaults but also in the west of Tianyuan City, there was a disturbance in the great blood tree forest. Countless blood trees were growing wildly and spreading. The entire great blood tree forest was expanding, like a gigantic maw, nibbling away at Tianyuan City's territory bit by bit. Surrounded on 3 sides, the storm was fierce. Yet, Tianyuan City was no longer the small boat wavering in a storm it once was. His calmness was grounded in a solid foundation. From the 6 Tianyuan powerhouses, 3 epic miracle buildings, and as a legendary life, dead bone. Moreover, panic and haste will only lead to a loss of reason, and if something really goes wrong, panicking is useless anyhow. Mu Yuan had already prepared everything that needed to be prepared. Now he was contemplating whether the enemies launching a full-scale attack at this moment meant they had a definite killer move against Tianyuan City. What could this killer move be? What is usually the trump card for the fallen god force? If there was an accident, what are the possibilities? While he pondered, one command after another was issued. Proceed according to the contingency plan. In the farthest location from Tianyuan City, a mid-sized soul sand mining outpost. Inside and outside the outpost, there was an unceasing sound of gunfire and roaring. From afar, the massive shadows of war machines could be seen moving through the dust, and thousands of elite monsters surged out from the surrounding forests. Yuta burst into the horde of monsters, swinging punch after punch without respite. The flurry of his fists raised clouds of blood mist. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and no monster could withstand a punch from Yuta, including what seemed to be very formidable war machines. Too weak, he sighed, charging back and forth. Frost giant dragon Serio hovered in the sky, surveying the terrain below. It did not take action. Yuta's efficiency in dealing with the lesser foes was actually not as high as its own, but even so, it firmly curtailed the enemy's advance. The enemy seemed fierce only in appearance, but in reality, they were vulnerable. Serio knew all too well, any life below legendary in front of Yuta was vulnerable. Even it could not suffer a few serious punches from Yuta, let alone mere monsters. Vulnerability was normal. At first, it didn't see anything amiss, but gradually, Serio fell into contemplation. Looking closely, these war machines are at most 60 meters class, whereas, if I remember correctly, the main war machines of the monster overlord are of the 100-meter class. These monsters appear ferocious, but in reality, there don't seem to be many third-order or fourth-order ones. Something's not right, this is very wrong. Wait, could it be that the enemy is merely feigning an attack, aiming to tie down Yuta here? I've heard that other mines have also been attacked, and Yuta's the man with a record of slaying legends. The more Serio thought, the more it believed it had discerned the truth. Right or wrong, Yuta, who had defeated it, Lord Serio, the number one under the legends, was wasting his time here fighting minions. Serio quickly sent a message to Yuta. Yuta replied. What about here? I, Lord Serio, will hold this mine. Brother, I'll leave it to you. Yuta gave Serio a thumbs up, then tore through the horde of monsters, raising a dust storm as he vanished from Serio's sight. Hey, don't you think you're being a bit rude? To the north of Tianyuan City, somewhere. The cat person mine. The enemy is about to break through, meow. Quick, go ask for Tianyuan powerhouses. Messenger, sir, look. A robust figure emerged, stepping to the forefront of the defensive line. Stay updated via Empire. I've already notified the city, and reinforcements will soon arrive. All we have to do now is hold out until they get here. Countless monsters roared below, their massive and ferocious forms casting shadows. And the robust figure raised his tower shield. A golden giant rose from before him, and a golden celestial shield, resplendent as the great sun, unfolded. I will stand with you and fight until the final moment. This was Tianyuan City's envoy. A Tianyuan City powerhouse. On the mountains, the roars of the cat people rose loud and clear. Feed Herman mine, Blaze Lion mine. One mine after another was successively attacked. The most heavily besieged were the mines under Tianyuan City's own jurisdiction. Except for the medium-sized soul sand mines and other special resource locations, signs of the legendary realm appeared everywhere. Around the same time, to the northeast of Tianyuan City, a rather desolate area. A small but exceptionally elite and powerful team arrived here. Around them lay thousands of jackal men. A middle-aged man in a golden robe shattered a rock with a wave of his hand and crumbled the fragments between his fingers. If Mu Yuan were here, he would recognize this middle-aged man as familiar. It was the Duke Gold who repeatedly attempted to recruit the gunner Master Roy from the neighboring Great Domain. It's Starlight Sand. The Duke said. Although the reserves are not ample, extraction of the whole will still be a considerable fortune. Moreover, on our journey here, we've discovered more than one such vein, all unclaimed. Clearly, this island is an undeveloped treasure realm without a monster overlord and incredibly fertile. What's that? You say there's already a vitality force here on the island? Hey, what does that matter? The waters are deep in the Great Domain. Such a little vitality force can't manage it, only our Golden Commonwealth can. Boom! A beam of light struck from the distance. The Duke's chief guard drew his sword to intercept it. Dust and smoke billowed. A legendary monster soared high in the sky, looking down upon Duke Gold and his party with eyes that beheld prey. Behind the monster legend, a legion of tens of thousands of flying monsters loomed like a towering black cloud, overwhelming them. Duke Gold. Wasn't this island both fertile and safe, an undeveloped realm? If there are monster legends, monster overlords, why was there no tribe guarding this mine? Were they baiting with fishing tactics? Duke Gold's face turned ashen. Chapter 420. Is this the legend of Tianyuan City? The waters of the Great Domain are indeed too deep. Half an hour later, Duke Gold was panting, his clothes somewhat disheveled. His personal guard commander said, "This Grim Reaper bird legend is no weakling, possessing numerous skills and adept in techniques, and also commanding a very elite force of flying monster tide. Obviously, this legendary monster comes from the Overlord power, not a wandering legend." The personal guard commander was also a legendary realm powerhouse, having dealt with many a monster overlord and monster legends. So was Duke Gold. The Golden Commonwealth was located in the Land of Peace, backed by the mighty Star Luo Holy Palace, but still hidden in the northern part of the Shen Luo domain were one overlord power after another. Many years ago, when the region was still being explored and the Golden Territory had not yet been a commonwealth, Duke Gold had even had direct confrontations with monster overlords. The difference between monster legends born of overlord power and wild monster legends was quite apparent. Regional overlord legends had backing, inheritance, countless minions supplying treasures and food, whereas wild legends had nothing. It was the same with humans. Their golden commonwealth was the overlord of the land. Duke Gold pondered for a moment. The 2 mines we found earlier had no strong tribes guarding them, just some monster gatherings. They couldn't even properly be called monster camps. If this is a fishing tactic by the monster overlord, then, what about the vitality force in this island domain? The force that trades with Gemstone Duchy does come from this domain, this much is certain. He had a nagging feeling something was off, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. It was just his intuition telling him that his previous judgment was somewhat unreasonable. What was the truth? He looked at his personal guards and said, let's continue deeper to the west. At the very least, we need to find the vitality force of this island domain and see what the situation truly is. The personal guard commander hesitated. My Lord Duke, we've only been in this 10 Directions island domain for less than 2 days and we've already encountered a powerful monster legend. Certainly, the monster overlord power in this domain is strong and it's too dangerous to proceed deeper without a clear understanding of the situation. You are of immeasurable worth and cannot take such risks. My commander, you underestimate me. I, the Duke, have established a vast commonwealth from the status of a commoner by not fearing risks and facing difficulties. Only by doing so, can my golden commonwealth seize more resources and treasures, step by step climbing higher. And now, getting a clear picture of this island domain, if the situation is good and the danger is not high, we will be able to seize the opportunity before Gemstone Duchy, clutching the greatest benefits in our hands. If the situation is grim, if the monster overlord power is even preparing to spread to the outer domains, we could prepare countermeasures earlier, instead of being caught off guard. We must go deeper into this island domain. Seeing his personal guard commander still hesitant and struggling to speak, Duke Gold continued. Besides, both you and I are legends. With caution, where can we not go? Just now, if I hadn't been worried about enemy reinforcements, killing that Grim Reaper bird legend, what would have been the difficulty? He is Duke Gold, who climbed his way up, step by step, through battles. Duke Gold took out a treasure that concealed their presence and continued deeper with a group of personal guards. Almost at the same time. In the Shenluo domain, Gemstone Duchy. The Gemstone Grand Duke received news of turmoil in the neighboring island domain. The monster overlord launching a forceful assault? Monster tides gathering. The Gemstone Grand Duke paced back and forth. Their Gemstone Duchy had conducted trade with Yuan City twice already. The content of the cooperation had been negotiated many times, and it reached a point where both sides were satisfied. The Gemstone Duchy had an additional source of income. This channel of money was easy and risk-free to earn. But now, their cooperation had just begun, and was Yuan City about to fall? No, that might not be the case. After all, Yuan City has the support of the Taishan Alliance, it won't fall so easily. But the monster overlord has already started a comprehensive attack. The Gemstone Grand Duke had also set up a simple network of informants in the 10 Directions island domain. His informants reported that many regional monsters were getting restless and were beginning to gather into tides, a sign that the monster overlord was initiating a full-scale assault. Stay tuned for updates on Empire. For a monster overlord, to stir up a widespread monster tide was not an easy task, it required a lot of resources and manpower. If it was not a full assault, the monster overlord would not set off such a frenzy. And a full assault. If the monster overlord did not have at least 80 or 90% certainty, why would they mobilize a full-scale assault? These monster overlords are extremely cunning and will not act without surety. Can Yuan City withstand this calamity? The Gemstone Grand Duke paced back and forth. He finally called for a trusted legendary figure and instructed, this important task falls to you. We must understand the situation of Yuan City. The situation in Yuan City was no different from usual. Different mining areas were engaged in battle, but Yuan City itself had not been attacked, and some external work was even still ongoing. The enemy probably wants us to be too busy to cope, and eventually they'll gather their strength to attack Yuan City itself, spoke Lu. Deadbone said, I will arrive at 10 Directions Island domain in about half a day. Duo Li, support for Area A complete, support for Area B complete, C. Sophia, monster tide is gathering, at present, 3 large waves have formed, and it is expected that by 12 hours later, the number of large waves will increase to 12. Among them, the earliest wave may reach the vicinity of Yuan City by tomorrow afternoon. In the conference room, a map was projected out. Only Mu Yuan, Ilo, the deputy commander of the Defense Legion Niu Si, and the commander of the Snow Maiden Corps Qing Shuang were present. As the publicly known legend in Tianyuan City, Lu Lu had already gone to support the mines. Duo Lai stretched himself thin, putting out fires everywhere. Legendary warriors like Rakshasa, Yuda, Xi Lu, and Jun, who held the rank of division general, had also set out one after another, engaging in fierce confrontations with the enemy at their posts. N/O/vel/B/jn.c//om. Among them, Xi Lu became the 13th person in the Tianyuan territory to evolve to the epic 3-star stage after Sario's evolution. She had also awakened an epic talent wielding a conceptual level power. Red Dragon's True Flame. Description: the power of all fire-related skills used by Xi Lu is enhanced. When Xi Lu activates the hidden ability of this talent, she can spew out dragon flames with the concept of annihilation. Note: the stronger Xi Lu's dragon bloodline, the more powerful the Red Dragon's True Flame. Like Sario, Rakshasa, and a few others with epic 3 stars abilities, Xi Lu, who had yet to step into the legendary realm, could only wield the power of the Red Dragon's True Flame for a few seconds. But just because of this, the Red Dragon's True Flame possessed an extremely formidable ability to incinerate and destroy. It could be said to compensate for Xi Lu's lack of a trump card. Mu Yuan took a glance. The mining areas had already suffered losses, with elite fighters fallen in battle. This was unavoidable. For some mine areas had faced attacks from 3 or more legends at once, and losses had occurred before Duo Lai could arrive. However, these mine areas had all established watchtowers. The spirits of the fallen elites would return to the Hall of Martial Souls, and they could return once their bodies were reconstructed. Deputy Commander Niu Si said, "We could perhaps intercept the monster tide here, here, and here." He indicated several locations on the map. They were all critical paths for the monster tide. By defending these points, they could easily annihilate wave after wave of the tide. Strategically speaking, Niu Si's suggestion was very sound. He was also becoming capable of standing on his own. General Niu Si's proposal is good, but these monster tides are not just enemies, they are also resources. They were sacrificial nourishments for the Soul Shrine. Therefore, considering the benefits, continue your saga on Empire. We can choose these areas as our battlegrounds. Mu Yuan pointed to 4 sites tens to hundreds of kilometers from Tianyuan City. These 4 areas didn't have the environmental advantages of the previous ones. However, Tianyuan City already had sufficient strength. Even if they were to face the monster tide in the surrounding areas, they were confident enough to annihilate it without affecting Tianyuan City itself. After all, compared to the previous 2 battles, Tianyuan City had not only several more legends, but also the majority of the elite backbone had stepped into the 4-order realm. Even newer disciplines such as the Snow Maidens had more than a dozen reaching the 4th order peak. The rapid improvement was thanks to both the epic tier and the 2 heaven and earth baptisms. Some excellent warriors of the Snow Maiden series at the Excellence 3 stars rank encountered minor bottlenecks during the baptism. A major baptism later, they could only advance from the beginning of the 4th order to the 3rd or 4th level, wasting a lot of the baptismal benefits. After several reinforcements, the Snow Maiden Corps had grown to several hundreds. Under the command of a batch of veteran 3rd and 4th order Snow Maidens, they could form a solid defensive line for Tianyuan City. Mu Yuan looked at Niu Si and Qing Shuang. The task of exterminating the tide is up to you. I will have the transport team coordinate with you. As for the others, legendary creatures among the monster overlords, the enemy's trump cards, the main attack points. He was waiting for these. He had initially planned that once Tianyuan territory had over a dozen legends, he would take action and eradicate the monster overlords one by one. The Black Crow clan and Orokai clan are, after all, not like the already crippled Fang of the Jackal Wolf. If the Fang of the Jackal Wolf had a dozen or 20 legends stationed back then, fully utilizing each of the flesh and blood constructions, the outcome might have been entirely different. Now that the Black Crow and Orokai clans are taking the initiative to strike, it is also our opportunity. Unrest surged throughout the 10 Directions Island domain. Duke Gold and the Gemstone Grand Duke were both paying attention. The Battle Armor General naturally paid even more attention. In such a volatile situation, however, as the guardian of the observation base, he could not leave his post on his own. His duty was to guard the base. Intense combat in the mines, with legends appearing. Whether Tianyuan City is currently engaged in battle is also unclear. Tianyuan City has legends, more than one, but the number of legendary creatures among the monster overlords might be 10 times as many. Of course, the battle armor general did not think that Tianyuan City was in grave danger now. After all, the Lord of Tianyuan was a person known for creating miracles. The Tianyuan territory managed to produce legends earlier than the Cold Moon territory by half a year. This advantage was due to timing and location and couldn't be directly compared, but being fast was being fast. However, the reason the Lord of Hanyu City is known as the first among the young generation is that she has made a formidable name for herself, and she is also the youngest legendary in the Tai-Shan Alliance's history. The time she took to break through to the legendary skill realm, even within the Yongxing Empire and Shenmu dynasty, was incredibly short, with very few surpassing her speed. The city lord of Tianyuan might be stronger now, but it's uncertain how far he'll go in the future. This battle may provide some insights. The battle armor general thought for a moment and called his deputy general over. The deputy general was a 4th order limit strongman, with the strength to enter the top 100 or even top 50 of the Dragon Gate ranking. It was just that the deputy general hadn't had the opportunity to showcase his strength, which is why he wasn't ranked. The battle armor general said, "Take a few 4th order warriors and head to Tianyuan City to check the situation, and report back to me promptly. On the way, lend your hand when necessary, support Tianyuan City to the best of your ability, but of course, be cautious and prioritize survival above all else." Understood. The deputy general received the order and set off quickly. Heading south from the observation base, his adjutant led several 4th order strongmen through the mountains and forests, skillfully avoiding the gathering waves of monsters multiple times. Read New Adventures at Empire. Suddenly, boom! A distant roar thundered, deafening, and the energy of the heavens and earth began to churn chaotically. The deputy thought it over, then decided to head in the direction of the roaring sound. Soon, he could see in the distance a precarious mine where the featherman had suffered heavy losses. After all, among the monster core was a succubus with wings spread wide, who could summon rolling tornadoes with a wave of her hand. She was a legendary monster. The deputy was ready to retreat. It wasn't their human mine, after all. It was then that a clear, piercing cry could be heard approaching. A massive azure bird soared through the sky, breaking the azure sky, and where it went, the storm resonated. The sky turned a shade of blue. The tornado began to dissipate. Epic talent, mark of the wind. Under the command of the wings of the Wind King, all winds dare not disobey. Jun shot to the scene like lightning, and in a mere moment, he circled behind the legendary realm storm succubus. Feathers lightly trembled. Green wines layered upon each other. Within the wines, it was as if deities were sighing. The dozens of wind barriers the succubus had hastily erected in an instant were like paper, gently sliced apart. The succubus from the legendary realm, inch by inch, began to bleed, a large portion of her wings was severed. The bloodied succubus fell from the sky. A domain over 1,000 meters large was split by the green wind, creating a huge gap, now collapsing. With just one strike, a legend was defeated. The deputy watched the azure bird in the sky. Around the azure bird was a vast storm of blue, extending hundreds of kilometers, with countless wind elements swirling about and rejoicing. He couldn't help but mutter, "So powerful, is this a legend? That's my Lord Jun." Just as Jun was about to press his advantage, suddenly, his feathers exploded out one by one, and a profound sense of crisis enveloped him. He soared to the soaring 9 heavens but still suffered an ambush. A streak of black light flashed by. One of his wings began to gray and wither. Jun tumbled through the air, then with a flap of his wings, a green wind spiraled out. 1,000 meters away, a black fog was dispersed. There stood a legendary realm figure, wearing a black crow mask. From a distance, a second legendary realm figure in a mask stepped out from the black fog. They had ambushed to catch the Tianyuan powerhouse coming to the rescue. And they had succeeded. "Just you trying to hold down Mr. Bird. Can't I, Mr. Bird, escape even if I can't beat you?" Jun said indignantly. But he knew the saying, "So long as the Green Mountain is there, I am not afraid of running out of firewood." He, Lord Jun, understood this. And he was not afraid of being surrounded. Did they not understand what it meant to be Tianyuan's number 1 in speed? Suddenly, a bare-chested strongman appeared from afar. He was running on the air, bursting clouds with each step high above. "It's this human." The legendary with the black crow mask's eyes sharpened. He had intel on this human, he was one of the powerhouses from Tianyuan City. But they had 3 legends present. "I'll hold him off, you go take down that bird." The Black Crow masked legend didn't take any chance, he spread his domain out wide. A domain of 2,000 meters radius swept grandly around. As long as they opened the domain and left no room for a surprise attack, they could easily pinch this human. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the Black Crow legend's eyes widened in shock. The onrushing human's body was covered with a seamless, pitch-black luster as he plunged straight into the domain. He cut through the domain as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Like parting the tides. Cleaving the waterfall. Piercing heaven and earth. And he threw a punch. Dragon God Fist. Boom. The world turned clear for a moment, with only a dragon shadow fleeting by. The deputy's eyes widened. Is this the legendary realm's combat method of fusing body and domain? Is this what a Tianyuan City legend is like? Truly formidable. Chapter 421. This is Tianyuan City, isn't it? To the north of Tianyuan City, about 2,000 kilometers away, a team of hundreds is heading south. In the team, there are skeleton lords who have already stepped into the 4th order, skeleton generals, as well as skeleton warriors of only 1st and 2nd order, and there are also dozens of ordinary humans. However, most of these ordinary technical workers have reached the peak of the apprentice level, and a few have even entered the profession level. They are riding on the back of the massive colossal rock dragon turtle, swaying and jostling as the dragon turtle moves forward. So are their minds. As miners, construction workers, and mechanical maintenance workers, when had they ever experienced such a spectacle? The scene of cutting through a tide-like mass of monsters, and the pomp of heading south. It's terrifying. The territory citizens tremble. Thank goodness, we have the warriors of Tianyuan City to guard us, and the noble and revered Lord Serio. Old Zhang sighed. The dozens of them are employees at the Soul Sand Mine, some leading skeletons in mining operations, some responsible for vein exploration, some in charge of construction, and others in charge of the food. They had initially chosen this mine simply for the generous welfare and compensation. Initially, they were also afraid of the skeletons in the mine. But after interacting with them for a while, everyone found that the skeletons were quite agreeable, and their 24-hour patrols gave everyone a strong sense of security. The godlike invincible Lord Serio even more so. Not long ago, Serio received orders from the headquarters to pack up materials and lead the entire mine staff to depart. Lord Serio naturally couldn't wait for this. After all, with Yuda's departure, it was the only division general level strongman in the entire mine. It prided itself on not fearing the legendary realm, but if several legendary beings were to come, it, Serio, would also find them difficult to handle. Enjoy new chapters from Empire. A strategic relocation to the south, one dragon thought it was very feasible. They were about to head to mine number 3, located over 1,000 kilometers away. Many other mines guards were also packing up materials and setting out with the miners. The deputy of the observation base, who didn't get the chance to greet that macho man and divine bird, saw one man and one bird pursuing the 2 mythical beast legendaries, disappearing at the edge of the sky. He couldn't catch up, so he didn't pursue. On his way to Tianyuan City, the deputy chanced upon Serio's squad and decided to stay and proceed with them. Yuda, that fellow is definitely fierce, but of course, I'm not too shabby either. Yuda just happens to be a bit stronger than me. Serio slightly lifted its noble dragon head and said. Its gaze swept across the land, occasionally unleashing a dragon breath to freeze the ground below. Because there were quite a few people in the team, and Lord Serio was imposing, they naturally encountered some monsters. But even thousands strong small waves, under its dragon breath, quickly turned to dust and were unable to last even a moment. As for Serio's self-aggrandizement, the deputy believed. Intuition told him that Serio was stronger than himself, undoubtedly a top contender on the Dragon Gate ranking. I never expected that Tianyuan City already had 6 strong men on the Dragon Gate ranking, let alone another invincible 4th order strongman in our division. Lord Yuda must have broken through to the legendary realm not long ago, otherwise, he too would be a top contender on the Dragon Gate ranking. In his view, Frost Giant Dragon Serio and One Punch Martial Madness Yuda were among Tianyuan City's top general strongmen. Serio was only slightly behind Yuda, naturally referring to the time when Yuda had not yet broken through and the two were of the same order. In his opinion, it was only a matter of months before Serio would step into the legendary realm. He himself was confident of entering the legendary realm within a year. Because one-punch martial madness Yuta, at the 4th order, was a top-tier strongman, enabling him to effortlessly annihilate a 2-kilometer level mythical monster legendary at the newly advanced legendary stage. What? Yuta is not a legendary? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The deputy himself was from a top territory, a well-traveled and broad-minded person. He also clearly knew the domain fusion combat method. Being able to disregard the domain, to easily break open the domain blockade, if not domain fusion, then what was it? Only a domain could counter another domain. As they chatted, Sario's eyes took on a strange look. Little brother, your experiences are still shallow. Well, it's to be expected, it had followed Boss Deadbone and Lord, seeing much more than a mere deputy of a small base could possibly compare with. At that moment, a group of monsters came over the ridge. Leading them was a 3-headed Orokai at the chief level, surrounded by dozens of 3rd and 4th order strong men. It had its sights set on Sario. Sario said, "Watch carefully, little brother." It exhaled a puff of mist. The mist in midair billowed and grew massively. Frost froze the fabric of time and space, and the world mourned its demise. The 3-headed Orokai roared, but soon its body was covered with ice spires, its scales and flesh decayed and ashen, and in the blink of an eye, it was frozen solid in the frost mist, devoid of life. The other 3rd and 4th order strongmen met the same fate. The deputy was astonished. Is this the power of a top Dragon Gate ranking strongman? I concede. Sario. You didn't think I was in the legendary realm, huh? Damn it. Team number 2 at the mine is in the process of relocating, and they have already reached this position. The Flame Lion tribe team is also moving towards mine number 3 and has roughly reached here. The Feet Herman tribe. In the first clash, Yuan thought they had gained no small advantage. With Duo Lai, Lu and Yuta slaying up to 7 mythical beasts of legendary realm, the numbers were substantial. This figure could not compare with that of the larger battle because the enemy was never gathered together. There were also powerful beings in the legendary Earth realm among the enemies, who targeted Duo Lai several times with sniper attacks, delaying Duo Lai's progress. The enemy has significant control over intelligence concerning our forces. Duo Lai, Yuta, Lu, especially Duo Lai, the enemy is on guard against them. They could slay these few legends, partly by surprise. Xi Liu's Red Dragon's True Flame, Jun Sai of the Wind God, both had a formidable initial killing effect. Secondly, they relied on the power of Ilo. Ilo did not leave her abode, but the power of Destiny Star Weaving kept working, interfering. Yuta could support June in time because Ilo, by chance, grasped a thread of opportunity from the netherworld. However, such threads of destiny are hard to seize, almost left to chance. 1 or 2 legends acting in the current 10 Directions Island domain would be inconspicuous, their destinies not evident. When a dozen or more legends act, the enemy would use some means to conceal it, rendering their destinies indistinct as well. Now, as the situation grows increasingly turbulent, wars erupt, and heaven and earth are thrown into disorder, even the threads of destiny become tangled. Under these conditions, it is not easy for Ilo to grab hold of these opportunities. Nevertheless, she still made some simple interventions. For example, she slightly altered the destiny of one legend, leading the monstrous legend to be a bit more complacent, lingering longer than it should have. And so, the monster legend was caught by Duo Lai. With such coordination, Tianyuan City had already slain 7 monster legends and severely wounded or dealt heavy blows to 6 others. The Natural Garden and the Giant Stone Ridge also had their skirmishes with monster legends, but nothing as intense as here at Tianyuan City. In the mining zone under Tianyuan City's jurisdiction, a mining area overseen by the Feet Herman nation suffered tragically, sustaining heavy losses from the enemy's main forces. Even though Duo Lai was there and killed 2 legends. We at Tianyuan City have also suffered losses, with even a dozen or 2 dozen 4th orders falling in battles against legends. Even excluding the factor of the Hall of Martial Souls, just by visible losses, Tianyuan City's losses are far less than those of the Orokai and the Black Crow clan. The monster overlord indeed likes to sacrifice pawns, but legends aren't included in this exchange. Outside of the Red Fog Disaster Moon, monster legends aren't so bold. Even so, the attacks from the Orokai and the Black Crow clan have not ceased, they must still have some basis for their confidence. Is it the Great Blood Tree Forest to the west? No, unlikely. The Great Blood Tree Forest could be one of the tactics, but it's definitely not the key dependence. Considering this, Yuan ordered the mining zones to fall back. Even if he were confident enough in certain moments, he must shrink the defenses, otherwise, losses could multiply tenfold. This monster overlord is impeding his wealth-making. This grudge, Mr. Mu is taking note of. However, he did not give up on all mining zones. If they totally retracted to Tianyuan City, they would lose all their fixed position outposts in the wild, significantly reducing their strategic depth. Some mining zones, when retracted to Tianyuan City, were also too far away and inconvenient to reach. Therefore, Mu Yuan kept the third mining zone, where Duo Lai was in charge and could rush to support other areas as needed. Meanwhile, at the same time, explore stories on Empire. In the core area of the Orokai clan, before the Orokai god statues. The statues nearly came to life, their large and small serpentine eyes radiating a cold light. Suddenly, a chilling light surged within the entire Orokai clan, eerie and foreboding. How are things progressing? Lord Orokai spoke up, his raspy voice reverberating through heaven and earth. The high priest respectfully said, Lord Orokai, we have pressured the humans into retracting their defenses, which gives us more opportunities to make a move and strike directly at the heart of Tianyuan City. During this process, our followers also slew many strong warriors of the human city, some even having a legendary standing. Rounding up, it's as if we've slain a dozen human legends. He was quite pleased with this result. Before the battle began, he never imagined that humanity of Tianyuan had so many genius legends. If humans were given another year or two, what would become of them? They struck just at the right moment. Tianyuan City was foolish to place such geniuses at the very front. He had always heard that beings kept their geniuses safe in the rear. Even more foolish were those genius legends with their unmatched bravery, fearlessly confronting their own legendary realm. If not for this, they could not have achieved such significant victories in such a short time. 7 legends from the Orokai and the Black Crow clan traded for a dozen human legends. Was it worth it? It was indeed worthwhile. The high priest was content but did not receive the affirmation he expected from his lord. What he got was merely a rather dissatisfied snort. That's it. Just this. 7 legends fell, yet not even one human legend was slaughtered, utterly useless. The high priest felt aggrieved. These human legends, they are rather formidable, each possessing extraordinary abilities. I suspect they are all of the epic tier. Red Dragon, Azure Divine Bird, a robust man ablaze with aura, the golden black armored general, a blue-haired girl. The high priest reported each one by one, mainly to indicate that it was not that our forces were incompetent, but that the enemy was abnormally powerful. See, now we must rely on Lord Orokai's power. In fact, among the strong ones in Tianyuan City, such as the Red Dragon and the Divine Bird, it seems that one or a few are not in the legendary realm, but merely at the 4th order limit great perfection. But could he say that? Of course not. Being killed solo by someone in the legendary realm was still acceptable, but being killed solo by a 4th order, they would have to endure Lord Orokai's netherworld majesty. In any case, the Red Dragon, the Divine Bird, these strong ones, are all legends. No matter who asks, they are definitely legendary. The high priest continued, although we are indeed at a slight disadvantage in terms of exchange rate, everything is going according to the established plan. The advantage is still in our hands. The Tianyuan City domain. In the south, within a dense forest, Duke Gold and his party were moving forward. We're close, I have such an intuition. And look, the further we move in this direction, the fewer the monsters become, indicating that we will soon find the human forces of this island domain. The captain of the guards said, what if the direction we're traveling in is actually the monster overlord's lair? It's not unheard of that there are fewer monsters near a lair. Duke Gold, can't you say something cheerful? Duke Gold traversed mountains and valleys. He was once an experienced explorer, a pioneer, with his own set of tracking methods. His judgment that the human stronghold was in this area was not entirely based on intuition. He was at least 90% certain. He climbed a kilometer-high hill and stood on its summit. The Duke originally wanted to stand aloft and determine the location of the human stronghold through the trends of mountains and rivers and by employing secret arts, but unexpected to him. The moment he ascended the hill, he saw a city from afar. A human city. His eyesight was sharp, and he could see the hustle and bustle of humans within the city, the towering city walls, and countless defensive structures. Arrow Tower, Multi-Shot Arrow Tower, Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower. Duke Gold identified each defensive structure. The quantity was indeed not small, the entire Tianyuan city was already fortified as impregnable as gold. However, it's too small. This is just a small city, not even comparable to a district in my Golden City. Is this supposed to be Tianyuan City? The Tianyuan City that conducts trade with the Gemstone Duchy? The Tianyuan City that is contending with the overlord power? Compared to what he had imagined, there was indeed a tiny bit of a difference. The city was too small. With just this size, how could it possibly stand against the monster overlord? Suddenly, the captain of the guard's eyes sharpened, his halberd sweeping in all directions. Where the halberd passed, leaves fell and shattered, half of which turned into black feathers. And around them, unbeknownst when, also darkened. The floating black feathers congealed into figures of nether ravens with black feathers and red eyes. The nether ravens were enveloped in night forces visible to the naked eye, and an invisible killing intent filled the area. The captain of the guards and Duke Gold, both legendary figures, perceived some threat from them. A legendary black crow. No, that's not right, there is no scent of corruption, it's a living being. But who could it be? The night was like a spider's web, and the red eyes of the black crows gleamed intermittently, staring intently at the group. Echoing voices emerged from all directions. That question, it should be me asking it, what is your purpose here? Sophia, cloaked in a black robe with her hood drawn up, stepped out from the night. Then a second, a third, a fourth, 100 identical figures emerged one after another from the darkness. Eerie voices echoing together, reverberating. Duke Gold's scalp tingled a bit. It seemed they had been watched all along, and from beginning to end, they hadn't noticed. Who exactly was this? Wait, they were not far from Tianyuan City. So, this black-robed powerhouse was actually a person from Tianyuan City. To Duke Gold, the seemingly ordinary Tianyuan City suddenly became mysterious again. Chapter 422. Internal conflict among plant types, the great devouring of the tree world. Half an hour later, Sophia's black crow was watching Duke Gold and his people, leading them toward Tianyuan City. To think that foreign visitors would come to join the excitement at this time. Yuan frowned. He had an impression of this Duke Gold, a strong figure from the neighboring Shenluo domain, around the western coast area. There was no interaction or contact between the Golden Commonwealth and Tianyuan City. Frankly speaking, Yuan didn't hope for the variable that Duke Gold represented to appear while dealing with the overlord power. After all, the latter's team included 2 from the legendary realm and they certainly possessed many special methods. But since Duke Gold had the intention to visit, it wasn't quite appropriate for him to refuse. At least, with the people right under his own eyes, things seemed more secure. From another perspective, the Golden Commonwealth and the Gemstone Duchy are the 2 strongest powers on the western coast. Now that Duke Gold has come knocking of his own accord, it could be beneficial for Tianyuan City as well. South of Tianyuan City, Duke Gold and his people were descending the mountain. The head of his personal guards felt helpless. Entering strange territories at this time carried great risks, Duke. He wanted to advise. But if advice were effective, they wouldn't have journeyed so deep and come near Tianyuan City. Stuck with a master who loved adventure, what else could he do? Of course, it was to protect him to the death. Alas! Duke Gold, however, was in high spirits, seemingly oblivious to the black crows circling around, absorbed in observing his surroundings. His impression of Tianyuan City wasn't limited to the spy reports from the Gemstone Duchy. The Duke was on to something. He remembered seeing this black-robed mysterious strong man when he recently tried to recruit the gunner Master Roy at Ironstone Mountain. This Tianyuan City strong man was also one of the earliest to use the tactic of seeking apprenticeship to form relations. When he saw this scene, Duke Gold immediately brought in dozens of territory citizens and soldiers who were familiar with firearms from his own country, to seek apprenticeship and learn from Roy. However, the result was somewhat unexpected, as Roy only accepted a few of them. Gunner Master Roy treated these few apprentices merely as a normal teacher would, only providing some guidance in his spare time. Whether they could learn and how much they learned was entirely up to the apprentices themselves. Of course, Duke Gold sending apprentices to learn wasn't really to acquire knowledge, it was to use them as a medium to communicate the various benefits of the Golden Commonwealth to Roy and attract him. But not learning was one thing, the attitude was another. Gunner Master Roy treated the apprentices from his Golden Commonwealth and those from several other great domains the same, regarding them as working students. The only exception was how he earnestly took care of the students from Tianyuan City, as if he considered them his true successors. Is that reasonable? Is that fair? In the eternal world, of course, there is no such thing as fair or unfair. Duke Gold wouldn't complain or argue with the gunner master, he would only ponder, on what grounds, what ability did Tianyuan City have to achieve this? Intimidation by force was utterly useless against the obstinate Roy. Money as a means? If it were effective, he would have already recruited Roy. What could it be? Lost in thought, Duke Gold had already arrived beneath Tianyuan City. At this time, he could see that many constructions outside the city had stopped, indicating Tianyuan City truly faced a tremendous pressure from the monster overlord. The war had been going on for some time, it just hadn't reached the gates of Tianyuan City yet. Throughout his journey, he witnessed several monster waves and monster core, as well as a few mines that had been breached and abandoned. This was enough to judge that the situation of Tianyuan City was not very promising. I have come here, also guided by destiny. You Tianyuan City are short on combat power, right? I am also willing to lend a hand. The Golden Commonwealth has provided mercenary aid to many powers. Of course, since it's a hired service, there is a corresponding price to pay. Duke Gold spoke after slight contemplation. His goal wasn't money, but the secret that made Gunner Master Roy value Tianyuan City so highly. Of course, he had to proceed gradually. Meanwhile, the head of the personal guards was on the verge of speaking several times, but after a long thought, he ended up sighing with weariness. No sooner had Duke Gold finished speaking than a faint voice came through the wind. No need. We Tianyuan City have the capability to deal with a few trifling monsters. In not a long time, the situation in the 10 Directions Island domain will return to tranquility. Your Grace, you are a distinguished guest. As long as you abide by the laws, you won't have to worry about any safety issues in this city. A mere monster overlord poses no threat to our Tianyuan City. The ethereal voice seemed to come from all directions, elusive and untraceable. Read latest stories on Empire. Duke Gold, despite straining his ears, could not pinpoint its precise location. It was as if it was everywhere, yet nowhere at the same time. But that's what makes it interesting. The Duke adjusted his clothing and stepped into Tianyuan City. West of Tianyuan City, the vast crimson forest spread out here, having existed for countless years. Nobody knew the history of the Great Blood Tree Forest. It had appeared earlier than Fang of the Jackal Wolf, earlier than the Black Crow clan and Orokai clan. All this time, the Great Blood Tree Forest had been quite peaceful. If it weren't for the forest being a place of no return, its deep red leaves could have been considered a beautiful scenery. At this moment, within the depths of the Great Blood Tree Forest, mysterious and eerie rhythms were spreading, like a gust of wind, instantly engulfing the entire forest. In the heart of the forest, giant kilometer-tall trees with branches clawing at the sky loomed tall, their trunks adorned with gaping maws. Shasha! Within the inner circle of the forest, bizarre crimson trees rustled, their eerie branches and leaves whispering in the wind, with red leaves fluttering through the air, casting a blood mist as they soared. On the forest's perimeter, trees draped in shades of blood also started to sway violently. Bulging pustules swelled on their trunks, bursting open to release a tangle of strange branches that spread forth. The crimson trees, within a few blinks, grew increasingly robust and expanded, their trunks seeming to writhe with thousands upon thousands of insects squirming beneath. Pfft! Boom! Some of the swollen trees suddenly burst, like overinflated balls reaching their breaking point and exploding into a cloud of blood fog. Within the blood fog, fragments of branches, roots, and bark were scattered in all directions. When these tree fragments touched the ground, they melted away in a bizarre fashion, dissolving into the soil around them. The next moment, a blood-colored sapling broke through the earth, and nourished by the surrounding blood fog, it grew at a visible rate. A blood tree was born. 100 blood trees were born. Thousands, tens of thousands, millions of blood trees came to life one after another. The Great Blood Tree Forest, which had been dormant for countless years, suddenly boiled with activity. Today. Today. Inside Tianyuan City, pebbles on the streets trembled slightly, and the chandeliers inside the houses began to swing. Is it an earthquake? Some territory citizens panicked. Could it be a monster tide attacking? Those in the know thought to themselves, but people who were well informed dismissed the idea. No, the nearest tide is still 1,000 kilometers away from our Tianyuan City. Duke Gold had only just settled into an inn in Tianyuan City. He looked down at the ground before quickly ascending to the inn's rooftop, gazing into the west. Yuan City was originally some 20 to 30 kilometers away from the very edge of the Great Blood Tree Forest. From the rooftop of this barely 10-meter-tall inn, even someone of legendary realm status couldn't see much, given the intervening hills and ridges. However, at this moment, the horizon was filled with billowing dust, and birds and beasts took flight. Within that cloud of dust, massive silhouettes grew ever taller, tearing through the dust to stand erect on the vast earth. They were trees. Gigantic trees at least hundreds of meters high, their branches extending eerily, incredibly lush, with blood trickling down their deep red leaves. From a distance, it appeared as though a colossal red mushroom had suddenly grown. And this was not the first mushroom. Soon after, a second, a third, a fourth, and more rose. One after another, mushrooms hundreds of meters high sprouted up, appearing abruptly and, as they grew from far to near, seemed to be spreading toward Yuan City. What is that? It looks ominous, as if it's spewing out something. An elite guard murmured. Duke Gold said, it's plant life, and I sense the presence of monsters from it. It seems the situation Yuan City faces is worse than we imagined. He even began to hesitate whether he should offer his mercenary services to Yuan City. In a situation against the tide, the Golden Commonwealth would definitely not accept the task. Lord Duke, the guard commander said, let's leave quickly before the bizarre blood trees spread here, or else. I'm afraid. The Duke of Gold slightly narrowed his eyes, fingers twirling a golden pen. He was pondering. Suddenly, a more intense tremor struck fiercely, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Dust rose into the air, this time barely 10 kilometers outside of Yuan City. More trees are growing. No, wait, these trees are not as bizarre as the others. To the west of Yuan City, trees that had long since taken root began to consume the vitality within their bodies to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, trees as tall as 100, 200, 300 meters stood erect to the city's west, forming a verdant forest. These trees, every one of them, were extensions of the power of one Lord Treeman after another from the Treeman forest. Through a network of roots, they transmitted their strength to this location. Due to the distance, the power the Lord Treeman could exert here was not as great as it would be within the Treeman forest. But with the support of the Treeman forest, their strength was unending and ever increasing. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Guarded by enormous treemen, at the center lay a grand ancient sky tree over 1,000 meters tall. Its branches were dense, and its leaves lush, as if with the strength of a single tree it held up a segment of the azure sky. It towered even higher than the distant blood trees. With itself as the core, it constructed a tree domain barrier, poised to halt the spread of the advancing blood tree forest. This was a battle between tree domains. In the depths of the blood tree domain, the blood tree king looked on. It was slightly surprised. Plant-type troops? Treemen. And they seem to be of the epic tier war treemen. Read exclusive adventures at Empire. The blood tree king's gaze ignited with excitement. If it could devour a war treeman, the benefits to itself would be considerable. Besides, a civil war within tree domes? In the internal struggles of plant realms, the strong possess an all-encompassing dominance over the weak, with no chance for the weak to triumph over the strong, or the small to defeat the large. Just as within its own great blood tree forest, without its permission, no plant could survive by taking root. It ruled over an entire region. Wherever the crimson forest spread, it marked the boundaries of its land. Now, seated upon a domain encompassing thousands of miles of the crimson great forest, how could it lose against treemen that held merely a small patch of woods? How could it lose with a hand of 10,000 cards? Go! The crimson forest rapidly spread. The green forest was spreading as well. The crimson and green territories were soon bordering each other. From the sky, where the crimson and green merged, the crimson on both sides still rapidly extended, dwarfing the green by hundreds, if not thousands of times. However, the forests that had just bordered each other were not vastly different. Blood trees burst open, with crimson branches and roots splattering into the green forest. Instantly, crimson saplings broke through the soil, vying for the green forest's earth's force and territory. The next moment, the crimson saplings didn't disappear, they continued to grow rapidly. But, their color gradually shifted from red to green. They turned green. Also turning green were the blood trees bordering the treeman forest face to face. Their branches swayed, they rustled, they gradually became peaceful, they sprouted greenery. They assimilated into the treeman forest. Epic skill, I am the forest. Turn every plant within the range into one's territory. The more plants there are in the territory, the stronger the great force of it. At the same time, I am the forest is me. The treeman forest possesses the ability to move. Any area where plants exist could be one's territory. This is the royal way of Lord Treeman. In ordinary regions, the treeman forest would consume its vitality, earth's force, and energy to spread. But right now, the lush blood trees in front of them are the best nourishment for the treeman forest's expansion. Consume? Compete for earth's force? No. Mine is mine, and yours is also all mine. In the blink of an eye, the treeman forest expanded by 2 rings, the green color encroaching upon the red, spreading relentlessly. Blood trees burst. Blood trees leaned. Blood trees turned into green trees and continued to grow abundantly and vigorously. At first, the Blood Tree King didn't mind some losses. The necessary consumption to bring down Lord Treeman was inevitable. As long as it stayed within its own kingdom, the Blood Tree King didn't fear consumption, not even with the presence of the legendary Soul Realm. But as the consumption continued, the Blood Tree King felt something was amiss. It was one thing for its blood trees to continue to deplete, but why was the treeman forest outside the Blood Tree Forest not only unaffected, but seemingly growing even more robust? The treeman forest was spreading and expanding despite the consumption, the Earth's force struggle, and the Blood Tree Great Forest's pressure. It always felt something was off. Suddenly, boom! The already thrice enlarged treeman forest couldn't hold back any longer, and the entire forest spread forward at an extremely fast pace. It wasn't the spread of newly grown trees, but rather the whole green forest seemed to have grown legs, stepping forward aggressively. The green collided with the red. The red instantly succumbed and fell into the color of the treeman forest. The green color, symbolizing nature, vitality, and life, spread even faster, infecting and devouring everything in the great Blood Tree Forest. The Blood Tree King could clearly feel its territory being nibbled away, its power ebbing bit by bit. At the same moment, 100 kilometers deeper from where the treeman forest bordered the Blood Tree Forest, a several hundred meters tall blood tree suddenly cloaked itself in green light, with a surge of vibrant life force emerging. The blood color faded from its leaves, branches, and trunk as the ancient tree experienced a new birth. It rapidly grew, growing to over 1,000 meters tall. Vaguely visible, this robust ancient tree bore a 99% resemblance to the ancient tree at the center of the treeman forest. The blood tree had transformed into the shape of Tree Demon Granny. This was the assimilation of tree species. Tree Demon Granny, having broken through to the legendary realm, could not only possess multiple tree species but also project the power of these species onto non-sentient plant life. It happened as if by divine intervention, birthing upon those plants. The invisible power of I Am the Forest spread out violently. In that moment, Tree Demon Granny seemed to open its maw even more bloodthirstily than the blood tree, encompassing all surrounding plants within its grasp. Assimilate, devour, absorb. On the ancient tree, a weathered face sculpted a chilling smile. Chapter 423. Thanks to the Blood Tree King for his selfless gift, 5K. Above the great Blood Tree Forest, blood-colored clouds and fog swirled all year round, growing denser towards the core. This blood fog differed from the red mist as it didn't occur regularly but was an external manifestation of elemental energy. Influenced by this, the heaven and earth above the entire great Blood Tree Forest were also shrouded in an intangible pressure. Even legendary realm powerhouses didn't dare to fly over the forest when traveling, often choosing to detour instead. But now, in a certain area to the east of the Crimson Forest, a patch of blood fog rapidly dispersed. Through the sparse blood fog, one could see fresh greenery spreading endlessly across the land. This I Am the Forest expansion not only devoured and transformed a vast amount of plant life into nourishment for itself but also tore open a gaping hole in the Crimson Great Forest, ruthlessly severing the internal and external connections of the forest. Tree Demon Granny hailed from the plant life category, specifically the tree lineage, almost the same type of existence as the Blood Tree King. How could she not be familiar with the intricacies of the Crimson Great Forest? The forest was a collective entity. With roots interweaving throughout, the Blood Tree King, situated at the forest's core, could easily interfere and control the peripheral areas of the forest. Each blood tree, each root, and each cluster of blood fog were like threads in the hands of the Blood Tree King. However, at this moment, in a certain area to the west of the forest, many of these threads had been severed. Behind them, Lord Treeman like Tree Guard 2 and Tree Guard 3, who were leading the charge through the forest, suddenly found their efficiency in transforming the surrounding blood trees significantly increased. The resistance had lessened. The treeman forest then expanded at 2 to 3 times its previous speed, with one core section charging like a battleship, unstoppable as it plunged into the crimson forest. This stretch of treeman forest didn't pursue complete assimilation. Wherever they passed, they left behind clusters of green amidst the blood red. At first, the green was sparse, like a few drops of green water on red paper, but the surrounding blood trees were like rootless wood, unable to stem the ever-spreading force of the new greenery. It wasn't long before these blood trees were utterly strangled. Meanwhile, Tree Demon Granny's gaze turned deeper into the blood tree forest. She had just covered a distance of 100 kilometers in one go, severing the lifelines of the great blood tree forest. However, 100 kilometers was still short. Based on this speed, she would have to traverse dozens of times to reach the core of the great blood tree forest. Gathering the seed of tree's destiny dozens of times was no small feat, even with the support of the treeman forest. It would also require a significant amount of time. Tree Demon Granny contemplated. The order she received was to strike swiftly and decisively, as delays could lead to complications. The more often a tactic was used, the easier it was for the Blood Tree King to find a countermeasure. Given that, Tree Demon Granny decided to cross hundreds of kilometers in one breath, to cut through the lifelines of the Great Blood Tree Forest and directly sever the enemy's limb. However, the Great Blood Tree Forest was the territory of the Blood Tree King, completely unfamiliar to her. Directly projecting the seed of tree's destiny several hundred kilometers away was difficult without an exact coordinate, preferably one that was situated right on a junction of the forest's network. Tree Demon Granny herself couldn't achieve this. Other War Treemen and Lord Treemen certainly couldn't either. But she wasn't alone, they were just one part of Yuan City's forces. In places undetectable by the naked eye or even by perception, a faint gleam hopped continuously throughout the great Blood Tree Forest. It was nearly imperceptible, even to the Blood Tree King. It flitted through the vast forest as if it were a part of the Blood Tree Forest itself, leaping and traveling from one blood-colored tree to another. Only those who were very familiar with it and specifically observed could possibly discern its true identity. Still, that was limited to discovering its identity. In the blink of an eye, it flickered erratically, as if using spatial travel. This was a 4-order peak nature spirit. Part of the Flora series, an auxiliary class of the epic tier troop type. Yuan City was home to innumerable nature spirits, spirits of flora, flower fairies. Most of them were non-combat troops, gardeners of the botanical gardens, Yuan City's gardeners. But they were still troops after all. Among the vast numbers of flower fairies, there were individuals who loved to fight and could fight. The nature spirit Grass Twig was one of them. It was a martial spirit among the nature spirits. Even the nature's light and dew of nature, which it awakened in its epic tier, were compatibilities in its hands. Right now, it was using a talent it inevitably awakened while evolving through the stages of Spirit of Flora and Guardian of Plants. Fusion with plants, communication with plants. With the former, spirits of Flora could freely travel through vegetation, covering a kilometer in an instant. This was the life-saving ability of the spirits of Flora. They might not have been strong in combat, but in an environment rich with vegetation, they were peerlessly adept at survival. The latter was a talent allowing spirits of Flora to collect information from all directions through nearby plants and also to communicate with plants. Inside the Blood Tree Forest, the majority of the trees were just larger, more bizarrely shaped regular trees. Lacking intelligence, they were easily influenced by the nature spirits. Using such abilities, Grass Twig smoothly navigated through the Blood Tree Forest and quickly pinpointed one of the network nodes. "This is the spot, Granny. I've received your signal." The next moment, just as the nature spirit Grass Twig left the kilometer-tall blood tree and moved to another nearby, the invisible seed of tree's destiny descended effortlessly, assimilating that blood tree as one of its own avatars. The blood tree turned green and grew rapidly. The power of I Am the Forest that assimilated the surrounding trees as its own territory also spread quickly. However, this was the depths of the great blood tree forest, where the power of the tree demon Granny's incarnation was greatly restrained. The spread of the forest's greenery was blocked after a few hundred meters and even began to slowly retract. The tree demon Granny couldn't hold on much longer. Deeper within the crimson forest, terrible roaring echoed, shaking the entire forest. But just as the seed of tree's destiny fell, the nodal points of the great blood tree forest's eastern meridians were abruptly severed, and the Blood Tree King's control over the eastern blood trees dropped by 70 to 80%. Without the control of the Blood Tree King, How could these blood trees, no matter how tall and bizarre, most of which were merely ordinary trees, not even monsters or living beings, stop the spread of the treeman forest? In the blink of an eye, the rate at which the blood tree forest turned green surged once more. Some of the green trees quickly withered, turning into energy for the treeman forest, which flowed through the root network to the core of the treeman forest, where most of it was provided to Tree Demon Granny. Tree Demon Granny's incarnation hundreds of kilometers away suddenly surged again, devouring and assimilating the surrounding vegetation and earth's force like a whale swallow. Through warfare, the treeman forest grew like a rolling snowball. The Blood Tree King was powerless to stop it. Its greatest reliance, this vast forest, was not an obstacle but rather fodder that fueled the advance of the Lord Treeman. Without these trees, the treeman forest couldn't have spread so far. Suddenly, shasha shasha! Countless creatures surged out from the forest. They weren't real monsters but tree puppets transformed by the Blood Tree King from bones buried in the great Blood Tree forest over the years. Continue your saga on Empire. Some tree demons emerged from the depths of the forest, toppling the thick trees in their path and pushing forward relentlessly. Tree Demon Granny. She had used the epic skill Forest Guardians. Tree Demon Granny can transform any tree into a protector of the forest, guardian. The level of a treeman guard is a whole order lower than that of a Lord Treeman, and the duration of existence depends. The term any tree here does not include life forms like tree monster creatures, but lifeless blood trees fall within Tree Demon Granny's transformation range. Her branches lifted, and an invisible force reached out for a kilometer. A blood tree trembled, not turning green, but it quickly came to life, transforming into a blood forest guardian, even more bizarre and terrifying with its blood-colored branches and leaves. Following that, the second, third, fourth, appeared. Tree Demon Granny, a powerhouse of the legendary realm, but transforming one after another of these four-order peak forest guardians also consumed a vast amount of energy. Normally, she couldn't transform too many at once. But this was not a normal situation. The entire blood tree forest was her nourishment, her hunting ground. Her blood trees were endless. Her energy was unceasing. 20 blood guardians appeared. 100 blood guardians appeared. 400 blood guardians appeared, n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Tree demons and tree puppets deep in the forest had yet to emerge when they were intercepted by the newly enlivened treeman guards. The whole forest shook. The clash between red and green had not ended when a tumultuous conflict of red against red unfolded. The Blood Tree King roared furiously, "Are you really the king of the Crimson Forest, or am I? I must be a fake king, right? A fake king." In its fury, it manipulated the power of heaven and earth, disregarding the massive dissipation and waste of energy, and relentlessly bombarded the eastern outskirts of the forest thousands of kilometers away. Time after time it struck, soon annihilating a couple of hundred treeman guards and even once forcefully killed the incursion of Tree Demon Granny's avatar. See? It was the king of the Crimson Forest. Then, Tree Demon Granny reassembled her life seed and chose another suitable location to manifest her avatar. Her blood trees were endless. But how much strength could the Blood Tree King possibly have? In just 2.5 hours, the invading treeman forest reached the heart of the great Blood Tree Forest. From a high altitude, one could see a straight green line piercing into the red area, with green light continuously spreading from both sides of the line. A thin tip and a broad end, like a spiraling drill bit. In the areas around it, numerous green spots also spread like blemishes. The blood clouds drifting above the forest began to thin out. Upon reaching the core area, the Lord Treeman could already glimpse the central tree of the entire forest, towering like a mountain piercing the clouds. There stood a massive blood-red tree, not lush but immensely large. It soared over 3,000 meters, far taller than Tree Demon Granny's own body. Its trunk was as sturdy as a mountain, with hundreds of thousands of blood-colored pupils growing upon it. These horrifying pupils slowly opened, and their penetrating gazes swept across the arriving Lord Treeman. "Do you think you've already won? The war has just begun." The Blood Tree King roared. Indeed, its meridians had been severed, and it was gradually losing control over the vast forest, but its main body remained unharmed. The area where its main body was rooted was where it could exert its strongest power. The Earth's force all around was completely blocked, and the Blood Tree King had control over most of the elements of heaven and earth. Moreover, a 5,000-meter level domain spread out, overwhelmingly pressing every corner of heaven and earth. "Indeed, I am no match for it," sighed Tree Demon Granny. "I do not enjoy slaughter either. Let us, my friends, bring a swift conclusion. Hundreds of treemen surged forward. In fact, upon arriving here, only Tree Demon Granny was able to exert her combat power unimpeded. The other Lord Treemen, even with the support of the forest, even after absorbing energy tens or hundreds of times their own size, and even with I am the forest as an intermediary link, their powers were gradually becoming strained to maintain. Yet even so, they were still lords, war tree men. This place still maintained 20 or 30 I am the forest domains. Furthermore, the army spirit, symbolizing the mark of the forest core, materialized above the forest. The forest core had now fully formed into an army soul core. It consisted of hundreds of treemen, 20 to 30 spirits of flora, nature spirits, and 200 to 300 vine snake creature troops. With the special feature plants prosper together and the skill growth of all beings. Once the army spirit appeared, the war tree men, who were originally having difficulty maintaining their strength due to the great distance, instantly stabilized their own powers. This is the special feature plants prosper together. If Tree Demon Granny could maintain her power and spread it thousands of kilometers away, so could they. At least, for a short time. The treemen began their righteous group assault. In the first 600 seconds, the Blood Tree King was still majestic and invincible. Its roots would shake the earth and open up ravines tens of kilometers long, its bloody pupils would flash, shooting out kilometer-long crimson flashes. But the resonance of the army spirit shared the damage brought by the Blood Tree King, further diluting the presence of the treeman forest. The root energy of the Blood Tree King that permeated the earth was vast. But the treemen with countless blood trees as their fodder, were they not the same? The middle 600 seconds. The treeman forest started to squeeze into the blood tree's territory. Even though it was just a forest, it could contend with domains. Each step the forest advanced, the crimson domain was forced to retreat. This is the wonder of epic ability. Within the forest's range was its territory, where no other domain could exist. At the 1300 second mark, saplings sprouted from the trunk of the Blood Tree King, turning the blood eyes into nourishment. At the 1400 second mark, the treeman forest spread further, taking control of the surrounding earth's force. The roots of the Blood Tree King continually withdrew. At the 1500 second mark, the now thousands of crimson treeman guards surged forward. At the 1600 second mark, pft! Several branches of Tree Demon Granny, like spikes, pierced the increasingly less hard brownish-red trunk. In the damaged part of the trunk, plants grew incessantly, further tearing the trunk apart. A crimson core was exposed. Suddenly, Tree Demon Granny felt a desire, a craving to devour. Its roots burrowed into the blood core. Atop Tree Demon Granny's huge crown, the leaves gradually took on a hint of red. Ding! Lord Shepherd, who had been closely monitoring the battle to the west, heard a notification sound by his ear. Through the perspective of a wings of the Wind King high in the sky, he confirmed the state of the battle for the first time. Seemingly, victory was theirs. Even Duo Lai, such a strong figure, had not made a move. The entire Great Blood Tree Forest was easier to conquer than imagined. The Blood Tree King is indeed not weak, but within the entire Great Blood Tree Forest, other than the Blood Tree King, there isn't a second legendary realm powerhouse, and there are even few treemen at the 4-order level. As for the forest defense line built by the Blood Tree King, well, it's not that it's inadequate, but rather, the treemen have 2 points that restrain it. This restrains as well, that restrains too. I am the forest, this epic ability, is even deemed to be an inbred divine skill for treeman life forms. He saw the treemen swarm forward. Prompt: your troop type Tree Demon Granny is devouring the blood tree's core, and some mutations may occur. Yuan opened the panel. The domain level of Tree Demon Granny was rising at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the 2000-meter level, and was still strengthening. Prompt: your troop type Tree Demon Granny has awakened advanced skills Blood Mist Tree Domain, Warfare nourished by blood, and Land Metamorphosis through blood. Prompt: Tree Demon Granny's epic skill Forest Guardians has undergone mutation and upgrade, changing to Crimson Tree Demon, which possesses the ability to devour and strengthen. Prompt: Tree Demon Granny has awakened a quasi-epic talent Devouring Flesh and Blood, capable of devouring flesh and blood through roots and stems, allowing itself to grow beyond limits. The Blood Tree King might have grown to a 3000-meter level by devouring a large amount of flesh and blood. However, might there also be side effects from such devouring? The Blood Tree King was obviously going bald. There might be side effects from this mutation and devouring by tree demon Granny, too. Yuan thought. He was not worried, whatever the side effects were, as long as tree demon Granny evolved once more, he could eradicate them all. And as of now, tree demon Granny had gained considerable benefits. Read exclusive content at Empire. The newly awakened or mutated skills were somewhat odd, weren't they? It always seemed quite odd, didn't it? Yuan was lost in thought. At this moment, the Blood Tree King was already devoid of life, its massive branches withering and rotting little by little. The treemen surrounded it, keeping their distance, not wishing to get too close, except for tree demon Granny, which was absorbed in drawing nutrients, its expression one of intoxicated bliss. Its domain had already spread, and was pushing its boundaries as it expanded inch by inch. 2,500 meters. 3,000 meters. 3,500 meters. 4,000 meters. Such expansion continued until it reached exactly 4,444 meters before it barely stopped. The entire domain was somewhat unstable, and tree demon Granny seemed a bit overfed. However, once it completely absorbed and digested this wave of nourishment, it would be able to surpass Duo Lai and Dead Bone, becoming the highest level being in Tianyuan City. The rookie legend had broken the mold overnight. In fact, had tree demon Granny not been an epic 3 stars life form already, in this absorption and digestion, it would have definitely evolved an order. Advancing from a 3-star excellence level to an epic 1-star level was not a difficult feat. This was indeed a great opportunity. One that could change the fate of a powerhouse for life. Thank you for the selfless gift from the Blood Tree King. Chapter 424. Star River Fishing, Disaster Beast Descends. Within the vast Great Blood Tree Forest, the earth-shattering disturbances gradually subsided. Looking down from the perspective of the wings of the Wind King, the spread of new greenery had ceased, and many of the lush trees had lost the strength to sustain themselves. With a puch sound, they rapidly withered away. In the blink of an eye, one after another of these great trees vanished in the wind. In many areas that the treeman forest had not spread to, the bloody leaves of the great trees also withered away, and the bloodstains that had spread up their trunks began to recede, returning to the earth and dissolving into the world. Soon, many blood trees began to wither, and their bloody leaves fell to the ground. The once lush great blood tree forest, where not even a ray of sunlight could penetrate, had thinned significantly after this battle. Yuan estimated that the majority of the blood trees within would wither away to nearly nothing. However, the blood-red mist hovering above the forest would also completely dissipate, leaving at most strands of polluted red fog. The traces left by the treeman forest had not completely vanished. The land here was rich with earth's force, and some of the green and great trees, though drained of vitality, had not entirely withered and still stood tall, rooted in the earth. In many regions, young shoots had broken through the soil, not from the interference of treemen but from the natural evolution of flora by nature itself. With some management of the area after breaking the Great Blood Tree Forest, given time, this region could become a first-rate planting area. Even now, one can find some rare and even exceptional grade materials inside the Great Blood Tree Forest. It's just that many of these materials carry some negative effects and are not highly valued. Inside Tianyuan City, the city residents did not care at all about the recent earthquake or the deafening roar that had come from the west of the city. They went about their business as usual, whether it was strolling down the streets or going to work, and few were panicked or flustered. Compared to the previous monster attacks on the city, this was just a small matter. After all, they had experienced much bigger events. On the roof of a restaurant, Duke Gold gazed toward the distant sky, having held that pose for quite a while. "My lord." The head of his personal guards couldn't help speaking up. Duke Gold said, "The battle has ended, it seems Tianyuan City has repelled the invading plant-based monsters." He thought this was normal. After all, Tianyuan City had been rooted in the 10 Directions Island domain for a long time, having been so established, it would naturally have the capability to fight against monster overlords. It wasn't possible that the city would fall just because he had arrived. The main reason for this illusion was the crimson great mushroom that had seemed very terrifying and eerie, to the point where even he felt his heart skip a beat. For legendary realm beings like them, destroying a blood tree hundreds of meters tall wasn't difficult, and it wasn't tough to destroy a few, a dozen, or even dozens. But what if there were more? The extensive growth of blood trees that sprouted just moments ago was far beyond 100. Plant-based powerhouses rooted in the earth were famously inexhaustible. If an army of blood tree forests spread toward his own golden city, how would he respond? It would be tough to handle. The most correct method of dealing with such a threat is to take preemptive action, to ensure no peculiar entities come close to one's city walls. The exact situation that had just occurred in Tianyuan City was unclear to him. However, considering the distance between them, a slight error in judgment was to be expected. In any case, the fact that Tianyuan City can repel the overlord of this domain is also good news for us. Otherwise, if the monsters from this domain advance into the Shen Luo domain, Gemstone Duchy and our Golden Commonwealth would be the first to bear the brunt. However, if Tianyuan City could stalemate with the monster overlord for longer and struggle a bit more, that would be even more ideal. He did not wish for Tianyuan City to fall, but nor did he want it to become too strong. If Tianyuan City were at a disadvantage but not completely overwhelmed, the benefits the Golden Commonwealth could acquire would greatly increase. For this, he needed to clearly understand the comparative combat power between Tianyuan City and the monster overlord of this domain. Only then could he negotiate and trade later on to maximize his own interests. Duke Gold believed that, under the current circumstances, Tianyuan City would need the support of their Golden Commonwealth. Lord Duke Gold and his entourage have taken their leave from Tianyuan City. Within the city lord's mansion, shadows spread surreptitiously when an elegant figure suddenly appeared. Sophia lowered her hood and pinched two corners of her black robe, curtsying as though lifting the hem of a skirt. Having revealed herself, she eagerly said, "Shall I continue following them? It's quite easy, the two legendary realm guards of Duke Gold don't even notice my presence, Crow. Just have a few black crows follow. It's fine if they lose track, as long as the surroundings of Tianyuan City and the number 3 mining area remain secure." Around the number 3 mining area, battles erupted sporadically. Tianyuan City remained calm, the enemy not having approached this near yet. However, the Fang of the Jackal Wolf had once dispatched a legendary squad to conduct a surprise attack on Tianyuan City, only to fail. The Black Crow clan and the Orokai clan could quite possibly use such deceptive tactics. In his view, the Black Crow clan's concealment and surprise attack techniques were much more sophisticated than those of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. If the Black Crow clan were to launch a surprise attack on Tianyuan City, relying solely on the reconnaissance sky eye would not be secure enough. He couldn't afford to gamble with Tianyuan City. He had to ensure the city was 100% safe, as even a 0.01% risk, if realized, could spell disaster for the city. Sophia was the secondary defensive measure. The Black Crow clan excelled at shrouding in dark mist and deploying black crows for stealth missions. Coincidentally, Sophia was also adept at these tactics. Up until now, Sophia's crows and Black Crow clan's crows have yet to confront each other directly. Invisible black crows fly within and outside Tianyuan City, their blood-red pupils watching every passerby, monitoring everything. At roughly the same time, inside the Black Crow clan, the high priest of the Black Crow snorted, "I never expected that the Orokai clan would request the Orokai himself to take action. With this, our Black Crow clan has been busy only to end up making a wedding dress for someone else." An elder consoled, "Tianyuan City isn't easy to deal with either. Having the Orokai take action makes things more secure. Otherwise, with just us and the Blood Tree King, we might not be able to handle Tianyuan City. Even if we could, the losses would probably be significant." The high priest was of course aware of this. Otherwise, he would have contested with the Orokai clan for the position of leader at all costs. Their Black Crow clan also had their own backer, Lord Night Raven. Now, the high priest only hoped that the human Tianyuan City would be strong enough that it would require the Orokai himself to personally make a move to take it down. Otherwise, if just the spread of the Great Blood Tree Forest and the combined efforts of their two clans were able to bring down Tianyuan City, wouldn't he have just handed the throne of the Great Domain's master directly to the Orokai clan's high priest for free? Tianyuan City, oh Tianyuan City, give this high priest a bit of a challenge, won't you? Inside the Orokai clan, the Orokai high priest spoke with respect. Judging by the time, it's been 2 to 3 hours since the Blood Tree King began using his methods. By now, the Great Blood Tree Forest should have spread to the outskirts of Tianyuan City, engaging in combat with it. The details were unclear to him. However, 2 to 3 hours ago, the scouts from the clan had reported signs of disturbance. Afterward, communication with the scouts was lost. All the scouts they had sent around the vicinity of Tianyuan City had lost contact. Tianyuan City's reconnaissance is extremely powerful. Even Fang of the Jackal Wolf's legendary realm's surprise attack ended in failure. It's quite normal that our Orokai clan scouts can't escape the eyes of the humans. If it were Black Crow clan's top-tier scouts, they might have been able to bring back some information despite Tianyuan City's tight defense. It's a pity. But it didn't particularly matter. As long as he was aware that the Blood Tree King had started using special methods, that was enough. Even without seeing the scene, he could estimate the general situation. Tianyuan City is not to be underestimated. The encroachment of the Great Blood Tree Forest will probably, still not cause any crippling destruction to Tianyuan City. However, as long as it ties down Tianyuan City for a while and attracts their attention so they cannot spare any effort elsewhere, that would suffice. With utmost respect, the Orokai High Priest said, "My lord, we can begin our plan now." Tianyuan City remained calm inside. Outside the city, with the help of the reconnaissance Sky Eye and Sophia's Crows, the defense battalion was able to capture scouts from one to several at regular intervals. Scouts were being captured one after another, without end. Sophia had even caught a few minor scouts on the outskirts of the Great Blood Tree Forest. At this moment, the blood mist high above the Great Blood Tree Forest gradually thinned out, but at the forest's core, at the site of the Blood Tree King's remains, the blood mist became even denser, as if all the mist drifting from other areas had converged there. A thick blood cloud was slowly forming. Blood drops began to fall, soon turning into a torrential downpour of blood rain. As the blood rain hit the ground, it splashed everywhere, forming red rivers that flowed loudly, with hints of exotic treasures slowly emerging. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. At the center of where the blood rain fell stood a towering tree more than 1,000 meters tall. It was Tree Demon Granny. Now, as the other treemen had returned to their senses, the shells that had extended via their network had already collapsed, only leaving Tree Demon Granny manifesting an external avatar through the life seed, rooted in the land as if she herself had descended. Its body had grown hundreds of meters taller than it had been a few hours earlier. Its branches and leaves shimmered with specks of blood light, with the green foliage displaying translucent blood-colored patterns that spread within like human blood vessels. Unlike the Blood Tree King, it did not grow countless blood pupils or have bizarrely twisted growths or pustules all over its limbs. From a distance, it appeared fairly unchanged. Up close, one would find it just a tad otherworldly. Under its lush canopy, there lurked large blood-red fruits. These fruits were enormous, beating like hearts, thumping as if something was being nurtured inside. Suddenly, a blood-red fruit, swollen to several meters in diameter, dropped to the ground with a thump. A dark reddish-brown arm pierced through the fruit from the inside and grabbed the torn edge, violently ripping the entire fruit open. A tall, 10-meter figure stood up from the ruptured fruit. It resembled a human female, its curves visible even though it was smeared with slime. Its eyes were crimson red, its hair like tree roots. After the slime fell away, the surface of its body showed rings of blood markings, like the growth rings of a tree. Its fingertips were sharp like honed wooden spikes, and on its back buds spread out, gradually forming a pair of dark red wings. Crimson Tree Demon. Note 1, a mutated form of the Forest Guardians, shedding the cumbersome and inconvenient body from their guardian phase, gaining high mobility and flight capabilities while retaining powerful strength and resilience. Note 2, the Crimson Tree Demon, cultivated by Tree Demon Granny from the essence of blood, possesses superior potential and the ability to exist permanently. Note 3, however, compared to the Forest Guardians, the Crimson Tree Demon has extremely poor absorption efficiency for Earth's force and the power of vitality, only becoming highly effective in absorbing flesh and blood. Additionally, it has developed a side effect of bloodlust. The 1,000-meter-tall grand tree was still rooted, absorbing the gifts from nature. Its ascendance had not yet ended. At this time, the war grew increasingly fierce. Tianyuan City's outposts, mining sites, the vast majority had strategically retreated, leaving behind only mining site number 3, Wolf Head Mountain Fortress, and the Soul Shrine, along with 2 mining sites to the south that were very close to Tianyuan City. The Cat People, Fire Lions, Feathermen, and multi-armed tribes had retreated to mining site number 3 at the fastest speed. The Elves and Giants had also left only one external outpost. These outposts were now all enduring the impact of the monster waves. At this point, the frequency of legendary realm monsters taking action decreased. After all, they could no longer ambush, but the onslaught of monster waves grew more fierce. Wave after wave passed by the third outpost, continuing southward. The fastest surging wave had already reached the outskirts of the Wolf Head Mountain Fortress. The Wolf Head Mountain Fortress also began to exchange fire. However, neither the third outpost nor the Wolf Head Mountain Fortress felt pressure against such waves. Without the legendary realm monsters taking action, without the war machines charging, no matter how many waves, they would not breach the defenses and would eventually be worn out. But intuition tells me the enemy is secretly preparing something. Ilo, do you have a clue? Mu Yuan didn't ask directly but sent a message that wouldn't disturb anyone. At that time, Ilo was inside the epic mage tower, performing her techniques. She knelt on an array platform engraved with a six-pointed star, her skirt embedded with star fragments spreading out and falling to the floor. In her hand, she held a staff that resembled a fishing rod, with a starlight pendant dangling at the tip, swaying slightly. Before her was a semi-transparent, vast star river, with celestial bodies flowing along mysterious orbits. The starlight pendant dangling from her staff was slightly submerged in this vast star river. She could also see some star fragments dancing within it. The speed of the fragments was significant, each leaving a shallow trail. These trails crisscrossed, forming a dense and chaotic net, making it difficult to discern which thread was the strand of destiny they sought. Ilo had been seated like this for several hours. She was as still as a statue, though the starlight pendant swung on its own without any breeze. At a certain moment, a deep blue meteor suddenly flashed in Ilo's eyes. She began to murmur like an old radio with a stuck dial. Disaster, from the earth, the shell of the serpent, the end. She wasn't divining prophecy. She never believed in prophecy, what she wanted was the mechanism of fate. She wished to discover and seize the enemy's weaknesses through the deduction of fate. In this process, the king of the blood trees, the great blood tree forest, the Orokai clan and Black Crow clan's scouts, and monster legends were all preconditions in her information matrix. As information gradually enriched, the chaotic and disordered net began to clear up in her view. Underground. Close distance. Only a few hundred kilometers left. The enemy also had anti-divining measures. Ilo couldn't pinpoint their location precisely. At best, she could grab this thread of destiny and make some minor interference. She herself wasn't clear if this interference would be effective. However, at this step, the range had been narrowed down significantly. Mu Yuan ordered the treeman forest to spread its roots into the depths of the earth as a protective measure. Black Crow set sail, swiftly scouring the area within range. The reconnaissance sky eye covered the surrounding 20 kilometers of the target region, leaving no stone unturned. Duolai flew out from mining site number 3, casting the space-tearing seal, spreading the force of ripping space into the underground. At the same time, a member of the Orokai clan, the high priest, frowned. Our weapons can no longer proceed. No matter which direction we choose, we will be discovered. An elder said, at this distance, the weapon is already very close to Tianyuan City. Perhaps we should emerge from the ground and move directly in a straight line. It may take less than 15 minutes to hit Tianyuan City, and humans won't have time to find a countermeasure. The high priest thought for a moment and nodded, you're right, let's proceed that way. Traversing underground is indeed too slow. To the east of Wolfhead Mountain Fortress, about 100 kilometers away. Boom! The earth trembled violently, the entire flat ground quaked like waves. A mountain peak suddenly exploded. Huge boulders tumbled down, dust billowed to the sky. Amidst the pervasive dust, the silhouette of a giant serpent slowly emerged. This giant serpent's shadow at first glance didn't seem too different from the war machines of serpents seen in the past. Just more ferocious, more exquisite, more vivid. But a second look would reveal the giant serpent emerging from the shattered mountain. It was much, much too large. Monster Overlord's war machines came in several sizes. 20-meter class, 40-meter class, 60-meter class. And the bottom of the box 80-meter class, 100-meter class. But now, the emerging giant serpent was so massive it appeared mountainous, with many continuous small hills by the serpent's side looking as insignificant as toy hills. Read the latest on Empire. The giant serpent, exhaling clouds and mist, began to move forward. As it proceeded, rivers were severed, mountains collapsed. It moved in a straight line, treating all in its path as if they were nothing. Such a supergiant war machine had transcended the category of machines. In the files distributed by the Pioneer Group, Mu Yuan had seen information about these terrifying weapons. They had a nickname. Disaster Beast. Where they appeared, disaster followed. Chapter 425. The Disaster Beast falls, dead bone knocks at the door. Merely several hundred kilometers from Tianyuan City, a gigantic creature burst forth from the earth, tearing apart mountains as it emerged. Its massive size was comparable to a mountain range. Surrounding its body, clouds of steam as hot as blazing fire billowed, spreading for kilometers in every direction. Any vegetation touched by these clouds swiftly withered and ignited into orange flames that burned until all was reduced to ashes. Where the colossal creature spread, the land began to desiccate, with reddish-brown fissures appearing and expanding over time. Wisps of red mist drifted between heaven and earth, having started to increase in volume unnoticed. Within the enormous maw of the calamity beast giant serpent, akin to the size of a ship's bridge, stood several individuals from the Orokai and Black Crow clans of the legendary realm, with hands clasped behind their backs. From the giant serpent's perspective as it surveyed below, they watched as every obstacle was effortlessly crushed to smithereens. An Orokai clan elder suddenly burst into a loud cackle, "Hat, hat, 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 hat. Target Tianyuan City, charge at full speed." Their goal had always been the human city of Tianyuan, not some human genius or legendary warrior. Humans have a fatal weakness, which is the core city of their territory. If one can break through the human city and destroy the Lord's altar, the entire miracle territory can be dismantled from its roots. Everyone knew this weakness. The strategy once employed by the Fang of the Jackal Wolf was to make a surprise attack, a vicious raid assaulting Tianyuan City. But they failed. The Jackal men underestimated the defensive capabilities of Tianyuan City, but the Orokai clan would not make the same mistake. Humans have formidable firepower, many types of enchantment defenses, and there may also be ace cards like the Heavenly Fire Thunder Dragon, but all of this is meaningless before the great weapon bestowed by our masters. The great weapon had three characteristics: a massive size over a kilometer, energy reserves hundreds of times greater than peers, and most importantly, an invincible defense. The scales of the calamity beast giant serpent can withstand the strongest human attacks, while other human firepower left not even a mark on the great weapon. This is the calamity beast giant serpent. The Orokai clan's individuals in the legendary realm had already tested it. Even if the attack did not come from beneath the earth but directly from the Orokai clan, the elder believed that Tianyuan City could not possibly stop the advance of the giant serpent. The high priest is getting old. The next high priest should logically be him. While an Orokai clan elder fantasized about the future, the battle armor general at the observation base had also received news of the appearance of the disaster beast. The disaster beast was unbelievably massive, and the slightest action from it could easily impact the surrounding dozens of miles. The scouting teams he had dispatched naturally discovered this almost immediately and sent back video evidence. The battle armor general was completely certain that this was a disaster beast. He had seen them, not just once. But when he did see them, it was in one of the great war zones, or even inside the Red Mist land. The battle armor general had also personally engaged in combat with disaster beasts and was acutely aware of their terrifying nature. Disaster beasts are mostly active war weapons and are also a unique form of life. The maximum single-point destructive power of most disaster beasts is not much stronger than a legendary Earth Realm's full-force strike. However, disaster beasts possess a far more substantial volume and area destruction capabilities, leaving the legendary realm far behind. If not directly engaging a disaster beast, the legendary realm might be able to survive in its presence, but only just survive, without any capacity to fight back, not even in the slightest. It's very difficult for an ordinary person to swat a fly, nearly impossible. For a fly to stop, or even kill, an ordinary person is even more fanciful. Compared to a disaster beast, there is hardly any difference between the legendary Earth Realm and a fly. The battle armor general's brow furrowed, his thoughts racing. Even if he took action himself, he would be far from capable of intercepting this disaster beast, let alone the fact that the calamity beast giant serpent was only a few hundred kilometers away from Tianyuan City, not thousands or tens of thousands. Forget him, even the individuals of the Soul Realm could not directly intercept a disaster beast. It's difficult for the Soul Realm to injure a disaster beast with such vast energy reserves and immensely robust physique. Only those who have mastered concept maneuvers in the legendary skill realm could rapidly inflict heavy damage on a disaster beast. In the face of a concept maneuver, all living beings are equal, regardless of whether their resistance to physical attacks, to energy, or to elements is strong or weak. Whether this disaster beast can be stopped now depends on whether Tianyuan City has any special measures, such as the means to transfer, restrict, or encircle. The energy consumption of a disaster beast in action is extremely vast, it cannot sustain this indefinitely. After all, Tianyuan City is the stronghold known for creating miracles, possessing quite a few ace measures, they can probably delay it for a while, right? The lord of the battle armor was also quite uncertain. But there was nothing he could do. At most, he could intervene when Tianyuan City was breached, assisting Lord Tianyuan in retreating. Beyond that, Lord Tianyuan would have to depend on himself. Stay tuned for updates on Empire. Even as a general, I'm still too powerless. Atop a mountain near Tianyuan City, Duke Gold stared blankly at the billowing clouds in the distance and at the terrifying giant serpent towering above them for quite some time. This is a disaster beast. He had seen such disaster beasts when he was with the Starfall Holy Hall Knight Order during their expansions. But how could such a disaster beast appear on a secluded island? Such a disaster beast was certainly not something a regional monster overlord should rightly possess. What kind of enemy is Tianyuan City facing? By this time, Duke Gold had lost all interest in discerning the balance of power between Tianyuan City and the monster overlord. He could only hope that Tianyuan City would hold out, at least hold out a bit longer. Otherwise, the next time this calamity beast giant serpent appeared, it could very well be in their Shen Luo domain, right in front of his own house. Since Tianyuan City can contend with the overlord of this domain, presumably, they have the ability to deal with calamity beasts, right? As he spoke, his voice trailed off into a murmur. Black Crow Clan. It was also at the moment the disaster beast surfaced that the Black Crow High Priest understood the movement of the calamity beast giant serpent. Since when did the Orokai clan become so sneaky? To think they even have the capability to hide a calamity beast and only reveal it outside of Tianyuan City. Could it be that humanity will simply be flattened by the calamity beast? It can't be that simple. It really wasn't that simple. The calamity beast giant serpent was surely a treasure given to the Orokai clan by that respected Orokai lord on a moment's notice. But even so, if Tianyuan City fell just like that, the Black Crow High Priest would still feel short-changed. He too had the ability to ask Lord for temporary powers, he just didn't have the ability to make Lord come in person. At this moment, the Black Crow High Priest, Duke Gold, and the Battle Armor General were in vague agreement. Let's hope humanity holds out a little longer. Is this a disaster beast? In Tianyuan City, at the command center's conference room, images after images were projected, showing the figures of Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Lu Lu, and others. The atmosphere in the conference room was a bit tense, but not oppressive. Mu Yuan was seeing a disaster beast for the first time, but he had long been familiarized with many through the materials and video footage provided by the Pioneer Group. He was no stranger to disaster beasts. He knew their characteristics very clearly. Difficult to block, difficult to destroy, is that it? Let's test it out, whether your body is made of hardened steel, or if my swords are sharper. Mu Yuan looked around at everyone. Deadbone did not volunteer proactively, it had seen the strategic plans, and the appearance of the disaster beast was one of the many scenarios Lord had anticipated. This was not unexpected. It meant that everything was still within Lord's control. Steady. This indeed fell within the 108 emergencies Mr. Mu had envisioned, since he was all too aware of such a renowned weapon as a disaster beast, how could he not have taken precautions? And as it happened, he had some means on hand to counter the disaster beast. Begin with Tactic 13B. Yes, sir. 30 seconds had passed since the disaster beast emerged. On the road where the disaster beast advanced was one of Tianyuan City's already designated positions for sniping the monster tide. Qing Shuang and Han Shuang, the Lords of Frost, were leading a group of lords, Winter Woman, and others who were waiting in that place. Below their mountain, monsters had already surged past. The creatures could be seen farther in the distance, resembling an incoming tide. Even further away was the terrifying disaster beast, enshrouded in billowing hot mist. Wherever it passed, some of the creatures were engulfed in the mist and were ground to pieces. Lord has given the order to give this giant serpent a blast of wind. Ah geez, our first battle is too tough, QAQ. Stop whining and focus on the mission. Already on it. Fortress A energy injection is complete. Fortress B energy injection complete, C, D, array amplification is starting, Army Spirit Embryo Resonance. Large-scale magic, Cold Tide Funeral, go. Qing Shuang pointed into the distance, and the ice elemental power from the skies and earth converged upon 4 temporary snow country fortresses. In unison with the techniques used by the Winter Woman and the Lords of Frost, they created a vast flow of frosty white colder than a mountain snow avalanche. The white torrent roared down, effortlessly freezing the monsters at the foot of the mountain solid. The frozen creatures shattered to pieces in the icy wind. The chilling torrent continued forwards. Suddenly, a figure burst out from the frozen monsters, his domain scattering around him, filled with vast energy. This was a legendary realm being hiding within the monster tide. But even as a legendary being, he hastily flew to the sides of the cold tide, unwilling to linger or clash with this soul-penetrating chill. The cold tide paid no mind to this legendary being and continued its relentless advance. Continue reading at Empire. Qing Shuang and the others had no power to control this massive cold wave, being able to cast it was already their limit. The cold tide collided with the scorching mist, blasting open an even more billowy white fog. After a brief standoff, the cold tide overtook the vaporous mist in a relentless push, rapidly surging over and enveloping the disaster beast giant serpent's massive body. Within the swirling mist, the disaster beast giant serpent became a frozen sculpture. Giant serpent. Clouds billowed as the giant serpent, encased in ice, came to a halt. Qing Shuang, holding an object resembling a telescope, peered through the clouds. Seems like it's frozen solid, but, ugh, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Within the frost mist, the thick layers of ice covering the giant serpent cracked, and it began to move again, increasingly faster. As expected, Qing Shuang and the rest hurried down the mountain. The next moment, high in the sky, the firmament seemed to blaze red as it covered several miles around. An invisible, horrifying coercion swept across, clearing the clouds and revealing the giant serpent, still covered with a significant amount of frost. It's Tianyuan City's trump card, the Heavenly Fire Thunder Dragon. Tianyuan City really did have such a trump card up their sleeve. On the deck of the giant serpent, an elder from the Orakai clan narrowed his eyes. N/O/vel/b//n.c//om. The giant serpent stopped moving once more, its menacing mouth quickly closing, its enormous serpentine body lowering, coiling round and round. 9 thunder flame dragons, shimmering with scorching flames and the brilliance of thunderbolts, plummeted from the high heavens. The ground collapsed, forming mountains that rose up only to shatter in the endless light and heat. A vast cloud of smoke mushroomed skyward, with streaks of thunderous fire flickering as visible shockwaves expanded outward, repeatedly sweeping across the land. After a brief moment, as the smoke and fire gradually dissipated, the enormous body of the giant serpent began to emerge. The calamity beast giant serpent's scales were badly damaged, half of its body riddled with gashes as if it were a charred and electrocuted dead snake. For an ordinary creature, such injuries would indeed be severe, but this was a calamity beast. A calamity beast born for war, sowing disaster. In the blink of an eye, the dead skin on the calamity beast started to fall off, with scales regrowing one by one. The calamity beast gradually came back to life, its massive jaws opening slightly. Daylight streamed in. Lord Orikai's elder looked out at the view beyond and burst into loud laughter. "We are unscathed, this is the mighty weapon, Lord Orikai." The giant serpent began to move. Its defensive strength even astonished Mr. Mew. The name of the calamity beast is no exaggeration. The fall of the 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon was both a probe. Yuan needed more precise information on the calamity beast. And a stalling tactic. They had already delayed the calamity beast for a while. Now, arriving at the battlefield was Tianyuan City's top general, Duo Lai. Duo Lai flew into the area, where energy was still rampant and shockwaves had yet to subside. Its ever-changing badge transformed from wings into a staff, held in hand. To defeat the big boss and guard Tianyuan City, this general is duty-bound. It started with a basic A attack to test the waters. A scorching sun erupted within the mist, bombarding the calamity beast giant serpent. More terrible light and heat exploded, and the violent shockwaves burst forth. However, the calamity beast giant serpent merely flicked its head. Duo Lai's basic A, imbued with boundless energy comparable to the ultimate strike of an ordinary legend, couldn't even push the giant serpent back half a step. The giant serpent was just too massive. Its mere presence on the land meant a subtle alteration of the geology. Seeing no effect from the initial strike, Duo Lai was not discouraged. During that brief moment of the basic A, it had simultaneously maneuvered and placed a space-tearing seal into the surrounding environment. With Duo Lai at the center, 2 space fissures spread out like whips, rapidly extending to either side. The elder of the Orakai clan caught a glimpse of the 2 spatial fissures. A sudden apprehension sprang in his chest. "Don't panic, even if it's spatial fissures, they are merely stronger cutting forces. Such fissures are dangerous for us, but to the mighty weapon, the giant serpent, they still mean nothing." Rib. The elder felt as if he heard something tearing. Is it a hallucination? Rib. The weapon that was the giant serpent jolted suddenly, causing the distracted elder to stagger. Rib. The trembling of the weapon grew more intense. What's happening? Unseen by those within its mouth, Duo Lai had already flown to the giant serpent's critical spot. The two spatial fissure whips, now stretching hundreds of meters, whipped directly towards this vital location. The hard scales, which had withstood the nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon, were effortlessly torn apart like cloth. The spatial fissures continued forward, practically unimpeded. This was certainly not just the power of space. The cutting force brought about by the shattered space was terrifying. The slightest carelessness in the legendary realm could easily slice an entire body to pieces. But if it were only spatial power, it could cut, yet cutting would not come easily. Like hacking at pork with a blunt knife. Duo Lai's energy was immense, tens of times greater than beings of its level, but not enough to overpower a creature of the calamity beast's size. But the space torn open by General Duo Lai's space-tearing seal was not a common spatial rift, it also possessed the conceptual power of cracking and tearing. In the face of conceptual power, the calamity beast giant serpent was at most just a thicker entity. The sensation of tearing apart the disaster beast and tearing apart a goblin felt much the same. Read new chapters at Empire. The above was General Duo Lai's description. The enormous giant serpent was bisected by the space-tearing whip-like fissures as thin as threads, and its bisected body began to plummet with a thunderous crash. Its flesh writhed but could not recover an inch. This was a conceptual wound. It was not only its body that was cleaved in two, the entire disaster beast's operational and internal circulatory systems were also simultaneously severed and torn apart. Amidst the spreading gunpowder smoke and dust, the disaster beast struggled but could no longer rise. Several elders from the legendary realm of the Orokai clan crawled out of the serpent's mouth, and just as they took flight, they were met with General Duo Lai's fiercely shining eyes. Letting this general catch you all now. This time, I'll take the credit for the first victory. Space continued to crack. The crease spread like a large net, enveloping the four corners of the sky. As the disaster beast remained motionless in the dust for the first minute, the battle armor general, Duke Gold, and Black Crow High Priest clenched their fists. When the disaster beast remained motionless in the dust for several minutes, the battle armor general, Duke Gold, and Black Crow High Priest slightly relaxed. As the disaster beast remained motionless for over 10 minutes. When the disaster beast remained motionless for half an hour. The battle armor general and Duke Gold murmured, "Did Tianyuan City stop the disaster beast?" The Black Crow High Priest's eyes widened, as a sense of ill omen suddenly rose in his heart. Tianyuan City was powerful, but it seemed too powerful. It couldn't be this powerful, right? What's wrong with the great weapon, the giant serpent? Move, quickly start moving. Don't tell me the High Priest's curse has actually come true. Inside the Orokai clan, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Unable to contact the frontline elders, the High Priest of the Orokai wasn't quite sure what had happened. But he was very clear that the great weapon, the giant serpent, had stopped. Whether it was trapped or something else, this was very bad news. The giant serpent couldn't even get close to Tianyuan City. No, from its emergence to being stopped, to being immobilized, it only took 30 seconds. Was the giant serpent only imposing for 30 seconds? Could it be that this was a fake great weapon? The High Priest had no time to mourn the calamity weapon, the giant serpent. He had to bite the bullet and pray as he reported to Lord Orokai. At the same time, outside the Orokai clan's headquarters, a rolling black fog transformed into a carpet that blanketed the earth. The chill wind coming in gusts seemed like rows of soldiers guarding both sides. A figure clad in a black cloak approached from the edge of the sky atop the black fog. He held high the wailing death. The sounds of lamenting bells echoed throughout the land. A massive black gate opened behind the newcomer, adorned with mysterious patterns and hundreds of meters tall, with black mist continuously pouring out of it as if it led to nether hell. The synchronized footsteps came from the gate of the netherworld. Countless dead marched forth. Dead bone held up swords, upon which the land of the dead was projected. Bang! Like shattering glass, dead bone knocked open the gates of the Orokai clan. Behind them, the army of the dead swarmed in. Chapter 426. One-man army, Emperor's one sword. Over a month ago, Deadbone had led numerous Lords of Death remains, with the combined might of the territories of the dead, to smash open the gates of Fang of the Jackal Wolf, revealing the secret realm. But now, Deadbone was without any Lords of Death remains by his side. he merely summoned the projection of the land of the dead and easily flung open the gates of the Orokai clan. Space continually fractured, spreading out directly for tens of kilometers to both sides. Discover exclusive content at Empire. In the adjacent areas, large chunks of land crumbled, and structures rooted upon them, such as python statues and serpentine fang arrow towers, also crashed down, shattering. Further away, a segment of the Serpent River, teeming with countless pythons, collapsed. Numerous snakes were dumped into the gaping fissures of space. Soon, the cracked space began healing rapidly under the influence of the heaven and earth rules, leaving only the greatly widened, utterly shattered gates of the Orokai behind. Beyond the gates lay devastation and ruin, the land missing a vast swath as if it were gouged out. Countless undead beings surged like two black rivers from beside dead bone, crashing into the Overlord's main base wrapped in a faint red mist. The Orokai responded incredibly quickly. They had seen numerous legends fall in the previous wars, but their losses were ultimately not as colossal as those of Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Within their main base, 10 individuals of legendary realm remained seated. Even more legends close to the main base rushed back swiftly. During this time of war, the preheated serpentine war machinery also activated quickly. Boom! The ground suddenly swelled upward, a colossal serpent head burrowed out from the earth like a fish leaping from water, soaring high into the air. Upon reaching a height of over 100 meters, it plummeted towards the just entered undead tide, landing heavily upon them. Boom! Many of the undead were sent flying by the 100-meter-long war serpent, some scattering parts in mid-air and others crushed under the colossal serpent's body. The edge of war machinery displayed its full power in the great battle. In the distance, some serpentine statues' eyes glowed, shooting out light petrifying everything. Shrill hisses grew from distant to near. Elite monsters congregated behind legendary creatures flying in from afar. Beneath the red mist, the monsters roared, their crimson eyes filled with fury. They rolled forward like a maroon tide, tearing apart anything that dared challenge them. However, even the monster power, which reigned supreme in numbers, seemed not to match the scale of the black tide. Two massive waves clashed fiercely, and at the very front, countless undead and monsters were torn apart, their remains flung high into the air. The bloodthirsty monsters were indifferent, their crimson eyes unceasingly slashing with the weapons in their hands. The undead beings cared even less, even with missing limbs and cleaved by 18 blades, as long as the soul flame in their heads could still emit a hint of light, they would fight to the last moment. Most of these undead were mid to low tier, transformed in one great battle after another. But even if they were just mid to low tier undead, when a skeleton soldier, left with only one trembling arm, hoisted a rusty battle axe and struck it upon the white scales of the 100-meter-long serpent machinery, the battle axe cleaved through the scales, leaving a distinctly mottled trace. Within, threads of quiet annihilation seeped in. A wisp of annihilation might be negligible, but hundreds, thousands of wisps accumulated quickly led to the serpent machinery being covered in scars, uttering 2 cries before losing its life force. How did the machinery become lifeless? These undead don't have many strong ones among them, how could they quiet annihilate our highest level war machinery? The floating Orokai legend couldn't make sense of it. Under normal circumstances, with just skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors and ghouls no matter how 10-fold or 100-fold in number, they couldn't affect this level of war machinery unless these undead possessed a joint killing move. Obviously, these undead had none, simply charging and slashing in the most straightforward manner. Perhaps after hacking hundreds or thousands of times, one after another, the vast war machines were consecutively quiet annihilated. Does that make sense? The Orokai legend had no time to ponder before seeing a colossal frost giant dragon flying towards him, its mouth brewing a glimmering blue dragon breath. His face turned grim, high-ranking undead. His domain surged forward, and the vast power of heaven and earth gathered around him, forming into 200-meter-long brown pythons, coiling and dancing around his body. Pythons, dragon breath, frost clashed mid-air, scattering ripples that easily swept away or froze many of the undead and monsters. Suddenly, a sensation of death surged along his spine to the crown of his head. The Orokai legend jerked reflexively, commanding the 2 giant pythons to retreat for defense. But he was still too late. A ghastly light tore through his domain, striking him like a blade cleaving through waves, ripping his armor and sending darkness straight into his soul. The Orokai legend's consciousness blurred, and the 2 giant pythons could no longer hold together, crumbling from mid-air. The shadow behind him closed in, its claws tearing the void, blasting him onto the ground. The shadow took the form of a dragon, outlining claws, wings, and the head with horns, yet its specific appearance was unclear. This was a shadow dragon. Another high-ranking undead. Within the pit, the Orokai legend gazed at the azure sky. Unbeknownst to him, he was the last surviving Orokai legend in the vicinity. A figure walked up to him, a black cape fluttering. The consciousness of the Orokai legend lingered on this scene before extinguishing entirely. The battlefield was in chaos. Dead bones seemed to be enveloped in nothingness, neither the undead, monsters, energy, or anything else would fall upon this place. It pulled the bone spear from the legendary creature it had pierced. The Orokai legend, now devoid of life, gradually turned grey and black. Seconds later, it began convulsively trembling, then after a few breaths, it stood up and walked over to Dead Bone, dipping its head slightly. Dead Bone nodded faintly. It then raised a hand, and an immense cloud of black smoke billowed out, covering the surrounding land. In a moment, the corpses on the ground began to shake, congregated and reformed. One by one, undead stood up, returning to the fold. And from the corpses of monsters, countless new undead were born, joining the legion of the deceased. Your next chapter is on Empire. After the battle, the number of the undead army increased by thousands. And, the count of legends had risen by 6. By now, it was not long since the gate of the Orokai clan had been knocked open. Within the core territory of the Orokai, the high priest still knelt before the god statues, reverently addressing them. Suddenly, a piercing boom grew from distant to near. His brow furrowed. The sanctuary is supposed to be a place of peace. He also understood that if an enemy had the power to blast open the great doors, their strength was not weak and they would not be easily eradicated. In fact, he had already dispatched all but himself from among the legends. All kinds of weapons, secret weapons, had already been unlocked. Should the enemy dare to penetrate deeply into their Orokai territory, he would ensure they found no way back. What exactly is happening? A legendary realm elder who had returned in a panic, panting, his body visibly beginning to decay. It's an undead tide. So what if it's an undead tide? We of the Orokai have 9 elders, over 20 giant weapons, as well as snake forest, python river, petrified statues, and many other defensive weapons. What can an undead tide do to us? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The reporting elder of the legendary realm fell silent. A bad premonition suddenly blossomed in the high priest, who after a long silence, asked. Where are the other elders? I saw Elder Chi fall from the sky into the undead tide and he could not rise again. There are high-ranking undead in the tide. Shadow dragons, frost giant dragons, ghost dragons, and legendary realm vampires, abominations, skeletons, specters, too many to count. It's not that we're too weak, the enemy is just too fierce. The elder said, the undead tide is about to strike at our heartland. The high priest. So little time has passed. The high priest again asked, what about our snake forest? The elder, the undead tide surged into the snake forest, seeming endless. In no time, the entire forest went completely desolate, bursting apart. The high priest asked once more, and the Python River? The elder, the Python River has become a river of death, with only countless python corpses floating. The high priest still couldn't help asking, what about the Petri? Boom! An ear-splitting sound seemed to explode next to his ear. In the distance, majestic and ferocious bone dragons roared through the sky, scattering dragon breath that devoured everything. The sky and the earth, as far as the eye could see, was covered by a black tide. Black fog rolled in, seemingly ready to submerge even the red mist. At that moment, on the majestic, lifelike Orokai god statues, a pair of indifferent eyes slowly opened. The undead. The Orokai servant mused, weren't the undead exited the stage a long time ago? The lords of the present era could recruit some undead troop types, but they couldn't possibly trigger a real undead tide. He found it strange, but wasn't too concerned. Upon his descent, everything would be over. The Orokai servant had already made preparations for the descent. After the obliteration weapon Orokai's halberd was broken, he needed to take personal action to achieve his strategic goal. Once he descended, everything would naturally have nowhere to hide. It's just that this branch of the Orokai clan was too pathetic. Afterwards, he would have to find a new spokesperson. The Orokai servant thought to himself. From atop the statue, strands of terrifying aura began to spread, then swiftly rose, like a whirlwind sweeping through the entire Orikai's secret realm, even reaching beyond the shattered gates and spanning dozens of kilometers into the outside world. The earth trembled, and the sky seemed to collapse as it continued to press down. Between heaven and earth, the scattered and lively elemental particles also gradually quieted down. The servant of the fallen god. Deadbone gazed into the distance, where it could already see a vast shadow. It hadn't anticipated that this figure would be all too familiar. It had dealt with the Orikai servant 3 times. The first time was in the Snake Man tribe, the second time in the dungeon, the third time within the Tianyuan territory. It was also surprised by such fate. The true form of the fallen god's servant is very powerful, far surpassing the legendary earth realm. When the fallen god's servant descends in an ordinary tribe, depending on the materials used for the statues, the incarnated form is between the 2nd and 4th orders. Even if it's a perfect incarnation, it is at most at the 4th order limit, though its size far exceeds that of a normal 4 order. Deadbone recalled the information it had seen, beginning to ponder. But now, the force of the Orikai feels overwhelming, as if it truly traverses realms. This is clearly not a normal descent. In the regions adjacent to the Red Mist Land, the fallen god's servant also uses the form of a god soul descent, exerting at least 50% of the original's combat power. And such an incarnation of the fallen god's servant, even if faced by the Tai-Shen Alliance's Great War Zone commanders, would have to be serious and cautious. It had seen such news while following the City Lord Forum discussions. The renowned Tai-Shen strongman, Lord of Hanyu City, ventured into the Red Mist Land and struck a fallen god's servant in the eye. Even such a powerful figure had only managed to wound the servant's eye. With this in mind, Deadbone's expression turned solemn, as if facing a formidable enemy. The sweeping awe coming from afar brought back memories of when it first encountered the servant's descent in the Snake Man tribe. Indeed, it's terrifying enough to send shivers down one's spine. Deadbone gathered momentum. Above the surging undead tide, the black mist grew denser, and the rudimentary form of an army spirit appeared and rapidly solidified, completing itself. In the blink of an eye, a complete soul of the Skeleton Legion resonated among the present undead. At this time, commanders like Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, as well as the numerous Lords of Death Remains and Skeleton Generals, were not present. The only troop/hero present was Deadbone itself. But lo, it alone was an army, it alone was a nation. The Undead Legion possessed the Legion skill Tide of the Primordial, the trait Immortal Bone, as well as the Legion final skill Emperor's One Sword, which a complete Legion in reality could not have. Deadbone had already tried using the Emperor's One Sword. Facing a formidable enemy, it held nothing back. Legion final skills require continual build-up of momentum, but only when the momentum has built up to a certain extent can the transcendent resonance be performed. It murmured. But were final skills such inconvenient things? The soul of the Legion had just manifested, and the invisible momentum rose like a towering wave. At that moment, the Orikai servant arrived with utmost speed, crossing domains. The body of the Orikai, hundreds of meters long, stretched across this heaven and earth, slowly unfolding. Its form was sleek and elegant, achieving a harmonious fit with the heavens and earth in its own way, only, its eyes depicted a comical, one big and one small, disrupting its otherwise perfect poise. On second glance, it seemed less in accord with the heavens and earth. The Orikai servant didn't disperse its domain, but there was an oppressive force, more terrifying than any domain, rolling in. Countless undead not protected by the army spirit fell to the ground while charging forward, tumbling down, unable to rise again. The soul flames within their skulls had been extinguished. This was the might of a servant. Such an arrival is truly an arrival. It's not easy to come out, this time. I will surely hunt voraciously for some blood meals and deliver another painful blow to Tai-Shen, but the urgent matter at hand is. It turned its gaze towards Deadbone. It frowned slightly. This figure, this aura. It felt vaguely familiar. The Orikai servant quickly denied it, it had never interacted with powerful undead before. On the ground, the people of the Orikai clan were cheering, kneeling in worship. In the high sky, the majestic Orikai was roaming, and as it roamed, the 4 corners of the world became more tangible. The entire heaven and earth seemed to solidify, consolidating everything within it. It was also at this moment that Deadbone made its move with its sword. Emperor's One Sword, disregarding space, shattering space, imparting to the enemy the ultimate death with one sword. This sword also possessed conceptual abilities. In terms of quantity, it was much more than that of Wither King Bone. The concept of death. The Emperor's one sword was granted to only one target of death. This sword could only affect a single entity but was not limited to a person or an object, or some concepts. Wailing death struck down. The target it hit was not the distant Orokai but the conceptual link between the arriving Orokai and its true self. Cut. Invisible, silent, formless. The black sword fell as if nothing had happened. But the Orokai servant suddenly realized that the link between this divine soul incarnation and its true self had died. It should have been able to remain active in the outer world for several days until its allotted time ran out and the arriving body perished, at which point this fragment of the god soul would return to its true self. But now, the connection was dead. Its arriving body began to perish, its power flowing away as if a gate had been opened. What has happened? What has happened? The Orokai servant had no understanding of what a conceptual link was, nor what it meant for a concept to die. It roared and lunged forward. But its form dissipated midair, scattering across the world like countless willow catkins. A shining god soul fragment emerged, attempting to escape into space to return to its true self. But suddenly, it could no longer find the coordinates to return to, the connection completely severed. The glittering fragment spun helplessly in mid-air until it was obliterated by Dead Bone's powerful 9 consecutive slashes. Above the undead tide, the soul of the Legion had already shattered. The undead continued to charge forward, engulfing the Orokai clan's heartland. Above the tide, Dead Bone still gazed at where the Orokai servant had perished, using various methods to scan the surrounding territory dozens of times, until now, when it finally heaved a sigh of relief. It had exhausted all its strength and finally repelled the formidable foe. It pondered. With the great force of Emperor's one sword, it was not impossible to slay the Orokai servant in one stroke, bestowing death upon it. Dead Bone was 90% confident. But 90% was still too little, and it didn't understand enough about the servant. It couldn't take the risk, it had to choose a 100% secure approach. And the linking concept of the Orokai servant that had just arrived was somewhat clear in Dead Bone's eyes. Your journey continues with Empire. It couldn't help but go for it, it wouldn't be right otherwise. Chapter 427. Unifying the Island Domain of Yuan City. Yuan City. The fog lifted, and the day outside the city was still calm and peaceful. It had been several days since Dead Bone repelled the Orokai servants and prematurely ended the war. After the fall of the fang of the Jackal Wolf, the entire Overlord's core servant god statues were also purified by Dead Bone after the war. However, aside from Orokai's clan, Blood Snake and Case and Black Crow clan saw the situation becoming grim and fled into the wilderness. Dead Bone rushed towards the Black Crow clan. Duo Lai, leading several division generals, flew towards Blood Snake and Case. By the time they blasted open the Secret Realms gate and crossed the multiple defensive lines within the Overlord's main base, they discovered there was no longer a legendary realm inside, just a group of elite monsters still stationed there, wondering where their legendary boss had gone when Duo Lai arrived. These monsters actually flee without notice, leaving is fine, but they also destroyed the inside's god statues and blood pond. I really must remember this grudge. By Duo Lai. Perhaps the enemy retained a glimmer of hope or intended to save the secret realm to buy time, but the monster legends didn't completely destroy the entire secret realm. Apart from the devastated core of filth, the base was also left with some secondary blood ponds or ordinary servant statues. Duo Lai and the others purified them one by one. After that, they exterminated the monsters that should be exterminated and scavenged the spoils of war that should be scavenged. This post-war plundering was even more thorough than that of the fang of the Jackal Wolf. They had ample time and didn't have to worry about a monster overlord launching a surprise attack. Important areas like Yuan City, Wolf Head Mountain Fortress, and the third mining outpost no longer had to be concerned about the fleeing monster legends launching a counterattack. Lord Shepherd himself was stationed there. Ilo also patrolled back and forth in the Mage Tower, and if the monster legends tried to return, Mu Yuan would be even more eager for it. There are still about a dozen monster legends that have fled into the wilderness. If these legends are hell-bent on assassination or sneak attacks, they will be troublesome for our mining outposts, exploring teams, and transport convoys outside Yuan City. It was just a moderate inconvenience at best. He couldn't annihilate the monster overlord's forces, but the overlord would still launch attacks time and again. Now, without their main base and the core of filth, the Orokai and Blood Snake clans no longer had the right to be called regional overlords, nor the ability to use calamity beasts and servant incarnations with such extraordinary methods. No need to worry in the short term. In the long term, Tianyuan City was still improving, with new legends emerging at any moment. In a while, the remnants of these two forces wouldn't even count as trouble. After annihilating Fang of the Jackal Wolf, slaying the Blood Tree King, and eradicating Orikai's and Black Crow's clans, the Blood Snake also fled in a crushing defeat. Having been in Eternal World for over a year, my Tianyuan territory has finally somewhat found a stable foothold. The situation is settled. The situation is settled. Since the defeat of the Calamity Beasts, the monster overlord has not been able to launch an effective attack, said Lord Tianyuan. Indeed, if the Calamity Beasts have perished in mid-journey, how could the monster overlord dare to continue the assault? The battle armor general sighed endlessly. He had pondered that Lord Tianyuan had the means to tackle the Calamity Beasts. The foremost lord of the new generation, how could he be merely a name without substance? In the past, there were also illustrious lords in new generations, but their reputation was mostly built up by group efforts behind them. These lords, certainly they too were quite excellent but not excellent enough, and sometimes, if they encountered some accident or disaster, they would not recover or even perish. The name of Tianyuan was not forged through reputation building or outsiders' praise, it was earned through actual combat. As a general of the Logistics Development Department, having come from a top territory, the battle armor general certainly knew many of Tianyuan's military achievements that ordinary professionals and lords did not know. Sweeping through the Dragon Court dispute, eclipsing the 6 new stars. Eradicating the nest of filth through the Red Fog disaster moon. Glorious victory in the border territories. Surviving with stability through the fusion change. Especially during the fusion change, the calamities that Tianyuan territory faced could be described as a catastrophe. Any other lord, not to mention a new generation lord, but even the most outstanding in a few generations of lords might not have been able to persevere. The slightest mistake would have led to destruction. After Langxing merged into the Eternal World, the possible retreat of lords back to Langxing during a disaster no longer existed. Tianyuan territory survived. It lived not only under the watch of the overlord power but also continued to develop rapidly. This alone proved that the name of Tianyuan was not fraudulent in the slightest. If the Tianyuan territory had more public victories, their reputation in the ordinary world would be far greater than it is now. Although I suspected that Lord Tianyuan had the capability to deal with calamity beasts, I never imagined it would be so easy, or rather, so direct, he said. The massive, terrifying calamity beasts didn't even reach Tianyuan City before collapsing midway. Calamity beasts. Can Tianyuan City even obliterate calamity beasts? Atop the mountain peak. Read latest chapters at Empire. Duke Gold had no time to feel fear or shudder before he saw the calamity beast giant serpent collapse thunderously amidst the dust in the distance. It was as if this wasn't a calamity beast at all, but an ant that could be easily crushed to death. Tai Xian, the lord of Tianyuan City. Who on earth was he? The overlord power has retreated, Tianyuan City has suppressed this domain's monster power. From now on, we probably don't have to worry about the invasion of monster overlords from other domains into the western coasts of our Shenluo domain, but Tianyuan City was too powerful. Who would want an exceedingly powerful neighbor? No matter what, Tianyuan City still has to deal with the domain's overlord, and the impact on our western coast of Shenluo domain won't be too big. The Duke contemplated in secret. Now he dared not seek any benefits from Lord Tianyuan's hands. Even in normal trade, he had to give a small concession. After all, Tianyuan City was a powerful nation, wasn't it? But such a strong territory only has a small city and a rudimentary stronghold on the surface. This Lord Tianyuan is really good at playing the pig to eat the tiger, the Duke mused. Could he be fishing? If it weren't for the monster overlord's attack, I might have really been hooked, he added, a hint of fear in his voice. Luckily, Lord Tianyuan was so cunning. Tianyuan City's looting of the 3 overlords' main bases continued for a full 3 days and 2 nights. Duo Lai traveled to 3 places, relying on the virtually infinite dimensional pocket within its belly, to strip the overlord's secret realm of all its battle loot, even going so far as to dig 3 feet into the ground to dismantle and carry away the slightly higher quality walls and floors of the buildings. Only by doing so could it somewhat mend its own wounded soul, having failed to purify the nexus of corruption. Duo Lai was happy, but it was hard on Ilo, who was in charge of valuing the loot. It took her a whole 2.5 hours just to appraise this pile of battle loot, which contained a large amount of miscellaneous items. The total value is roughly over 40,000 soul crystals. However, among them, There are only a little more than 3,000 real soul crystals, the rest are remnant souls, materials, tools, and equipment, she reported. This valuation only includes common items and rare-level materials, but does not take into account high-value items like rare-level remnant souls and certain blueprints, she clarified. The most valuable among the spoils were the remnant souls dropped by elite monsters and the equipment stripped from their bodies. A single monster overlord's main base provided a gift of nearly 10,000 soul crystals in value. The monster waves provided a gift worth over 10,000 soul crystals. Compared to the previous major battles, the biggest difference in this one was Yuan City didn't suffer major losses. This 40,000 in regular income was almost pure profit. However, this income of over 40,000 soul crystals is based on market prices. In reality, to liquidate all these spoils, caravans would have to make countless trips, and the value would shrink somewhat, she noted. Discover stories at Empire. But the profits were far from just these. Yuan opened his panel and scrolled back to previous notification records. Notice, your hero Duolai has purified a nexus of corruption. Notice, your hero Deadbone has purified a nexus of corruption. Notice. You've obtained. Yuan filtered the notifications, skipping over the rare-level purification gifts, looking only at the ones emitting a blue glow. There were a total of 8 items. Remnant Soul Snake Man Leader, Excellence 1 star. Remnant Soul Black Dragon Iron Guard, Excellence 3 star. Treasure Night Pearl, can enhance the bearer's abilities in the dark. Treasure Petrifying Eyes, wearing it, the wearer's eyes can emit rays that petrify everything. The petrification rays have a cooldown of 8 hours. Miracle Blueprints Energy Well. Miracle Blueprints Advanced Sentinel Tower. Treasured Tree Ice Clear Fruit Tree. A&D. Treasure Soul of the Deceased War Flag, Epic. Description, a flag that can gather undead units and absorb the breath of death from the world. When a strong being holds the soul of the deceased war flag, the probability of owning undead revival type and conversion type abilities increases significantly. This epic treasure was the reward for Deadbone purifying the root foundation of the Orikai's god statues. It was also particularly suitable for General Deadbone's use. Its first ability could gather a large number of undead, allowing the undead units within it to self-recover. It was akin to a secret realm class treasure exclusive to undead. Deadbone himself could open the gate of the netherworld and summon his direct lineage undead from Wraith Sacred Mountain. But undead not native to Wraith Sacred Mountain couldn't be summoned or dismissed at will by Deadbone, such was the nature of the Wraith Sacred Mountain. Before the evolution of the Holy Mountain, only the native undead could live there for extended periods. Undead converted from the necrotic plague breath, however, could not. The second ability's probability increase was a perfect fit for Deadbone. To ignite an undead wave, to accumulate billions upon billions in number, relying solely on Deadbone was impossible, it had to be done through an army of the dead that grew like a snowball rolling down a hill. This epic item was naturally for Deadbone's use. Finding a suitable treasure for Deadbone had not been easy. Duolai wears the crown of sovereignty, Deadbone holds the soul of the deceased war flag, and I carry the pure white feather, we all have epic treasures, he reflected. But the distance to equipping each division general with an epic treasure is still long and arduous, he admitted. Yuan wasn't in a hurry, though n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. When his division generals stepped into the Third Order, Tianyuan territory lacked excellence equipment. Now that they were missing epic treasures, he was used to it. His house was simply poor. Yet, within the legendary realm, those able to own epic treasures were few and far between. Not having one was the norm. The Taixuan Covenant platform displayed one epic treasure after another for exchange, nearly all at astronomical prices, tempting yet untouchable. After the battle, Yuan personally went to the third mining site to comfort the various races and forces, which had suffered no small amount of damage. He had been worried that small races like the cat people might get discouraged and quit, but he found the atmosphere at the third mining site far from bleak. We defeated the monsters. Did you see that? Dad. Mom. In this battle, we fought alongside Tianyuan City, indiscriminately slaughtering the monsters, proving they're not invincible. We can survive in the Eternal Continent, our descendants will live better lives, fallen comrades, you can rest in peace, they proclaimed. Among the races, sacrifice was by no means a rare occurrence. Cat people and multi-armed, such small forces, were inherently unable to be self-sufficient and had to risk exploring the outside world periodically. Often, a familiar face would not return from such expeditions. Even the Feet Herman force, which had isolated itself for decades, included many old feathermen who had experienced the brutal war decades ago. At that time, even at their peak, the feathermen had no power to strike back against the overlords. The gap in strength was so vast, it led to despair. The older generation of feathermen had been frightened. But now, the old feathermen suddenly realized that the monster overlords were not invincible. In fact, in front of the more powerful human forces of Tianyuan City, the overlord monsters seemed unable to withstand a single blow. We will expand, turn the wastelands into fertile grounds, eliminate all monsters without leaving a single one behind, and expel all the filth. I hope to open up a world where we are untroubled by the disaster of red mist, where we don't worry about when monsters will attack, where we can live carefree. Mu Yuan said with conviction. These words were not just for the feathermen or the cat people, but also for himself. The Eternal Continent had never been peaceful. Even a large nation like the Tai-Shan Alliance suffered from the blight of red mist. Every few decades or centuries, there would be major cataclysms that could wipe out tens of hundreds of thousands of territories, and even large nations could not ensure their survival. In ancient times, the Bright Empire, which spanned countless great domains and had billions of powerful beings, also collapsed in a great disaster. It was as if it was natural for the Eternal Continent to be plagued by disasters. This was a natural calamity. It was a set rule. But why couldn't it be broken? Cough cough, this dream is rather distant, as currently, Tianyuan City is still just a small fry compared to the entire Eternal Continent. But looking at the 10 Directions Island domain before us, Tianyuan City is indeed the sole and rightful overlord, the only overlord. They may well be called the lord of the great domain. An island domain is still a domain. The great enemy has been defeated, and now, it's our time to expand our territories. After a brief silence, the army of Tianyuan City set out once again, surging towards the remaining monster tribes in the northern border. After annihilating the monster tribes, the legions transformed into exploratory teams. Inch by inch they explored and measured the land of the 10 Directions Island domain. The legendary monsters seemed to vanish, as no matter how he searched or tried to lure them, there was no sign of them. But the exploratory teams did uncover some miracle buildings and special precincts. In the north, atop a mountain perpetually blanketed with snow, ice blue human-like beings frolicked, guarding a cold pool at the center. This was the recruitment building Ice Spirit Cold Pool. And it was permanent. You have occupied the wild miracle building Ice Spirit Cold Pool, and can recruit ice spirits every week. In the Orokai territories, a human-sized god statue was buried in dense grass, unremarkable. Hint, you have discovered the special building Fertility Statue, a first-level sculpture of the goddess in charge of the earth and fertility. Occupying this god statue will grant the territory a bonus of crop growth speed plus 100%. Continue your adventure at Empire. In a certain place, an ancient temple sat between the mountains. The exploratory team defeated the occupying monster tribe and unearthed the temple. Alert, you have discovered a special structure Blessing Temple, experience. In a certain place, ancient temples stood on the wilderness, but their glow was dim. When the exploratory team arrived, a group of wild monsters was bombarding and slashing at the temple. The exploratory team swiftly eliminated the surrounding monsters, leaving behind a squad to guard and notify the nearby lords. Alert, you have discovered a special structure Spell Hall, damaged, and you can spend soul crystals to slowly repair this building. The vast great blood tree forest had gradually lost its blood red color, and this eerie forest was slowly returning to normal. The exploratory team, within this forest, also discovered an odd and extraordinary precinct. The precinct was not large, covering an area of about 10 square kilometers. Here, without any external interference, plants grew at a visible speed. In just a few hours, they went through the entire process of germination, growth, flowering, fruiting, and withering. Among them, there were several rare level and excellence level medicinal herbs. Duo Lai recognized them. To not miss out on the treasures in the wild, it had gone through the headache-inducing materials and herb manuals, memorizing every single word. This is dragon soul grass, this is celestial fragrance fruit, this is bone erosion flower. With wide eyes, it clumsily but mostly correctly transplanted a dragon soul grass that was growing to its ripe state. But as soon as Duo Lai took the dragon soul grass out of that area, the treasured herb in its hand withered rapidly and didn't even leave behind any residue. Wait, hold on, why is this happening? Mu Yuan also arrived at this place, standing outside and looking in. After pondering for a moment, he said, "This might not be a complete medicinal herb. These herbs, or rather everything in this precinct, are part of this land. They cannot exist outside of it, not even picking a single fruit is possible. So, what use is this precinct? It appeared so special and mystical, there had to be a reason for its existence." Mu Yuan gazed at the precinct, gradually immersing himself in it. The growth and withering of each plant inside it carried the profound principles of nature. Suddenly, ding! Alert! Your troop type Tree Demon Granny has gained insights from observing the withering flourishing precinct, and the power of the Tree Demon Granny's growth-related skills has increased. Alert! The power of the Tree Demon Granny's withering-related skills has increased, and it has awakened the advanced skill Vitality Absorption. Alert! Tree Demon Granny, upon observing the withering flourishing precinct, has improved its epic skill I Am the Forest. Everything that perishes within the range of the forest will become a source of vitality for the trees to grow. It can also wither certain trees, transferring and concentrating their vitality. This place, indeed, was a treasure land. Lord Shepherd also awakened a few minor skills. The withering flourishing precinct is a world unto itself, subtly aligning with the natural evolution of nature, and the land holds a very high standard. Usually, it might take someone in the legendary skill realm to truly comprehend its mysteries. Legendary realm? Even for the Tree Demon Granny, it was nothing more than a glimpse at the surface. After unifying the island domain, the exploratory team's territory was still not widely explored. They had to be cautious of monster legendaries and adopt a steady strategy for exploration. Even so, they had reaped substantial rewards in just a few days. The Eternal Continent was indeed filled with treasures. As Tianyuan City feasted, the other powers could also drink their fill of the broth. Everyone had a bright future ahead. With 10 directions island domain facing no major crises now, next, I should get ready to move towards the Great War Zone. Chapter 428. Tianyuan Great Force, or Vain Relocation. The dawn light outside the window was faint, and Lord Shepherd awoke in his own bedroom. Pulling back the curtains, he greeted a bright new day. These days, the quality of sleep has really been good. No longer do I have to worry about being jolted awake by an alarm while resting with my eyes closed. There were still dangers lurking in the wilderness. The remnants of the Orokai clan might cause trouble at any moment, but compared to the early days when Tianyuan City had no one in the legendary realm to stand guard, where they could only hide tremulously from the monster overlord, fearing that the city would be breached the moment they closed their eyes, now it was dozens of times more secure. Mu Yuan stretched out his hand, and particles of water elements from nature converged in front of him, forming a clear sphere of water suspended in mid-air. He plunged half his face into the sphere of water, then snapped his fingers lightly, and the whole sphere began to buzz and swirl as if it were a washing machine. Instantly, he was clean and refreshed, with not a trace of sleepiness left. A flick of Mu Yuan's fingers caused the sphere to retract and then shoot forward, whooshing into the washroom in the distance. He dried his face with wind and fire, then reached out to summon over the hanging dove white robe. Mu Yuan spread his arms wide, spun around twice in mid-air, and when he landed, he had donned his daily excellence grade robe. This was battle gear. Indeed, it had only been a few peaceful days. Otherwise, he would have been resting in his clothes, and the number of times he had come back to his bedroom for rest over the past few months were few and far between. I really am diligent. My achievements today are all thanks to my own hard work. Mu Yuan stepped out of the bedroom. This area behind the city lord's mansion was for rest, living, and entertainment, quiet and serene. The front half contained the offices. Between the front and back sections, an enchantment of silence was supposed to be erected, to ensure the living area was undisturbed. Mu Yuan didn't activate it. He was worried about missing some noise during his rest, which could lead to oversights. He walked along the well-lit corridor towards the front, and then down to the first floor was the dining hall of the city lord's mansion. The domestic maids had already served breakfast. They were dressed in traditional black and white dresses, but the hem of the skirts faintly shimmered with a metallic luster, edged with extendable blades. Mu Yuan remembered clearly that the back of this maid outfit could pull out a combined scythe, and it was also concealed with at least 2 or 3 short daggers. After all, he had personally reviewed the design and approval of this gear. Armed Maid Battle Uniform. In the Eternal Continent, there indeed existed a troop type called Armed Maid, rated as a rare 2-star. ILO had referenced that troop's standard gear and, building on that, designed an enhanced version. Suddenly, a mental transmission came through. Mu Yuan connected. The assistant, Emily, on the other end said, "You have new documents, please process them in a timely manner. There are a total of 39. Ah! Isn't it just after 4 o'clock? But since the documents ready for review had already been brought over, this only meant that his own assistant had started even earlier, toiling by lamplight. Fine. Mu Yuan glanced at the dining table, grabbed a few dragonfish crystal dumplings, picked up a plate of honey sauce phoenix claws and a box of fairy lotus pastries, and started eating as he walked toward the front area of the city lord's mansion. With a nutritious meal consumed, Mu Yuan naturally operated his mystery skill to absorb the nourishment. By the time he arrived at his office, he was almost fully digested. With morning cultivation finished, next was the grueling work time. Mu Yuan loaded the ILO template, and with a series of bangs, materialized 3 starlight avatars, each taking their place, and started processing the dizzying pile of documents with swift motions. "Lord, there's a matter of some importance here." Emily came over and said, "Lady ILO has tallied the currently discovered resource sites and has ultimately marked these 3 sites as the first batch for transfer. They are 1 small soul sand mine, 1 small grove of 6 color elemental fruits, and 1 beginner-level breakthrough material minefield. Discover more content at Empire." The Reconnaissance Corps discovered a medium-sized soul sand vein within a large tribe under Orikai's rule. Half of its reserves still intact. However, Lady ILO judged that Tianyuan City is not yet capable of transferring a medium-sized soul sand mine, so it was set aside for now. Mu Yuan nodded slightly. He had naturally discussed this matter with ILO, Deadbone, and others earlier. He had asked ILO to see if she could come up with a viable plan. Now it seemed there was no issue. Mine transfer refers to the method of using great power to transfer mines, relocating them within one's own territory. This method is not too uncommon, many lords have used it. Referring to hiring others for the transfer. The benefits of relocating mines close to their own cities are obvious. But as easy as it may sound, it's naturally not that simple. The basic requirement is possessing the power of heaven and earth characteristic of the legendary realm, and on top of that, at least 3 or 4 legends must act together, along with corresponding plans and equipment. Such conditions are insurmountable for most lords. Their domains couldn't even nurture a single person in the legendary realm, where would they get a team of legends to wield great power? But this was not a problem. Within the Taishan Alliance, many large groups provided such mine transfer services to the outside world. If a lord lacks financial resources and is unable to afford the expensive service fees, that too is not a problem, as large groups compassionately offer loan services or financing services, with the cost offset by a portion of the mine's share. How utterly considerate, he. Mu Yuan had already sent people to the secret realm to collect the current advertisements from various groups. Since many large groups offered this service, it didn't require spending alliance contribution points and could be paid for with ordinary money. Still, it was really not cheap. Red Lotus Group, a reputable large group with 60 years of history. Trusted credibility, starting at 12,000 soul crystal coins for a single migration service, including 4 legendary realm experts proficient in business, 1 superior earth vein migration secret method, 1 superior earth vein stability formation, and 3 superior materials, plus several rare and ordinary level auxiliary materials. Juxuan Group, XXX, starting at 12,000 soul crystal coins for a single migration service, including White Shark Group. White Shark Group sincerely serves lords of various domains with first-class credibility and reliable service. Starting at 10,000 soul crystal coins for a single migration service, including 4 legendary realm experts of over 2 kilometers, 1 superior level Great River/Heavenly Water/Giant Shark Earth Vein Migration Secret Method, 1 superior level Earth Vein Stability Formation, optional, and materials. Myanyan Group has operations in many areas and possesses a wealth of earth vein migration methods with first-class service. Order now and enjoy a 10% discount, with a single migration service starting at just 9,000 soul crystal coins, including Whitestone Group, Juhua Group. After browsing, Mu Yuan found that prices ranged from 8,800 to 12,000. The starting price here depended on the specific specifications of the vein. Typically, the cost of migrating a small soul sand mine was the starting price. But migrating a medium soul sand mine, or targeted services for resources like the elemental fruit forest, would require a higher price. Additionally, it depended on the specific location and distance. The industry standard seems to be that if the distance between the resource land and the domain exceeds 1,000 kilometers, an additional charge is required. Moreover, some groups' services aren't so widespread, limited to just one or two great domains, while others' operations span the entire Taixuan. Red Lotus Group and Juxuan Group are among the largest groups in Taixuan. Their operations cover the alliance and even extend to many countries and regions. Their migration service fees are also the highest. White Shark Group is a newer and somewhat smaller major group, so their service fees are significantly less expensive. They're engaging in a price war. However, Red Lotus and Juxuan groups are expensive for a reason. Firstly, their credibility is solid. Secondly, they own multiple earth vein migration secret methods and various types of stability formations suitable for all kinds of environments. The legendary realm experts they dispatch are also stronger, and thus, the migration of a resource land is more secure. If a migration team's methods are limited and their auxiliary items are not suitable, the migration process may cause irreversible damage to the resource land, significantly lowering its output. White Shark Group's expertise might be more ordinary, and as for Yuan Group, which is even cheaper than White Shark. Yuan had heard that some groups set traps in contracts to swindle those lords who lacked the sophistication and the means to make a fuss, ultimately taking over their veins through various schemes. There had been frequent instances of lords' territories being undermined or taken over, let alone a mere vein. Being penny wise and pound foolish was not wise. All things considered, the cost of migrating a resource land starts over 10,000 soul crystals. Of course, a small soul sand mine, when fully mined, can yield tens of thousands of soul crystals. Even after deducting the manpower and resources for extraction, the migration of the vein is still worth it. This was the case for ordinary domains. Find more to read at Empire. For Tianyuan City, there was absolutely no need to migrate the several rich resource lands they previously occupied. Nov. L. B/JNN. These areas were not far from Tianyuan City. They had been able to defend them before, and even more so now. What he wanted to migrate were the mines and treasure forests located within the territories of the Northern Black Crow clan and Orokai clan. These resource lands were too far away, they were difficult to defend, and mining and transportation were also challenging. Migrating more resource lands might even improve the surrounding environment of Tianyuan City. Hiring people is out of the question. Tianyuan City is located in the 10 Directions Island domain, and the migration distance is tens of thousands of kilometers. Wouldn't this migration cost 2 or 3 tens of thousands of soul crystals? Besides, the distance might be too great for any group to accept the task. Moreover, Tianyuan City has plenty of legendary realm powerhouses. There's no need to let outsiders earn this money. Thinking this, Yuan had Daisy, who was still in Panchi City, place an order with the local Juxuan group representative and purchased 9 Mysteries Earth Vein Migration Secret Method, including 6 spell imprint stone tablets. 2 sets of 9 Mysteries Great Formations, 1 set of Azure Wood Great Formation, each containing 36 one-time foundation stones. A total of 3 sets of various auxiliary materials. Altogether, it cost more than 18,000 plus soul crystals. Expensive, truly expensive. The most costly part of the migration service should be the fee for the legendary experts, yet removing the legendary service still costs so much. And this is with a discount. The Juxuan group had their reasons. What they sold was a secret method, it was knowledge. There were many earth vein migration secret methods available for purchase within the Taixuan Alliance, but the 9 Mysteries earth vein transference skills were top tier, suitable for many types of resource lands, making them a high-value proposition. The soul crystals and other items of equivalent value carried by Daisy's caravan totaled far less than 18,000 soul crystals. Yuan had intended to send some through the secret realm, but the Juxuan group representative stated that it would be fine to make up the balance during the next visit. For other lords, we naturally operate on a cash and carry basis, but your lordship is the well-reputed Tianyuan. Our group naturally trusts Tianyuan. Yuan suddenly felt that the 18,000 was well spent. A week later, Daisy led the caravan back to Tianyuan City, bringing back the complete set of mining vein relocation as well as many materials scarce in the territory. Yuan was the first to pick up the tome of the mystery skill for earth vein relocation and examined it. He meticulously went through it to ensure he had fully memorized and understood it. But this alone was not enough. He only understood the mystery skill in theory, but did not possess the skill required for it. Mu Yuan then picked up the spell engraving steels sealed within boxes. Each of these steels was individually packaged, and upon touching them, he felt the power of the enchantments they contained. There was also an attached note. After opening, please use the steel promptly. The method of use is to infuse spiritual power for comprehension. If not used within 3 days after opening, the power of the steel will dissipate, leading to failure in awakening skills, for which the Juxuan group assumes no responsibility. Remark: the skill awakening rate for the spell engraving steel at the legendary realm is 53%. If multiple steels are used consecutively without awakening a skill, the Juxuan group also assumes no responsibility. Mu Yuan had received a skill steel before. Skill steels aid in awakening a certain skill, and they can be used permanently. Although the spell engraving steels do not compare, being single-use items, they have one advantage: they are somewhat easier to comprehend. Mu Yuan picked up an engraving steel. Engraved upon it was a symbol, profound and inscrutable. At first glance, it looked like a 9, at second, a lot, and on the third glance, the character became completely unrecognizable, increasingly arcane and abstruse. He infused his spiritual power into it, resonating with the incredible force contained within. Immediately. I have comprehended, this Lord has comprehended. Alert, you have comprehended the spell steel, awakening the advanced skill 9 Mysteries Earth Vein Transference skill. He opened his eyes. In front of him, the magical power contained within the steel faded rapidly from the mysterious symbols until they vanished. Soon what he held in his hands was just an ordinary blank steel. Ilo, Deadbone, and Duolai also each picked up a steel to use. A certain general did not disappoint, awakening a skill on the first try. Mu Yuan looked at Deadbone. Without a word, Deadbone understood what he was asking. No problem, the engraving of the spell requires specific materials as well as cultivation of a certain spell to great perfection. Bone can do it, give Bone 3 days time. Cough cough. Mu Yuan said, there's no need to rush it. He then looked at Ilo. Having cooperated for a long time, Ilo intuitively understood, no problem, with the 9 mysteries mystery skill and our current team's combat power, it's sufficient to relocate an ordinary resource site. However, limited by our experience, our relocation process might not be perfect, and some loss is inevitable. I suggest we start with relocating a small-scale soul sand mine, and if the trial goes well, then we move on to the 6-color fruit grove. Mu Yuan understood. It was a test run. The soul sand mines were not particularly rare. In the 10 Directions Island domain, more than 20 micro and small-scale soul sand mines had been discovered. Even if one were to be ruined in the process, it wouldn't matter much. The 6-color fruit grove, on the other hand, was much rarer. The fruits produced there could enhance the eater's affinity for a specific series of elements. It indeed was a fairly valuable treasure. The next day, in the north domain of the 10 Directions Island domain, Duolai, Ilo, Mu Yuan, and Deadbone, Lu Lu, along with several others from the legendary realm, were all present. The incarnation of Tree Demon Granny had also arrived. This time, we focus on practice while staying alert to any possible attacks from the remnants of the monster overlord. If the enemy attacks, then eliminating the enemy becomes our top priority. For this reason, Yuda, Sophia, Rakshasa, and Lian Yu, several inconspicuous yet potent 4th-order strongmen, also arrived at the scene. Duolai was the main force behind the relocation. General Duo, wearing the epic treasure crown of sovereignty, with the amplification from this relic, casually grasped and easily controlled the elements of heaven and earth within tens of thousands of miles, enclosing the small-scale soul sand mine firmly within his grasp. This way, Duolai alone possessed the great force needed to move the mining vein, and one person being in charge meant less damage to the mining vein compared to a group working together, theoretically a better solution, if one person could handle the energy expenditure. Ilo split into 13 forms, quickly arranging the stabilizing formation and auxiliary materials. After a short while, we can start now. Duolai was serious as he began to lift his hands in a gesture of support. His body was like a furnace, voraciously consuming the rolling energy of heaven and earth. Rise! Boom! The ground trembled, and gravel from the mountain that housed the vein cascaded down. Soon, alarming cracks spidered across the mountain. Immediately afterwards, the entire mountain crumbled with a thunderous collapse. Amid the shattered peaks, a vein bound by spells, mystery skills, and the power of heaven and earth shone lightly, slowly rising upwards. The vein seemed to alternate between tangible and intangible states as it steadily separated from the land. As it ascended, its glow flickered uncertainly. It looked as though it could collapse or be damaged at any moment. Lu and Ilo stepped forward one after another to provide assistance from the side, but this only stabilized the vein slightly. Nonetheless, loss was difficult to avoid. At that moment, buzz! Deadbone made a move. A vast expanse of mountains, piled with white bones, spanned the sky above as if suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths, simultaneously subduing the unstable vein. Half an hour later, with assistance from various sources, Duo Lai finally extracted the vein. This mystery skill and spell array are very profound. They don't involve concepts directly, yet they ingeniously imprison the very concept of the vein itself in order to preserve the integrity of the vein. Deadbone mused. If his power was sufficient, could he directly extract the concept of the vein and move it in a few breaths? He believed it was feasible, but his own power was lacking, he was still too weak. After extracting the vein, the following work should have been much simpler. Yuan originally thought so. The operation manual said as much. However, this small soul sand mine was just too far from Tianyuan city. When they had traversed 3,000 miles, both Lu and Ilo had already expended more than half their energy. During this, Duo Lai bore the brunt of the pressure. Fortunately, Duo Lai not only had an energy reserve tens of times greater than his peers, but his recovery rate was unmatched in the legendary realm. He claimed he wasn't even out of breath. But while he could hold on, the spell array that confined and stabilized the vein was faltering. The radiance from the vein grew dimmer and was almost certain not to last until Tianyuan city. Deadbone intervened once again. The journey to the site had taken them most of the day, but the return trip took a full 2 days and nights. By the time they reached the boundary of Tianyuan city, even Duo Lai admitted he was nearly at his limit. Boom! 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 Duo Lai, who was supporting the vein, seemed like a giant standing between heaven and earth, shaking the very world with his stride. What is that? Stay tuned with Empire. A feat Herman Nation's strongman visiting Tianyuan city gaped, such a display of great force. A gemstone duchy legend, having just arrived at Tianyuan city, contemplated from afar, is that the migration of a vein? Could the few figures carrying the vein be legends from Tianyuan city? I must take note of these legendary beings of Tianyuan city. The rumors say there are 3, but it seems there are far more. Duke Gold was still lingering in Tianyuan city. He glanced at the distant legend of the gemstone family and let out a soft snort, feeling pleased with himself. Although Yu Gemstone Duchy made contact with Tianyuan city earlier, only I, Duke Gold, understand the true extent of Tianyuan city's power. It's much more than just a few legends. Chapter 429. Lianyu's Evolution, a legendary gusher. Tianyuan city had spent a full week to move the planned small soul sand mine and 6-color elemental fruit orchard resource sites. There remained an ore deposit producing various primary breakthrough materials that Yuan didn't immediately relocate. He postponed the task. The process of moving resource sites with great power was too time-consuming and labor-intensive. It would be better to wait for more manpower and for people like Duo Lai to become stronger before proceeding. Someday, Tianyuan city would eventually take this step, so an initial trial wouldn't hurt. Looking at the situation, the range of relocation services undertaken by major groups is mostly within a few hundred to 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers. One reason is that the power of those in the legendary realm is limited, and secondly, if a lord discovers a mine deep in the wilderness and places an order with a major group, the group may not accept the mine due to the unknown environment and unclear safety factors. Mines deep in the wilderness could be subject to attacks from creatures in the monster legendary realm during the relocation. This involves hiring outsiders. If the lord has a surplus of strong fighters, they naturally can move mines however they want, even using magical techniques to refine and fuse several small veins, elevating them. Top-tier domains must be the kind with numerous veins and treasures everywhere, and cities like fairylands, right? Compared to that, Tianyuan city is just getting started. Yuan thought. After the relocation of the veins was done, Deadbone returned to the neighboring Great Domain. Only there could it find sufficient opportunities for development. 10 Directions Island Domain? There are only a dozen or so creatures from the monster legendary realm left here, while the number of undead legends transformed by Deadbone far exceeded that. The trade caravan overseen by Daisy had set off again 4 days earlier. Duo Lai was still providing escort, ensuring safe passage through the frenzied area, but this time the caravan deployed 3 Dragonfish 2 airships. Daisy carried a large sum of cash and a batch of valuable rare-level remnant souls, ready to settle the final payment. Besides, she had to sell off one by one the spoils obtained by Tianyuan City from a recent campaign against overlord powers. In fact, even using 3 dragonfish, 2 airships and dozens of space containers to load the goods, the amount they could carry was still less than 1/10 of the spoils. The volume of spoils was enormous, especially full of ordinary rank materials that took up a lot of space. And the loading capacity of space containers, in Mu Yuan's eyes, didn't account for much. If not for the fact that Duo Lai was a pillar of strength for Tianyuan City, Mu Yuan would have wanted Duo Lai to make the deliveries himself. His title of transport squadron leader wasn't for show. With the caravan's departure, there was also a change in personnel providing escort. Lian Yu stayed behind, Xi Lu took his place, and Mu Yuan dispatched Bone 4, Grass Twig, and several other core strengths of Tianyuan City to gain exposure to the world. The goods on this shipment were of considerable value, but the 6 legendary figures of Tianyuan City each had their responsibilities and tasks, so none could afford to go out. Strong fighters at the 4-order peak? Figures like Rakshasa and Yuta were on the verge of stepping into the legendary realm at any moment and naturally couldn't leave. The caravan's regular peak combat power was Xi Lu. Xi Lu could barely hold his ground in a fight against the legendary realm. Mu Yuan didn't think this was secure enough, so he had Daisy bring a seed of Tree's Destiny, condensed by Tree Demon Granny. This was essentially a one-time use epic item that could summon Tree Demon Granny, who was nearly at the peak of the legendary realm, unmatched in battle. Its downside was that the seed of Tree's Destiny had a time limit, the power within it would slowly ebb away until it was exhausted. Mu Yuan opened his panel and listed all the 4-order division generals by level, one by one. Yuta, 4-order limit. Rakshasa, 4th order peak. Sophia, 4th order peak. Sario, 4th order peak. Enjoy exclusive content from Empire. Yuta had polished his body to perfection 6 days ago, reaching the extreme realm of 4-order limit. His proficiency in the extreme training method was somewhat lacking, but his talent for reaping what use so compensated for that. Moreover, Yuta's tenacity and determination enabled him to refine his body with astonishing speed, faster than Rakshasa and the others who had reached the 4th order peak in the same period. During the vein relocation days, Yuta ran carrying weights while standing on his head. Even after he had achieved perfection in the last few days, he did not slacken in his practice one bit. It's a pity, Yuta just can't comprehend his domain. He has such strong light of will that even Dead Bone has marveled at it, and his physical strength surpasses many legends, but he simply has no domain. In the 3 essential elements of breaking through to the legendary realm, the most important is the domain. A domain allows one to condense one's power that has been refined to the extreme, and use it to assault the barriers of the legendary realm in a concentrated fashion. Without a domain? Even if Yuta's foundational power is strong, his power will still constantly dissipate, possibly wasting 90% of it. Of course, without a domain, Yuta lacks the opportunity to hit that supremely harmonious, breakthrough-ready state that figures like Duo Lai and Dead Bone had reached when they were at their limit. Indeed, I could arrange a ritual to force Yuta through an extreme sublimation. But doing so, even if Yuta could break through, most of his potential would be squandered, an approach that is obviously undesirable. When others at the 4th order limit force their way through, they understand that the limit of their lifetime is at stake. Giving it a go isn't a loss, and if successful, it's a huge win. But Yuta's limit is far beyond this. Even without discussing the epic rank, Mu Yuan believes Yuta has talent. The talent to work hard, the talent to be desperate, the talent of will. Time and again, he has suffered severe injuries, and time and again, he has returned to the battlefield without a care. He only cared about being stronger, even by just a little more. He possessed a pure belief. As a lord, how could Mu Yuan not let Yuta break through in his best condition? At worst, when the time comes, I'll evolve Yuta into a legendary life. Based on my guess, newly born legendary lives all possess the legendary realm. Naturally, Yuta should also be able to create a domain and step into the legendary with the most perfect stance. However, it would be most fitting for Yuta to step into the legendary realm through his own strength. I believe that's what he would prefer to. Within Tianyuan City, nearly all the main division generals have their domains. Among the lower-ranked officers, there are also some who have created domains. Yuta was not discouraged by this. It must be because I'm not diligent enough. There's nothing a battle can't solve. If there is, then bring on another 1,000, 10,000 battles. General Lu, come, let's go again. In the warrior arena, the battered Yuta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still burning with an ardent desire to fight as he looked towards Lu opposite of him. This combat spirit did not wane in the slightest. The radiance of his will was so condensed that it seemed to pierce the skies, visible to the naked eye. Seeing Yuta gravely injured, Lu fell into silence for a moment before the willful golden light began to coil around his lance and shield. As you wish. The divine colossal shadow appeared, and the thrust of the spear, penetrating heaven and earth, plummeted down. In the warrior arena, the sounds of an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Within Tianyuan City's main division generals, only Yuta and Sickle Moon had yet to possess a domain. Both were exceptionally strong combatants, with records of having directly slain monster legends. Yuan, still vividly remembering Yuta's case, paid even closer attention to Sickle Moon's epic 3-star evolution. Ilo and Sophia were also very concerned and had even given Sickle Moon 3 days and nights of guidance. Whether it was useful was uncertain. Yuan only saw Sickle Moon staring with her clear, wide eyes and nodding continuously. Go ahead, remember what we said, and trust that you'll have no problem, Crow. Sophia waved to Sickle Moon. Sickle Moon, ah. All right, no problem assuredly. Yuan. Is this really okay? But at this point, all the guidance that could be given had been given, and whether Sickle Moon would succeed was now up to her. Sickle Moon entered the evolutionary ceremony venue, crouched down with hands on the ground, then lifted one hand and waved, roaring twice to show she was completely ready. She could have communicated telepathically, actually. This child doesn't seem too bright. Yuan became even more worried. He sighed silently, then stretched out a hand and with a distant point, the miraculous power of evolution descended. Under the miracle power, Sickle Moon turned into light. The brilliance was dazzling, and amethyst clouds filled the sky. The frosty pale moon hung high in the azure sky, casting down a curtain of pristine moonlight. After a while, the evolutionary radiance began to recede. Ding! Notice, your troop's Sickle Moon bathed in the miracle radiance, has transformed, and evolved into an epic 3-star life. Notice, Sickle Moon has completed high-level skill extreme training method, first 2 orders, during the evolutionary baptism. Notice, Sickle Moon, during the evolutionary baptism, has awakened the epic skill under the moon clearing. Under the moon clearing. Description: Sickle Moon manifests a clear moon and enters it, briefly acquiring the concept of invincibility after entering the moon. Thereafter, Sickle Moon descends from the moon with endless moonlight as the blade, clearing the land under the moon, eliminating all elements, shattering space. During this skill's duration, all Moon series abilities used by Sickle Moon will be greatly enhanced. Just by looking at the description, Sickle Moon's epic skill seems to embody a beauty that is simple, direct, and brutal. A beauty called numerical advantage. Sickle Moon lacked Yuta's tenacity and certainly did not have a willpower radiance as strong as Yuta's, yet, there were areas where she surpassed Yuta. Her combat skills were not bad, and she possessed an extremely keen instinctive intuition for battle. Under the Moon clearing is a simple-to-use, extremely lethal epic killing move that does require timely judgment. There is only one chance. And it is perfectly suited to the intuitive Sickle Moon. Yuan was very satisfied with the skills Sickle Moon had awakened, but with the sprinkling of evolutionary radiance, he wanted more than just a satisfactory epic divine skill. He was waiting, he was anticipating. Notice, Sickle Moon has awakened the advanced skill Moon Hide during the evolutionary baptism. Under the moonlight, Sickle Moon can hide its figure, as if blending with the light. Notice, Sickle Moon has awakened the advanced skill Moon Garment during the evolutionary baptism. Sickle Moon absorbs the power of the moon to clothe itself in a moon-colored veil, which can effectively enhance its magic resistance and can also be used as equipment. Yuan frowned slightly. Ilo, Sophia, and a few others stared into the distance. Suddenly, a bright moon appeared, not an epic phenomenon of evolution, for the phenomenon had vanished with the end of evolution. In the night sky, the bright moon hung high, casting down its clear moonlight. This moonlight under the night sky spread out ripples, as if weaving a beautiful and magnificent river under the moon. This was the venue skill Sickle Moon had awakened early on. This time, this venue skill finally transformed, the formless power spread out in all directions, shape-shifting into a moon-colored space that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Ding! Notice, your troop Sickle Moon has created its own domain, Moon-color domain. Yuan sensed it from afar. This domain seemed fairly ordinary upon investigation, its suppression and lethality were not strong, its greatest use being that it hangs a bright moon in mid-air. But no matter what, a domain is a domain. Sickle Moon, having awakened a domain, now possessed 2 of the 3 keys to enter the legendary realm, with only the easiest one remaining to be acquired. Now, among the main division generals, only Yuta had yet to possess a domain. This must be because I haven't worked hard enough. I'll continue running inverted around Tianyuan City for another 3,000 laps. Sickle Moon was one of the earlier individuals in Tianyuan territory to reach the 4th order peak. After she created her domain, she could rank among the top 6 or 7 in Tianyuan City's legendary candidates. Find more to read at Empire. On the 3rd day after Sickle Moon's evolution, the 7th legendary realm existence in Tianyuan City was born. It was Rakshasa. On that day, Rakshasa dug out the last bit of his potential, refined his body to perfection, and naturally seized the opportunity to advance, stepping into the prepared breakthrough venue to become a legend on the spot. There was no time to celebrate Rakshasa's promotion, as the next to come was the 8th legendary realm of Tianyuan territory. That crow. Sophia. Sophia learned the extreme training method quite late. She had returned to the territory just before the defense battle of Tianyuan City and only truly mastered this special mystery skill during her evolution to epic 3 stars. But Sophia's rise to the 4th order peak was early, second only to the trio of Deadbone, Ilo, and Duo Lai. After the fusion with Langxing, she leveraged the benefits of upgrade fragments to climb to the peak swiftly. Boasting the 3 necessary elements, Sophia also promoted to legendary with an incredibly simple, relaxed, and flawless posture, and she left her unique mark in the breakthrough experiences of Tianyuan City's legends. With the birth of 2 new legends, Rakshasa and Sophia, the high-end power of Tianyuan City suddenly became much more abundant. After all, on a regular day, Deadbone was far in the outer realms, Ilo was a civil officer, Lu Lu was responsible for territorial defense, and Tree Demon Granny was a tree. None of them could leave their duties. The only one who could act as a mobile force was General Duo Lai. Now it was different. The newly broken through Rakshasa and Sophia both had the power to easily slay legendary creatures, even multiple legendary beings. They could each take on important missions alone. Even if they encountered the remnants of overlords or an ambush by a dozen or more legendary realm beings, there was no need to panic. There's no need to mention Sophia. Her combat power might be average, but her survival ability was maxed out. Rakshasa was an all-rounder, good at fighting, durable, and capable of tactically fleeing. The 2. Sophia continued tracking the remnants of the overlords, while Rakshasa picked up his old mission. Exploring the frenzied borderline to discover if there were more passages to other realms. It seemed that Tianyuan City had accumulated enough to enter a period of legendary abundance. Then one day, Yuan received news that the 9th legendary realm was about to be born. However, this one was not in Tianyuan City. Chapter 430. Teaching in the Illusion, The Legend of Hong Yi. Twilight Dominion, Lake Haven City. Lake Haven Advanced College is located in the eastern suburbs of the main city, adjacent to the vast Lake Haven Lake. Although it is in the suburbs, outside the inner city walls, this region is extremely valuable. After Lake Haven Academy's massive renovation and recruitment, real estate prices in this area have even doubled. Thus, many wealthy individuals are fretting about being too slow to secure a property. After all, this is Lake Haven Academy, where Dragon Gate ranking powerhouses and even legendary realm existences can be seen at any time. Genius is as common as dogs here, and powerhouses are everywhere. By buying a house and settling here, their of-age descendants can directly enter the junior colleges affiliated with Lake Haven Academy for cultivation. If some great master passing by takes an interest in them, taking them to the advanced colleges for training is not impossible. Such lucky individuals have already appeared twice, which has made the riches even more eager. Putting all these aside, the environment around Lake Haven Academy is also exceptionally beautiful. To the east, there is a second-order forest, Calming Spirit Forest, and 2 streets away, a large number of rare plants known as gathering Yuan flowers are planted. It is said that there are several soul sand veins buried beneath this city district. Living here can even extend one's life. Cultivating here, the efficiency is clearly much higher than in other places. Separated from this affluent district by only one main road is the number 1 cultivation college in the Twilight Dominion, Tian's High Academy. The college gate is magnificent, and from the outside, one can see clouds and mist drifting within the college, fairy-like and illusory, unclear to see. In fact, that is indeed the case. Lake Haven Academy possesses an independent epic-level enchantment. It is said to be located in the suburb next to Lake Haven Lake in Tian City, but in reality, it is even more secluded than a secret realm, with outsiders required to undergo very strict scrutiny to enter or exit the college. Inside the college, the elemental particles of heaven and earth are much denser than in the outside world. There are top powerhouses who have used a large soul sand mine vein as a base to set up a formation that can amplify the entire college's cultivation benefits. Here, one can also see rare forests everywhere, and even some treasures with extremely unique environments. Similarly here, one can see excellence-level miracle buildings everywhere, and there are even epic-level cultivation buildings serving as the grand signboards of Lake Haven Academy. These are the welfare treatments that the college instructors and students can enjoy. Lake Haven Academy, inside a cultivation building. Numerous students and instructors rushed over and entered. Today is the day the top-level instructor, Hong Yi, teaches class. Top-level instructors do not have as heavy a teaching load as first, second, or third-order instructors, but they still have a regulation that they must hold a certain number of cultivation public lectures each month. They can hold more if they wish, but not less. The more classes held, the more students attend, and the academy has corresponding incentive mechanisms. Today is Hong Yi's third public lecture. I heard that this instructor Hong Yi's class is quite profound, but why do so many people still come? After the first open class ended, weren't many students complaining that Hong Yi was too profound and too concise? It's like jumping from 1+1 to high school mathematics. This made many students who came to listen to the lecture feel like they were listening to something beyond their comprehension. A greenhand student who has never attended a public lecture by instructor Hong Yi asked this. An older student sighed. The lessons of the master are indeed profound, but they also contain great secrets. We, the small fries, don't expect to understand everything, but as long as we can grasp even a tiny bit of it, it can be greatly beneficial. But isn't instructor Hong Yi mainly teaching illusion techniques? The greenhand student asked again. The older student nodded and then shook his head. Instructor Hong Yi does focus on illusion technique, but her artistic conception, skills, and techniques are also extremely high. More importantly, in the last public lecture, instructor Hong Yi used the illusionary teaching skills, which allowed us to personally experience and learn in that situation. Although what the master taught was still very profound, being in that illusion is in itself a rare experience. In the last public class, several students mentioned they had breakthroughs in their artistic conception after attending just one class. Even more incredible is that, during the lesson, a greenhand student awakened a venue skill. We all speculate that this student is the epic talent spoken of in rumors, but even for an epic talent, it's not easy to comprehend venue skills at the second-order elite level. Really? Is that possible? Awakening skills is extremely difficult. Usually, one can only gain insights by using skill steals or observing technique steals. Enhancing one's artistic conception is also a very difficult thing, and rumor has it that only by entering the hero duel arena can one's artistic conception surge forward rapidly. Now, they're breaking through after just one open class? The greenhand student found this a bit exaggerated and wondered if it was just some rumor started by a Hong Yi fan club. As he was thinking, someone in the distance exclaimed, "Steel Marsh instructor has arrived too." Steel Marsh instructor is a first-order instructor, right? He can't possibly also be coming to attend the class. What's so strange about that? In instructor Hong Yi's last and the one before last public lectures, quite a few instructors came to listen. Rather, it is precisely because instructor Hong Yi's content is so profound that it is more suitable for other instructors. But didn't I hear that some instructors privately said they felt like they were listening to gibberish in instructor Hong Yi's class too? Wait, HSS. It's the infinite heavenly wolf Red Shadow. Isn't he also a top-level instructor? He's actually here too. Soon, hundreds of students and instructors who arrived at the cultivation building took their seats one by one. When the bell signaling the start of class rang, Hong Yi the worker arrived on time. Not a second early, nor a half-breath late. She glanced over the audience, noting that there were noticeably more attendees than the last time, but her expression remained unchanged. She didn't mince words and got straight to the lecture. Her main focus was on the construction of illusion techniques, covering topics from illusion to techniques, and from illusion scenes to venue skills. She held nothing back. There was no need to. Whatever she could teach, she would. It's not like she could only stay at this level forever. Besides, keeping secrets was such a hassle, having to consider what to share and what to withhold. Why would she bother with that? After discussing the theories and demonstrating some techniques and illusion skills, Hong Yi said, "Next, I will pull you into a training illusion. Do not resist." This method of illusion teaching was actually developed with the idea of reducing pressure. Teaching with illusion was so simple. Just set up a well-designed illusion, and she only needed to monitor it from the side, no need to lecture or demonstrate or anything. As for the operation of the illusion, in her underworld ghost market, she had hundreds of high-level power banks, there was no need for her, the ghost market master, to personally maintain it. Unexpectedly, this method of illusion teaching turned out to be extremely popular. No, that's not right. This is a teaching method I meticulously researched, I've truly poured my heart and soul into my work, tirelessly. I am indeed a genius, teehee. An hour later, Hong Yi dispersed the illusion power. The audience, including both students and instructors, who had been immersed in the training illusion scenery, gradually woke up. Some exclaimed, "It's truly marvelous." Others were lost in contemplation, but, "It seems like I still don't understand, can't comprehend, can't grasp it." Instructor Hong Yi's illusion is just as profound. If only the great Hong Yi could explain as clearly as Professor Irene, that would be wonderful. Some awoke with a newfound enlightenment, "I've done it. Deist Master Me has succeeded." Ha ha ha. Another looked around after waking up, I think I've also grasped something." A nearby guy chimed in, Right, me too." Somewhere in the venue, a small group of newbie students was gathered, numbering 20 or 30. They were all new talents recruited by Lake Haven Academy, each at least at the level of excellence, and either possessed outstanding abilities in certain areas or had exceptional comprehension skills. Among them, there were 2 epic prodigies, they were the core of the small group, stars held aloft by the others. They indeed had the capital to be arrogant and proud. Sometimes, they understood content that even leader-level instructors couldn't. They were top-class geniuses. 100% sure to step into the legendary realm. Moreover, they could become strong men in the legendary realm and gradually climb to the world's peak. This is what they once thought. Later on, didn't they say we were top-class prodigies? Why can't we understand even this public lecture? I've also asked the great Hong Yi some questions, but I always feel like her eyes were saying, "Can't you ask something less childish?" Last time at Fengbei Tower Forest, instructors like Irene and Zhou Yi quickly grasped the mysteries within, while I spent a long time and still haven't fully understood. I seem so stupid, this isn't epic at all, sob sob sob. The newbie group's members opened their eyes, full of confusion. Who am I, where am I, what have I listened to? They looked towards the 2 exceptional prodigies. The first epic genius pondered for a while, this lesson was indeed a bit difficult, I only understood a little. The second epic genius rubbed his face, "It's normal for you guys not to understand." Well, I've also only understood a bit, but it was a decent gain. He. Somewhere in the venue, Instructor Yuan and Instructor Sanghun, both second order, were also attending the lecture. Sanghun came to give support, how could he not come when big sister Hong Yi was lecturing? Yunwan's face showed a trace of bitterness, "I understood a little, but there's also 100 points I completely don't grasp. It's hard, so hard. How on earth did Hong Yi figure out such profound and esoteric applications of techniques? How can those 2 types of particles transform into each other? There's too much I don't understand." He turned to Sanghun, "What exactly does your great Hong Yi practice? It feels like she embodies a myriad of techniques, as if she has absorbed the experience and insights of hundreds of strong men. You Tianyuan territory folks have such a powerhouse, truly envy-inducing." Sanghun thought back for a moment. It's hard to say. After all, in their Tianyuan territory, Hong Yi didn't seem extraordinary at all. Several days later, Hong Yi's 4th public class saw an increase in attendance. Many 4th-order strongmen expressed that they had gleaned some insights during their training in illusions, reaping substantial benefits. Someone had a breakthrough in artistic conception. Someone carved a new path in their techniques. Someone significantly enhanced their mastery in illusion techniques. Someone. Well, I did too. Will you attend Hong Yi's next public class? Of course, we will be there. How could we miss such a profound course? Right, guys? Yes, definitely, haha. Hong Yi's fifth public class. This time, a heavyweight guest arrived, a president of the legendary realm. Presidents attending classes to evaluate the quality of instruction isn't that uncommon, after all. Since Hong Yi is a top-level instructor, this is just part of the top-level treatment. After sitting down, the president gestured to Hong Yi to proceed as usual without minding him. Hong Yi didn't seem to pay him any heed either. Before long, the eagerly anticipated training segment in the illusion began. An intangible force descended. President Wang closed and opened his eyes, finding himself in a new world. He looked around in surprise, even though I didn't resist, to be pulled into this illusion without any warning. Instructor Hong Yi's mastery in illusion techniques is extraordinary indeed. This illusion is also very delicate, incredibly realistic. I can't spot any flaws for the moment. It seems that breaking through this illusion won't be an easy task. Impressive, truly impressive. Hong Yi's sixth public class. This time, the number of students and instructors who came to attend the class, unsurprisingly, increased yet again. And another president has come to audit the class. It's President Liu, wait, and also President Wang. Didn't President Wang just come last time? Why again? Both presidents are indeed diligent in their work. No wonder our Lake Haven Academy stands as the top institute in the Twilight Dominion. Hong Yi's seventh public class, today. Wait, where's the class? Isn't there supposed to be a class by Hong Yi today? Don't you know? Hong Yi recently took a leave of absence. A leave of absence? Ah, I see, Hong Yi must be preparing for promotion to the legendary realm. Indeed, with Hong Yi's realm and skill and techniques, it's about time for the legendary realm. Certainly, I have 1000% confidence in Hong Yi's breakthrough to the legendary realm. What I'm concerned about now is, when will Hong Yi complete the breakthrough and when will the classes resume? Deep within Lake Haven Academy. In the most top-level breakthrough dojo, Hong Yi was already making preparations for her advancement. Irene, Zhou Yi, Sang Hun, and a few others were outside, standing guard. Several presidents within the academy were also paying attention to this breakthrough. Hong Yi has only taken a few days off, is this appropriate? Principal Wang, why didn't you approve a dozen more days? Breaking through to the legendary realm shouldn't be rushed. Hey, you've wronged me, old Liu. Hong Yi asked for only this many days off, she is dedicated to her work. Speaking of which, a president said, once instructor Hong Yi steps into the legendary realm, couldn't we justifiably attend her classes too? I've heard from old Liu and old Wang that Hong Yi's illusion dojo is quite wonderful. Another president, stroking his chin, said, yeah, that's a good point. Otherwise, them being legendary realm strongmen always attending a leader-level instructor's class does seem a bit embarrassing. At that point, Principal Wang suddenly said, after Hong Yi's promotion to the legendary realm, we will improve her benefits, but we can't raise them to the president level. Moreover, Hong Yi hails from Tianyuan territory, which hasn't been established for long. He paused, then added, will Hong Yi, who will have become a legendary, continue to stay at Lake Haven Academy? Several presidents. Damn, that's a good point. 2 days later, Hong Yi emerged from the breakthrough building, already a legend.